Day 2 of Innovation Cup. Today we decide the final 8 players going into Championship Sunday. Yesterday we had to say goodbye to 16 players, including big names like Soju, Sox, Goose, Robin, and many others. By the way, hi, I'm Lemonkiwi. I'll be your host, but this just proves that we have some serious competition, some fresh talent showing themselves in the scene, and they've all been grinding for this moment, and that work is paying off. So for those who have not caught Day 1, you've been missing out. Here's how the format of Innovation Cup will be breaking down. We used to have 32 players. Now we only have 16. We cut these lobbies in half every day. And we have 6 games per day. Every 2 games, the lobbies get reshuffled, and depending on how well you performed on Day 1, that will seed you into the appropriate lobby for Day 2. Then only the top 8 of today move on to tomorrow, Championship Sunday. And as we look at the prize pool, if you made it to today, your mom is proud of you. You get a slice of the pie. The prize pool, the $10,000 on the line. The top 16 get a piece of that. But if you make it into tomorrow, there's even more money. So the top 8 get a little bit more. But on top of the money, of the bread you're putting on the table, there are 4 tickets to the NA Regional Finals on the line for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. But here are the points. Here's some brownie points that you get. If you don't get that easy ticket in the top 4, you can rely on these points. There are 10 spots available in the regional finals, depending on the top 10 players based on qualifier points. And of course, this will cash if you do well at the regional finals. We will send you to the World Championship to test your wits against the global competition and truly become the best TFT player on Earth. Well, I have the 2 coolest cats on Earth actually joining me on the desk. I got the Forbes 30 under 30 TFT professional Bryce Blum, who also doubles up as a lawyer as his hobby. Can you believe that? And then we have world-renowned esports commentator and host Frodan. How's it going, guys? Bryce, we had to say goodbye to a fair amount of our favorites yesterday that we expected to see today.
Yeah, we did. It was a wild Day 1, and it's going to make for a very interesting weekend. You still have some of the most established names. You have some of the up-and-coming players, folks like Spicy Appies that have been kind of stamping their presence on the TFT competitive scene. And then you have a lot of unknowns, including PawnUp, who has been a staple at the top of the ladder, but not necessarily a major force in tournaments. Winning Day 1, will the Day 1 curse carry over? A lot of time, the person who tops out points bottoms out the next day, so hopefully things are looking better than that for PawnUp as we head into day number 2.
Well, Frodan, we saw the rise of fresh talent. We said goodbye to big names, but also makes room for some new talent making into day 2. So what does that tell you about the state of the TFT community?
It says a lot. I mean, I'm not sure how much time we have before our first game start. I could ramble and make this into an impromptu Innovation Cup podcast. I think that the 16 players that advance, while they don't have the name recognition of a lot of these players, put in as much, if not more, effort than a lot of the players that were eliminated. It's no secret that some players took it very pedestrian at the beginning of the set. They hit Challenger, they got their 1 HLP, and some of them took like a week or 2 break or decided to only play a little bit here and there on the new patch. And I think the players that really put the effort in, like PawnUp, who said that he had to go back, reevaluate his entire game plan, and learn an entire different playstyle for his tournament, players like him were rewarded. Players who just try to wing it and just say, hey, I'm just going to try to scrap together some stuff and hopefully squeeze by on a lot of 5ths in a row, were not successful in that attempt. And so my hot take is the 16 that advanced, on average, were more deserving than the 16 players that got eliminated yesterday. And we're going to see that same thing reflected today.
Yeah, it's crunch time. Sometimes relying on those TFT fundamentals can help you make it through, but not into the top 16, apparently. Speaking of which, let's start to highlight the players that have made it to this point. If the name is grayed out, that means they had been eliminated from the Innovation Cup. If their name says qualifier beside it, means they have already qualified to the regional finals. So DQA and Setsuko did just that thanks to their wonderful top 4 placement from the mid-set finale. But Bryce, could you give us some context really on, okay, these are the amount of qualifier points they have. What should they be aiming for their best chance to make regionals?
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a moving target coming into the event. The modeling suggested that 69 points was going to be enough to qualify for the regional championship. The projected number has actually gone down based on the results from yesterday, but it could easily go back up and be even higher than that depending on how the results work out today. So to make it very simple, everyone Robovan, Knob, and up are qualified automatically into regionals. They have enough points, and Robovan has the tiebreaker over Asa because he has a better finish in this very event. Asa is likely to get in, but there are scenarios in which 75 points isn't enough, so it depends on how all this shakes out. If some of these folks, Robovan and up, wind up going through and taking one of those last 4 spots, then that creates more room for other players to get enough of their qualifier points, and the inverse is also true. If they all were to bust out today, then you're going to have a lot of people getting qualification through this event that otherwise wouldn't have been able to. So only time is going to tell to see how all this shakes out. We'll keep an eye on it throughout the day and throughout the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a tough battle if you can't get that easy ticket for the regional finals placing top 4, and then you might have to depend on how well you do on the ladder, which is some stiff competition. And the competition has proved a lot of how much they prepared for this very moment ever since the Wednesday update. So here are the most popular comps we saw from day 1, including some Brand 3, Sinja 3, Talon 3. Debonair was clearly the trait of choice and has dominated a lot of our compositions. Frodan, we know some of our players have been putting in the hours to innovate and experiment with the Debonair rerolls. Which flavor of it has piqued your interest the most?
Yeah, there's many shades of green that's being thrown out there. A lot of people want to reroll Talon, they want to reroll Syndra, even reroll Brand, showing his potency. And then, of course, you can just go to the very top end and flex around Draven and Zeri, because those two plus Leona means that you have a very wide open range of 5, sometimes 6 champions that you can outfit onto your board. Debonair seems very powerful, also one of the best emblems that you could possibly make with a golden spatula, so it doesn't surprise me to see it doing well. Some of the other things that are surprising but not doing well, the Mutant Malzahar Kha'Zix builds, it just seems like a lot of people are going for these Mutant boards out of desperation or feeling like they can't pivot, and it's not been very successful, and I wonder if a lot of people today are just going to stay away from it entirely.
I know we saw just a little bit of Mutant when the Voidborn flavor of it came out. I know Mortdog is wanting to see more of the Mutant Synaptic Web, but speaking of which, we got 2 lobbies. 16 players have been seeded into these 2 lobbies, depending on how well they performed yesterday. And we actually spoke to Pawnip yesterday, our number 1 player in points, and he sported some Ashe 3, Innovators, a lot of Draven, a lot of safe stuff. Bryce, what have you learned specifically about Pawnip in terms of his style of play?
Yeah, I was really curious. I went back and watched all 6 of his games earlier this morning because it's not a player that I've had the chance to study in depth. I would describe the play as solid, not inspirational. I didn't watch it and think, oh my god, this is the next god of North American TFT. I don't think he repeats as top 1 today. I think he was on the kind of good version of variants yesterday. We'll say he got Mortdogged in the positive way. Let's rebrand Mortdogging. Right? But very capable player. I really liked his approach to some of the reroll tree. He rolled down aggressively in the middle of the game in order to preserve HP, not playing the full greedy style, and very versatile in the early game. He played some loss streak, he played some win streak, he played some HP preservation. Sometimes he was playing around econ traits like Yordles and Mercs. Other times he's just playing best board. So I like the fluidity of the early game and definitely capable of making it to day 2 or day 3 and having a nice showing in this tournament overall.
Well, there's lots of money and a ticket to the regional finals on the line. Our players had to invest a lot of time since Wednesday to prepare for this. Frodan talked about how important that grind was and how it really showed today. But chat, you can also invest your time, but in a different way, a less tilting way than ranked. Hear me out. Check out the Fantasy TFT app by Ball Street. It's available on PC and mobile, completely free unlike your ranked games. So you go and invest fake money into who you think's going to be first, who do you think's going to be 8th, and why, you ask? Well, there's even more rare little legend eggs that you can collect based on how well you do. So if you're in debt from bad investments, I encourage you to go and check out fantasytft.com. They have some how-to videos to really break down on a beginner level how you can have fun on the game. So our first game of innovation Cup Day 2 is about to kick off. So let us know in chat where your stocks are going to. We've had players go first, we've had them go 8th, but consistency is key. I know Bryce and Frodan are fired up about our game 1. We have 6 of them ready to go today. And our carousel is about to unlock, so Bryce and Frodan are calling the action. Take it away.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome to day 2 of the Teamfight Tactics Neon Knights Innovation Cup. As we hop on board with Lobby A specifically and take a look at the point leader Pawn Up, who yesterday was employing a lot of successful reroll strategies, primarily anchored by Ashe, the Syndicate Sniper champion, has received some significant buffs to her ult range and now has become one of the premier 2 costs that you play around in early games, successfully able to get a glove, not just one, but a second glove, which is awesome. Many people want to use virtually as many gloves as they can possibly find in the early game price.
Oh, yeah, glove is a really flexible item in the meta right now. It has a lot of great slams around both offense into the AP tree and the AD tree, and it also has great utility items in things like Banshees and Shroud. We actually saw Pawn Up slam a 2-1 Shroud yesterday, not a move that a lot of players are willing to make and try to sweat it out and get that value in the early game. So in a more AD-oriented opening because he gets the sword dropped as well, but hey, we saw Pawn Up play around Syndra carry yesterday. You can easily go with an Infinity Edge Jeweled Gauntlet build. It's largely considered BIS on Syndra. Very interesting opening augment choices here in the Mutant Crest, Salvage Bin, and Makeshift Armor. What do you like, Dan?
Yeah, so the Mutant Crest, we already have a peek into the Mutant trait. I like Cybernetics as tempo, but not really as a commitment, and the Mutant Crest feels very committal. I think the most generic thing you can think about is Makeshift Armor, because you already have offensive-based components you can make in the advantage like you were talking about and prepare for Last Whisper, which means that for stage 2, as far as you know, you're not going to have any frontline items committed. Makeshift Armor is very valuable in that respect. And so I like this choice a lot. Part of me also loves Salvage Bin just for the fun aspect of it. I think Salvage Bin is one of my favorite augments just from a TFT fan perspective. But if I'm trying to hard sweat and make sure that every single point of damage that I can squeeze out for optimization, it's probably a Makeshift.
Yeah, it probably is. Oh, wow, gets the early Gangplank and opts not to buy the Syndra. Okay, decides to buy the Syndra. This is very interesting. Selling a Gangplank on 2-1, a lot of people would consider that blasphemy. That unit is so strong right now, an excellent AD item holder, which is the items that he has. With that said, one of the other best AD item holders in the game is this Ezreal. Can throw this Infinity Edge and an extra glove and will do quite a bit of work. Balancing out the board and buying, prioritizing the Syndra. We did see him play around Syndra a couple times, and the items could go in a Syndra direction, especially if he finds the VIP the chosen version of Syndra, essentially. If that happens, I expect him to be able to commit going up against Bosso Skills, who has a pair of Ezreals, a pair of Singed, making 10 gold. So one of these players is trying to win, the other player is trying to lose. Both players, mission accomplished so far.
Yeah, Bosso Skills isn't like trying to lose in the sense that, or he understands that he's not going to win. It's more about killing as many units as possible. That's why you still slam items. I think a lot of people have seen players completely open for it by making gold, playing a very weak board, and then also not slamming any items. In this case, Bosso Skill says, I want to play around that Infinity Edge, and so I want to be able to kill a couple of champions. Yes, maybe I don't have first pick compared to some of the other people who completely open for it, but it'll be really powerful nonetheless if he still is able to preserve that HP. Heading over to Goobums' board, checking on him. Goobums, a player who, going into this weekend, was saying that he felt like he was one of the best players on this patch, and as a result, one of the best players in North America, and felt very confident going into it. And you were mentioning today, right in the pre-show, about how you feel like he's also top 5. What about Goobum specifically stands out to you as a player here?
I think he's putting it on display right now. So he plays Yordles in his first fight, and he loses by a couple of units, down to 96 HP. A lot of players would say, okay, I've lost, and so now I need to lean into lost streak. And I think Goobums correctly identifies that, hey, he's got a chance at a really significant spike here. He got a gold opening with only 2 item components. He can afford to level to 5 on 2-2 after losing, and he can try to either start to build a streak, but even if he's not able to build a streak, by leveling here and getting an extra 2 rounds of Yordles rolling, he's going to get his economy snowballing either way. So Goobums is very fluidly plays through the early game to preserve HP, to set himself up well for stage 3. He's also not afraid to roll down heavily in stage 3 and knows exactly the different types of units he's looking for to build a fluid board. So he didn't have the most high roll games. Yesterday I went back and watched his games, but he scored very well. I think this man is about as close to low roll proof as you can get in TFT. He's just so good at taking whatever the game offers him and finding a way to make it work.
Well, I agree with what you're saying up until the part where you say he's incapable of low rolling.
Well,
because,
I didn't say that.
I feel like you're cursing him, man. You can't just throw that out there. At least we'll see for now. Going up against Pawn Up, who does also have level 5 and that makeshift armor. That Ezreal too, getting complemented by a time bomb. Vex is not able to do a lot of damage. Goobums is out of damage. And as a result, we'll take this loss from Pawn Up, who did also push to 5. Now, Goobums does still have a lot of gold committed to leveling, but Euros will print him gold. He still has a lot of spike if he can hit that Vex too, or even perhaps that Lulu too. Let's take a look at the carousel. Anything standing out to you either from the item combination of the champions or the augments here, Brez?
I mean, interesting choices on the augments. We see a couple of makeshift armors generically really good. We're seeing Keepers picked by Nico, an augment that I actually really like, and it's starting to rise in popularity, it feels. Spicy Appy is the only person who takes an economy-based augment, no board power for Spicy Appies. A very tough situation with everyone doing that. It's going to be a lot of pressure on his board. Will he be able to make that extra economy work for him?
Yeah, on the one hand, yes, he'll probably lose most of stage 2. When you're looking at a gold tier augment, you generally have to think about what the economy is giving up in return for it, right? If you're just going to pick Treasure Trove, what else are you giving up later on in the game? But at the same time, Appy's could also be one of the richest people in the lobby, and it depends on, because we haven't really been checking on his board. Let's go ahead and see what Kev Chen is up to, who has an early Warwick and Quicksilver committed. We have seen some Chemtech have success yesterday. What's your current read on this kind of opening and build? At the beginning of the set, it was kind of nuts. Right now, I think people are sleeping on it a little.
Yeah, I think people are sleeping on it. I agree with that assessment. I think that Warwick carry and Tryndamere carry can both be good. It's also a very strong AD transitional board that is not super popular. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
2 units at literally 1 HP. I mean, the HP bar is so small, it looks like it's evaporated. A very tough loss. I will say, if I'm Kev Chen, I'm not eager to play something like Warwick reroll without getting augments that are really enhancing it, something that's going to allow you to get more vertical in the Challenger or into the Chemtech, something that maybe makes your the units more strong, like an On Guard, for example. So I'm not looking at second win and saying, okay, I definitely have to play Warwick reroll from here, but he's certainly capable of it if he winds up finding more copies of these units.
Yes, although I believe this is Disintegrator and not second win, if I recall correctly. And I actually do think Disintegrator is a reasonable augment for anything that's a high attack speed. A lot of people associate Disintegrator with Hextech Sivir carries because you get a lot of attack speed through just her ability when she does her rally cry, and then you throw a bunch of things that your opponent just burned them down through Disintegrator. A lot of people associate with Zeri as well, but I also think Challengers is a build that people don't think about with Disintegrator. And I've actually seen some underground tech formulating. I'm just saying it right now, just to register in your brain, because maybe it's not going to show up this tournament. But I have seen people play a Disintegrator trying to go vertical Challengers and have taken lobbies before. So it's an underground build. Probably not going to see it today, but I just want to claim my stake while I can, Bryce.
I like it. He's putting it out there, which there's one of two outcomes that come from this. Either people will listen to him and start playing it and it's bad and it's free low for Frodan, or people start playing it and it's good and then he'll be able to say, I told you so, this man is a genius.
Yes. Win-win.
Taking stock of the lobby as a whole, we see Pawn Up. We were on his board at the beginning, 100 HP, once again playing nicely from ahead. Robovan able to actually get a 4 streak after losing the first fight. Bosso's skills wind up losing all fights down at 64 HP, as does Dish Soap, I believe. Oh, it looks like Dish Soap didn't have a perfect loss streak, actually wound up winning a fight in the middle. So, tough spot for Dish Soap, not quite getting the full economic benefit you would from being on a 5-loss streak. This is a pivotal moment in the game as we head into Stage 3. A lot of the times in TFT, people are kind of skipping stage 3. They're just going on normal level cadence. In the current meta, if you're not getting strong in stage 3, you are going to suffer. So I expect to see not one, but several players rolling deep, either on this turn or on the next one.
Yeah, this is a really interesting spot for Appies, particularly because he already has the VIP Draven. So his Seer, if he hits a target for the second time, his Fireball will also stun. And this can actually dish out a lot of damage. And I know Appies is a big proponent of Brand Reroll. In fact, started off his day one at Innovation Cup with Brand Reroll and having a lot of success with it. So I wonder if he wants to stay on it and he's going to continue to roll, or he's going to use it as an item carrier. But he's getting completely dominated by this early Irelia who has that Bloodthirster slammed. So a very nasty loss there for Spicy Appies if you take a look and see what other players like Goobums are up to right now, getting kind of crushed by that Warwick.
Yeah, here we go with Dish Soap. Has the Ashe, definitely needs to stabilize. Ashe 2 is a disgustingly strong unit. Now he just needs a little bit of frontline. There's a Braum, a huge hit under the circumstances. Can you find a Morgana? Wow, an upgraded Leona at this stage of the game. So powerful. So now he's got backline damage in this Ashe 2. He's got plenty of front line between the Frozen Heart, the early Braum, and the early Leona 2. Really, really solid roll down for Appies. Would have loved to found, or for Dish Soap, would have loved to have found a Morgana here, but hey, this was plenty to get the job done. Should be a nice stage 3. And looking at the mirrored board, Nico, who also rolls down to 10 gold, and this is the pacing of your lobbies. If you're struggling to climb right now, and you're not used to rolling a meaningful amount on stage 3, you need to get in the habit of it. It is just too important right now, because there are so many strong 2 and 3 costs in the meta. If you wind up continuing to carry a 1 cost unit holding your items, it's going to feel a lot weaker than it has on previous patches.
Yes, very much so. One of them, the premier you're looking at, is Ashe, although she's having a hard time getting through these champions. Going to overtime, and Irelia is able to finish the job while staying alive, dealing a little bit extra damage. So things looking pretty solid for Eniko as we encounter a prismatic stage 3/3 choice here for Dish Soap, who has makeshift armor, standing 93, and level up.
None of these are great for his spot. He winds up with Stand United, which is going to give him some generic power. Makeshift is not optimal when you're in a syndicate line, because essentially what the trade is already giving you, right, is a lot of baseline tank stats on so many of your units. And level up when you want to play reroll just doesn't do a whole heck of a lot for you. So the game essentially chose for him. It could be worse. It's not the best augment, considering that you play vertical syndicate, so it's not like you're going to be completely lighting up the synergy bar, at least not for quite some time. But hey, we take what the game gives us and we make it work, right, Dan?
Yeah, and as much as you're saying it doesn't fit what his immediate game plan is, what Stand United offers as an alternative is a strong pivot opportunity. If he doesn't want to stay committed to the Ashe, he doesn't have to, because Stand United is actually one of the strongest augments you can get at the Prismatic tier. So I think that this is actually potentially a blessing in disguise, even if he was committed to the Ashe reroll. Because you see he has units like Irelia that's waiting. If he finds a way to somehow play an Irelia too, that could be grounds for choosing to switch off this Ashe reroll.
Absolutely, and he has a spatula over there. We talked at the top of the broadcast about Debonair spat feeling very good, so he could theoretically go into Draven, but one of the other best spat use cases in the game is Aurelia with an Assassin spat. So if he's able to get a couple more gloves and have an IE, Last Whisper, Assassin, Aurelia, that unit will do a disgusting amount of work, especially with Stand United, because you can really fill up the synergy bar playing in that tree and get a bunch of extra AD for that Aurelia. So we'll see how it shakes out. And by the way, there's another Aurelia with Cloak. So if Dish Soap is thinking about pivoting, I think he's going to look at that item. No, he goes for the glove. Bossa Skills actually grabs that Cloak on Aurelia. Aurelia, one of the best performing 4-cost carries in the game right now. So a very high priority on the carousel.
Yeah, a couple of interesting choices here in the augment selection. The one that stands out to me is Scrap Soul. That is what Bosso Skills has on top of makeshift armor. So having a very powerful amount of shielding that can tank. But Scrap Soul is also a little bit awkward because they don't give you the emblems. It's not the Scrap Crown, and therefore you can't scrap a bunch of components. I am curious because personally, I love Scrap, one of my favorite traits in TFT history. But I do recognize that Scrap Soul feels at times pretty awkward when you're trying to go for that. So I'm curious for Bosso Skills how deep he wants to go. Speaking of deep, look at how big this roll down is from Robovan Knob, who's right now just going for the Syndicates, had multiple opportunities to make that Morgana 2 and finally decided to do it.
Yeah, and pulling the trigger on that, it'll be interesting to see if maybe it plays more of an attack speed oriented version of Ahri. We've certainly seen that taking some version of prominence where you play like a static Shiv and a Ginsu's Rage Blade for the ramping on the Ahri. So, this Malzahar not an Ahri yet, but hypothetically could become one, and it's a possible line that Robovan could take from this situation with not a lot of gold. He doesn't have a lot of options. He is able to, stop, get another win here on a 2 streak. Is he going to make gold here? Wow, he sells a Malzahar pair. That's his carry. That is a very, shall we call it a greedy play? I'm not sure I agree with that one. How about you?
Yeah, I think it's because he's exactly this. He's not done rolling, and so he feels like he needs to continue to reevaluate how his board is, and most importantly, keep making that gold to recover, but he's now nuking the rest of his economy in order to try and find that Ahri, and even if he did find the Ahri, his items are not great for it. In fact, he's going to make a Banshee's Claw and has a floating belt. Maybe can make Morel and Namicon. But those are just okay. Now going up against Kev Chen, who has the Future Sight, choosing to Zephyr, or Mistral rather, the Darius 2. Is that enough to help get past everything and crack that front line? That Warwick 2 now starting to really shred. You can see some of the impact that Disintegrator has. Despite all of that tankiness, Warwick still can't get through. And Kev Chen able to get his streak going here. Robovan wins 3 in a row, and I can't tell you how important it was for Robovan to win. Because if he ended his stage 3 in a loss, it would be devastating to try to recover his economy.
Yeah, very big win for Robovan. Very bad loss for Kev Chen. I do not think that was the target that he was looking for on that Zephyr. Maybe just didn't quite have enough time. That's the thing about when you take Future Sight, either as a gold or as a prismatic augment, a huge amount of the value is coming from landing those Zephyrs. So if you are too busy focused on other things during your turn, you're going to miss out on a huge amount of value on your board. Getting a Darius 2 popped up for that 8 seconds is not nearly the impact that it would have been if you go for example, the Morgana or the Braum that's holding this tank item. So not optimal usage of the Zephyr, to say the least. We're going to look at Robovan's items, and he gets 2 more gloves, a belt, and a cloak. Definitely not what he was hoping for. Not a lot of opportunities to itemize a carry there. Hopping on board with Nico, who actually took the Striker Soul, so looking to play around vertical strikers here, is able to find the Sivir. That's a really big deal. Can go up to 6 strikers now with a little bit of adjusting to his board. He just desperately needs to 2-star something. Maybe if he gets a 2-star Kha'Zix, he can tech that in and get off of the Innovators. So here comes the 6 strikers. Where do these emblems want to go? Okay, so he's going to put it around Seraphine for the time being. Just trying to duct tape it together and get as strong as he can for stage 4.
Yeah, a lot just happened here. So kind of breaking it down, the most important thing for Nico was making sure that he has the synergies that he wants for stage 4, which is the 6 strikers. From there, you talked about board quality, and yes, he has a lot of 1-stars, but the quality of his 1-stars pound for pound is so difficult to stop. Goobums with new recruit and Phalanx not able to hold off just the raw AD that you get from Striker, which amplifies a lot of what's going on. Even that Seraphine's autos are going to hurt a lot.
Yeah, they are. So you don't say that every day. Seraphine autos doing work in this fight. You love to see it. It will be interesting to see he does. He recommits to the role. He says, my unit quality is high, but I could really afford a 2-star on this board. Okay. Oh my god, if you can get any 2-star on this board, this is the one that you were looking for. He's able to get the Aurelia in play. He then gets the Senna in, or the Aurelia 2, he gets the Senna in play as well for 3 Socialite, and with the base AD, you're getting off of the full vertical 6 striker, plus the healing of the Bloodthirster and the healing of the 3 Socialite. This Aurelia is going to be a terror. It's going to be so hard for someone to actually kill this unit in stage 4.
Yes, absolutely. And the 6 strikers in general is a pretty underrated trait for people to play for when they do get any kind of striker, heart, or emblem. In this case, we have 2 of them. That Ashe will not stand a chance. Dish Soap was hoping to recover his economy and be able to roll for the Ashe, now has that less time, as he has 22 HP remaining. separates between going to 8th place and being separate from the rest of the pack. Goobum's also taking a loss, going down to 30 as well, as we take a look at Bosso Skills and see what's going on with him.
Also, Skills trying to play that flexible innovator tree. There's so many options when you play this tree. You can play around basically all of the AD carries in the game. Draven, Jhin, Kha'Zix, and Aurelia, all viable. It depends a little bit on your itemization. I will say with this itemization, the Bloodthirster, not the best item on Jhin, and Jhin probably a little bit weaker. So I'm probably eliminating Jhin from the pool. Obviously, you play it if it's the only one you get offered. But if I'm Bosso Skills here, I'm really hoping to find my way into a 2-star Kha'Zix, Aurelia, or Draven maybe. Unfortunately, has 0 copies of any of these units despite being at basically no gold, just 5 gold. Not going to be able to make interest this turn, so not the best spot for Bosso Skills. This Ezreal 2 is still able to do a meaningful amount of work, and the raw power of the board with the 5 Innovator trait going into this Ahri that rolled incredible items on, or Morgana rolled very good items on the Gunblade, but not enough, so Bosso Skills able to take a fight win here and stay at 41 HP.
Dish Soap now down to just 9 HP. We're going to the carousel, seeing if any legendaries that pop up. Kai'Sa and Galio, these are 2 of the rarer legendaries, so nothing's going to spike them inherently. You look at Goobums going for a bow. Dish Soap taking that Kai'Sa with the vest. So a lot of the expensive stuff and the offensive components going through. And also any other augments that stand out to me. We have 2 Celestial Blessing 3. I know a lot of players feel like with Celestial Blessing 3 offered is not that great, but sometimes in these late game scenarios, they can make all the difference in the world. As combat augments have reigned supreme throughout most of Neon Knights, we'll see if that's going to be able to help. Whether or not some of these players can turn it around. A Jinx is found, and we immediately replace the Blitzcrank and see if we can get more damage into composition. Bosso Skills hit exactly what they need. Speaking of hitting, we need to hit this Ashe 3. We only have 20 gold left, and we have to full send. Without Ashe 3,
okay,
it will be a fruitless endeavor. We finally got it, but is it enough? Have we hit too late here? Oh my gosh, the Mistral onto the Ashe. He's going to be gone for 8 seconds.
Last time we watched Kev Chin, he missed the Mistral. Not this time. Lands it on the most impactful unit. Dish Soap not able to reposition in this situation because he just spent all of his time rolling, and he doesn't know. One of these players has Future Sight, and the other one does not. So does the Seeing of the Future swing this fight? It looks like it will. The Ashe is going to be able to cast, but the sustain on the Warwick is doing work here. That plus the Bloodthirster shield is enough. Dish Soap is not eliminated, hanging on by the skin of his teeth at 2 HP.
Live it. But it is by 1 champion, absolutely 0 room for error. And here we go. The last augment is going to be gold tier. We offered Meditation, Future Sight, and Disintegrator. You saw what Future Sight could do. Maybe that's what Dish Soap has to think about right now. I'm looking at Meditation as another possibility just to give him some better utility. You can see Dish Soap starting to navigate through that 5 Syndicate. By the way, this Ashe in the 3rd row is intentional. A lot of people have been experimenting and realizing that with the 3rd row Ashe, you should be able to hit the back line guaranteed if you play corner to corner. But so far for Dish Soap, it really hasn't been about Ashe damage. It's really been about how lacking his front line is. He has a Braum 1 and a Darius 1, and that's just his front line alongside Morg.
Yeah, it is definitely not optimal, but hey, you gotta take what the game gives you and make it work. You're seeing Dish Soap split his positioning here. It gives him a lot of flexibility as he's scouting around to his final matchups. We can't see what he's looking at, but I promise you that's exactly what he's doing. He's trying to figure out how he wants to position. Decides to swap to the right side. He's into Bosso Skills. He's right in the face of this bear. Bosso Skills still carrying this Ezreal, so not an optimal state for either of these boards. The bear gets knocked up, and wow, the bear is already gone, and here comes the Ashe getting access to the back line. Morgana is still alive and well in the front line, so this will be a fight win for Dish Soap, and he is staying alive.
This Zyra is the MVP. Yes, Ashe is the carry. But like any good AD carry, you need a proper support, and this Zyra, able to use her Grasping Vines on the back row repeatedly, is something that I think a lot of players are just not thinking about. They look at Zyra's effect, they roll their eyes. Oh gosh, Zyra's just too good. But you have to also consider about ways you can counterplay, and Zyra will always target what has the most champions. So if you stagger it, you will avoid units like Jinx getting destroyed like that. So I think for Bosso Skills, the next time you have multiple Zyras in your pool, you got to change it because that was the second time we just saw Boston Seals get wrecked by a Zyra.
Yeah, and it's such a fun unit to have from a positioning perspective. People think a lot about how to position around certain units like Blitzcrank, and I think that the prominence of Zyra has not been accounted for in a lot of the high elo players. As we go to another board that's playing Zyra, this unit is just so strong, or pound for pound is a 2-cost, giving Scholar buff and adding so much CC to all these boards that tend to AFK and just put everything into the back line. So yeah, it's a great call out that Zyra is the MVP of that fight and absolutely capable of being in the MVP in future fights. Spicy Appy is rolling down, playing around this Ahri with the vertical syndicate, 5 syndicates, 4 Arcanists, choosing to position Ahri in the back line for now. Okay, moving it up into that second row. It's a risky position because it's a more dangerous square, but it's going to give him a lot better access to the carries going up against Pawnup, who has this Aurelia with very scary damage items, but no sustain on the Aurelia, so if you can put damage on her, it should stick.
I mean, that's what you say, and then the Celestial Blessing number 3, and that actually allows you to forego it altogether. Aurelia's Blade Surge keeps her alive. This Aurelia can't be stopped. Ahri does manage to eliminate one of the carries, but there's still a little bit of damage remaining just from the sheer amount of numbers. And Spicy Appies does take a loss. Their soap has been eliminated, meaning more syndicates have been released into the wild. Immediately, Braum and Darius picked up. Finally, Spicy Appies can continue to hope that his roles will produce actual units. And he's going to go instead back more into the syndicate aspect. I think he took a look.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh, Morg and Braum too. Massive hits.
Yeah, massive hits. That's going to solve a huge part of his problem, which is that Aurelia basically killed his front line instantly. The flip side is he is very low on the damage items. This Ahri needs a ton of time to ramp up. Nico has so much raw AD, but the Aurelia is stuck on this Bramble Morgana. It's going to keep ulting. Here comes the shield from Morgana. This Aurelia is just beating her head against the brick wall of Morgana over and over and over again. The Ahri is slowly starting to ramp up. The Aurelia is able to sustain because so much lifesteal with the 3 Socialite and the Bloodthirster, but it is officially down, and now it is a question of if Ahri has enough damage to kill these remaining backline units. There are multiple threats on Nico's board, but not enough. Takes care of business, and a nice fight win for Spicy Appies as a Nico drops down to 61 HP.
Yeah, a lot of people are looking at items like Bramble Vest and say, well, they've lowered it from 100% to 75% critical damage strike reduction. This item's unplayable! And you see what happens when the Aurelia that has no Last Whisper, how she fruitlessly attempted battering ram style to get past that Morgana. Bramble Vest is still good. Definitely keep building that item. Yes, it does a hard counter, but still gets a lot of work done.
Hopping on board with Goobums, who's playing a board we have not seen a lot of. We did see Soju talking about Sivir, saying that he thought that Vertical Hex deck was strong with the right augments, in Goobums trying to make it work with a very strong iteration of the board, right? Very good Sivir items. He's got into Static Shiv, kind of secondary carry going on with Lucian, but no augments that I look at and say, okay, this is what really makes the board shine. And going up against Spicy Appies and just too much tankiness from these syndicates, and even with the Last Whisper, Sivir just doesn't have the DPS to get through Spicy Appy's front line. An easy fight win for Spicy Appies.
Yeah, again, just not able to get through that front line. The very tanky Morgana has been the MVP for Spicy Appies, also able to heal through a lot. Goobums goes for the Shroud. That's exactly what Bossa Skills wanted.
There's a Syndicate spat for Spicy Appies.
Oh, you're right. And he's able to try to play for 7 Syndicates now. Or he can just replace one of his weaker units and make his battle even more efficient.
Yeah, such a strong item for Spicy Appies. Options, like you said, and this is one of the most powerful items that you can get for that board. And since we no longer can make a Syndicate spat, the access to it's much harder. But if you're able to get into the full 7 vertical trait, it is so powerful. Hopping on board with Kevchin, who did commit to the Warwick reroll, as we saw. With that Warwick 3, has the Mistral, so he's going to have huge priority on landing the Zephyr. The tough thing when we're in this spot is he knows who he's facing, but we don't know who he's facing. So it's really hard to analyze how he's going to wind up positioning this board. He's also 1 away from Tryndamere 3 with that Thieves Glove, so winds up putting his Warwick on an island on the left and getting a Zephyr directly in front of it. Okay, he's going to get access to the backline and maybe try to run over and get some quick resets on this Warwick. So there it goes. It's killed one of the backline units. The second one is down. It's going to pop onto the Braum, though. Here comes the Braum. The QSS is still alive, so no CC from that Braum. The Warwick is wailing away and sustaining away. The Silco ult comes out onto the Braum, but here comes Warwick. There's just not enough damage. We talked about earlier that Spicy Happy's had a damage problem on this Ahri and not able ultimately to deal with this Warwick. Very clever positioning from Kev Chen, getting his Warwick away from the Ahri, giving the Warwick time to scale up off of the Challenger trait. Excellent thinking about how he plays around that Mistral.
Moving the front line's often what you want to be thinking about, but most importantly, being flexible. Also, having this binary value, getting things like Shroud, that's definitely a recipe for success. And for Ken Chen's perspective, it's pretty much just a Tryndamere waiting room, and until then, hoping that you can survive maybe one more fight. Definitely can if it's only a couple of champions surviving, but it's going up against Basso Skills. Misses the Mistral. A good juke by Basso Skills.
Yeah, very good juke by Basso Skills. This Aurelia is alive and kicking in the fight and goes away from this Warwick, but the Warwick is still onto the Aurelia. Aurelia is trying to do the work, but it's not good enough, and Warwick's still alive and pounding away, but it's going to be Warwick versus the world. I'm focusing on Aurelia, and Basso Skills says, I don't care about Aurelia. It's going to stall the Warwick, and everything else is going to eventually run it over. Basso Skills surviving at 5 HP. We say goodbye to Kev Chin's board. He takes a 6th place. Goobum's actually out the fight before in 7th place, and we're very close. We have 3 players that are really thoroughly established in the top 4. Take a lot to shake things up, because Pawn Up and Basso Skills will eventually play each other, and 2 players on 1 life as we get ready for stage number 6. Now, by the way, an insane item for Spicy Appies here.
Yeah, that's right. Morel Namicon is a very important item, given that he was lacking damage, and to burn your opponents down slowly over time is huge. A little funny thing to note, this Malzahar actually can't do anything to the dragon. If his opponents catch wind that this is exactly how Spicy Appies is going to position, could potentially be a point of weakness in the composition. Immediately playing the Morel Namicon onto Ahri. I think it was that, or it was probably on Malzahar, but Ahri is the best applier of Morel right now. I see if Appies can get the right position against whoever his opponent is, and he's only playing 6 Syndicate, not going to break apart other really important champions in order to get that 7 Syndicate trade.
Yeah, that's the case, and also just doesn't have the Ashe yet, so maybe he hasn't had the option. A quick reposition of this Ahri is in a beautiful spot, going to be able to cast against the entire team as it ramps up. Wow, look at that fast go across, that fast cast, and it casts the Morello onto the entire team. Here comes the Braum CC, and angles correctly. It winds up hitting Spicy Appies Ahri, so now the Ahri onto the Ahri, and wow, 1 cast, and that Ahri is dead. Such a big shot from the Ghost, and here comes the Orianna cast, but the D-Claw on the Thieves' Gloves is doing an enormous amount of work. It is Ahri versus Orianna, and Ahri wins these every single time. Appies takes another loss. Basso Skills out in 5th place, and we have our top 4 secured.
Yeah, as much as the positioning might look good, it works both ways when it comes to Ahri comms. Both Ahris are in range of being able to destroy each other, and it comes down to who's able to be really efficient. Is that Enforcer emblem going to be able to do work? And work indeed was done. Appy's looking to see if he can go to level 9. It does have 22 HP, so it can afford to take a pretty heavy loss. Can he find a way to get to 9 safely here? As he does attempt to reposition the Braum in front of the Silco. It is Syndicate galore. Wait, it's a rematch! The first time wasn't enough to prove who can get the edge.
Run it back, but with different positioning this time. The Orianna cast is massive from Spicy Appy's board, and this time his Ahri is alive, and Robovan Kenobi's Ahri is no more. A much easier, clean win. Like you said, the double-edged sword of that Ahri positioning, and when it comes to these fights, it seems like whoever's Ahri is lasting long enough is most likely going to win. Nice repositioning, recognizing what did not go well for him in the last fight, and taking care of business in this one.
Yeah, I think the big difference is that Orianna, and if Spicy Appies puts Ori within danger zone, it hurts a lot more than helps. So I like that, able to get multiple get that Orianna to engage at a safer distance alongside Ahri. Both these units are much safer, resulting in a win. Now, that being said, we have one more round that we need to clear before Appies can go to 9, is now going against Iniko, who's thinking the exact same thing. Both these players are gunning for that level 9.
Yeah, and in this situation, Appies elects to full clump his positioning and try to pull Aniko's board into him, recognizing that this Aurelia carry is going to be melee, and he wants to make sure he gets the good angle onto it. The Aurelia is down, but there is a lot of backline DPS for Aniko still alive with that the vertical striker trait, but the Ahri is just pumping out so much damage here. Here comes another big cast that should take care of business. Not quite, but this Sivir just doesn't have enough damage to be able to get through the tankiness of the Syndicates. Aniko, at a period in this game where he's a little bit weaker, probably going to level 9 next turn, trying to play for first. So Appies and Nico both trying to find ways to further cap out their boards. Ooh. Wow, Pawn Up gets the Innovator emblem. That could be very, very interesting.
Could be big. Iniko also gets a Last Whisper. That's exactly what he needed as well. I mean, Appies also gets a really nice support item in the Banshees. I think a lot of people got some useful items here. Checking on a Iniko. Oh, I see that he actually doesn't have a spot open on the Sivir. It's a BF sword. Who holds this Last Whisper then? Senna?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, none of his strikers. I mean, I guess you could put it on Gnar. It's not optimal. Oh, he chooses to remake Sivir. Very, very smart. Going to be able to get that Last Whisper application somewhere where you actually want it. Moving the Sivir into the Silk. Okay, opts for the Jinx instead. I agree with that. Early casts on Jinx are so valuable. Going up against Rabovan with that Ahri and creating a lot of space into it. Rabovan opting for very similar positioning as Spicy Appy is trying to make Aniko's Ahri come into the pain train that is this Ahri.
That's right, and a really critical Zephyr landing onto Desire to stop the CC, allowing Irelia to get a lot of time. And Robovan Kenob is dead. Who can join him though? Pawn Up potentially could leapfrog him and give Robovan that third if Spicy Appy wins commandingly, but given how long this fight is, it looks like it was back and forth. Spicy Appies takes the loss. Pawn Up, that Innovator emblem seemed to have made that difference.
Yeah, Pawn Up is able to replace on his board, able to get a Jin 2 in over a Singe, so just able to have good unit quality here. Actually opts for 4 scrap in the end, so Pawn Up kind of ducking and weaving within the 4 Innovator, or within the Innovator tree, and making it work on a only player on a winning streak. Aniko is in a tough spot because this backline positioning really wants to get his Aurelia there, but it's just not always easy to get Aurelia into the fights in the way that he needs. Here we go, it's going to be Aurelia versus Aurelia. These fights are always fun. Buckle up, everybody.
Oh my gosh, this Frozen Heart location is so devastating to Iniko's backline. He's not able to get the attack speed, which will greatly decrease his DPS. As we also look at the other fight between Pawn Up and Spicy Appies, it's a fight for second place. Irelia's onto the backline. I don't think Spicy Appies has a way to hold off this Irelia anymore. And Pawn Up is going to eliminate Appies, which means we have our top 2 going into stage 7. A Quicksilver. Oh wow, my goodness.
Really good.
That super powerful in a vacuum. Wonder how he's going to utilize this. Who takes it?
Well, Sivir takes it, and it solves the problem you were just talking about, which is that Frozen Heart getting access onto the backline carries was putting up so much work for Pawn Up's board, but if you have a QSS on the Sivir, and then if Jinx is able to kind of yeet out of there when she ultimates, the Frozen Heart value is just a lot lower than otherwise would have been, so such a big hit there. Meanwhile, Pawn Up getting a Morello, and I think that's also really big because I'm pretty sure Pawn Up doesn't have anti-heal on the board, which is so good into this Aurelia with the Bloodthirster and the 3 Socialite. There's infinite sustain coming out, and Nico able to hit a Jace too, always a big power spike, such a good unit. Pawn Up able to hit a Jace as well, so we have the Dragon. It's a completely different fight, Dan.
I mean, everyone just got insanely stronger here, and it really comes down to who is able to position correctly, and Iniko has a disadvantage. This is the bad side of Keepers, or rather the downside. It's so predictable what's going to happen, and so Iniko is just going to clump up here and pray that this is going to be enough as we have the final showdown of this game, Bryce.
Yeah, and that Dragon is in really scary position for Nico. It's going to cast and CC his entire board. You're not going to duck it. And there it is. It barely gets that cast off. And here comes Aurelia for Pawn Up, and it's doing so much work. It gets access to the Jinx. The Jinx is gone. Meanwhile, the other Aurelia is dashing around for Nico, and it's just so hard to track this fight. But it looks like Pawn Up's going to be able to get it done. But oh my god, this is so close. And Nico's Sivir is still alive, but not for long. Pawn Up with 8 HP and a Dream brings it all the way back and picks up where he left off yesterday, another first.
Well done by Pawn Up, showing that he doesn't only re-roll if he's getting a chance to play some of those very strong, flexible compositions like Innovators, and being able to get fortunate when it mattered, right? Hitting that Innovator emblem was massive. That's often the big limiting factor of why people don't try to play Innovators too long, unless you're able to have a strong carry like Irelia, really anchor those 5 Innovators. And when you're able to combine both, I mean, that is a recipe for a first place. Also, shout out to Iniko as well, making use of augments that people deem unpickable, right? People would laugh. Some players just straight up say keepers are bad. You should never pick it. And Iniko able to show you how you can utilize it to perfection.
I mean, Pawn Up is at least having a fantastic start to his day. He was number 1 yesterday in points and gets a first place right off the bat. Big congratulations to Pawn Up, but let's really break down and refine how that last fight went. Bryce, Nico had the use of Silco, chose to put Irelia and Jinx in those Silco hexes. Can you really break down the Silco value in this composition? Because we've, he had a Jarvan in there. We've even seen some conversation about maybe having Jarvan having that immediate attack speed. But I think obviously that ZZ rod on the Jarvan affecting that decision. So can you break down the Silco value there?
Yeah, I think Jarvan taking Silco buff was really good, a couple patches ago when Hextech was so prominent because it was all about the attack speed and getting it rolling. But this is a much more AD-focused composition. It's built around Irelia, and Sivir's playing more of a supportive role. So I don't think it's ever Jarvan. I always like Jinx in there because getting her ulti off earlier in the fight has a lot of value. And then choosing to just get the Irelia rolling as well is so high value in these fights. But hey, these fights could go either way. There's a meaningful amount of RNG based on who takes damage when, because when you have Irelia versus Irelia, does it kill and reset? Does it jump onto the other one? If one person's Irelia is living meaningfully longer than the others, it probably nets them the fight win because both boards are really built around that carry, and she is just, it is, like I said, buckle up. You never know what's going to happen when you get into an Irelia fight.
Well, at least Pawn Up was just the winner of this lobby, but we also had another lobby playing at the same time, so we can take a look at how that turned up. Voidson, who had an up and down day yesterday, made it into day 2. We had an Innovator Jace carry, but we don't get to see that board, so we can maybe focus on at least the lobby that we did see. Frodan, you brought up some interesting augments that got chosen today. What caught my eye was the Treasure Trove. At least as an augment, when it drops orbs or gold, this has a mixed feeling from players. So what goes into the decision making of picking a Treasure Trove as a first augment, and really what's the trade-off there? Because this was Spicy Appy's first choice, and he ended up in the top 4.
Yeah, it was a choice that I think more people are warming up to. Similar to Keepers, I think people laughed at the idea of Treasure Trove at first, particularly because it can just give you some gold. But Spicy Appies really knows how to utilize that gold, and with the recent buffs to Treasure Trove, makes it a lot more appealing specifically at the beginning of the game. Not all gold is created equal. The first interest gold that you make will always be the most important one, especially when you do. So Spicy Appies, we didn't get to see the actual orbs. Maybe he had a component. He was a little bit ahead of the item curve. Maybe just had champions in it. Either way, Appies utilized it very well, played a tree that was heavily contested. Not only him, but Robovan Kanab and Dish Soap also wanted to play Syndicates that game, showcasing to you the power of Appies' flexibility and also being able to improvise on the fly. But I also want to give a shout out to the other lobby as well. Noster, a player that had a lot of expectations going into this weekend, given his 2 accounts in the top 10, gets a second place. Ramkev, who also was destroying the first half of yesterday, with another top 4. And then some of these underdogs that we don't really know about, like Tricked, I want to see if they can continue to put on a good performance from their day number 1.
Yeah, I know there's some new faces like Ubu Damn Daniel and Yippee who at least have started to make their names in fight nights and competing there. And of course are having an amazing Innovator Cup. Bryce, Goobums at the bottom of that lobby A, he went more vertical Hextech with a Sivir carry. And had that type of approach where Sivir got a nerf in the most recent patch. So what does that tell you about the state of Sivir in this meta? Because he had a Hextech and Sivir only 2-star.
Yeah, Sivir definitely feels on the weaker side, and this is the downside. We talked about the versatility of Goobums, the flexibility, and playing what the game gives him. Well, the game gave him Sivir and Hextech, so he said, okay, we roll with this. He had pretty good items for it, and seemingly what I would describe as like the generic setup. It wasn't like a crazy high roll version of the board, but it was solid 6 Hextech, 4 Striker, and just wasn't able to match up to the rest of the power of the lobby. This lobby was a little bit ahead power curve wise. There were a lot of really strong boards in this lobby. It felt like everyone was online basically basically from stage 3 on. So it could be a matchup situation for Goobums, but we have not seen Sivir do particularly well in this tournament. We did not see Sivir do particularly well in that game, so I might veer away from that moving forward if you get any other options.
I know, we even saw a Warwick 3-star carry, but Kevchan only got 6. So we've seen all kinds of new stuff today. But chat, have you been able to predict who went first? Did you predict Pawn-Up? Did you expect Dish Soap to fall into 8th? Well, FantasyTFT.com will be gifting you little legend eggs if you can make the right call. So go to FantasyTFT.com, or you can find it at the app on your phone if you want to play along with us. Of course, during the breaks, I'm always all about that. So we're going to throw it to a quick break because I'm all about Game 2 of Innovation Cup after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Innovation Cup Day 2. We'll have game number 2 ready for you shortly, but I have to introduce the masterminds, the evil genius behind TFT, lead designer Mort Dog, and we have analyst and veteran caster Doa joining us back on the desk. All the casters will be swapping in back and forth, but Mort Dog, you were especially curious about finally seeing some Sivir carry. Goobums, though, ended up in 7th, but went for a more vertical approach into Hackstack, so tell me what you thought about that.
Yeah, certainly Hextech right now, with the current balance the way it is really good in like stage 3, stage 4, but because it's flat numbers, it falls off. And Goobums especially had the itemization where he went the Infinity Edge in the last Whisper. And since Sivir's bounce is only getting like 33% of her AD, that really is struggling right now, even with the 4 striker. I feel like to make Sivir successful, you have to go the pure attack speed variation with the like static Shiv and the Quicksilver. So unfortunately, saw that kind of fall off. And, you know, I'd be shocked if we see much more Hextech for the rest of the tournament. Again, unless you have those really perfect items, or you can high roll that 8 Hextech. So it was a little sad to see Goobums go out like that for that game.
At least he showed that it didn't work, so there's a lesson to be learned somewhere if he's hard enough. But,
you should already know.
But Doa, you kept a close ear on Lobby B, which we did not get to see on stream. So what did you learn from there?
Yeah, I was kind of trying to watch both lobbies as best I could while we were getting ready to cast this next game. And so I kept an eye on Nostra 11 over in Lobby B. And it was a really neat game, actually. Voidsin's managed to take first with pretty typical innovator, scrap, flex, Jace comp. But Nostra actually came in second with 4 twin shot and the sharpshooter augment, which is great because you see that sharpshooter augment pop up every once in a while, and it's really, really strong. And I think it's definitely flown under a lot of people's radars. And so now that we're entering a meta where twin shot on its own is stronger, if you do stumble across that sharpshooter augment, definitely think about taking it because it can be extremely strong. He went down to 22 HP, but once he got the Jinx online at 4 sharpshooter, 4 twin shot rather, he basically one streak up to the top 2. So it was really impressive, really fun augment, and cool to see that come out in the tournament.
And speaking of fun augments, we saw some Celestial Blessing get picked up by Pawnub and Spicy Abbeys. And I know Frodan was mixed about that and said it had maybe better value in the late game. So Mortdog, I want to hear from your brain about where you think, where the strength is for Celestial Blessing as an augment.
Yeah, so Celestial Blessing is basically percent Omnivamp. And what that means is like you have to do a lot of damage to get a lot of healing. So if you're someone that's doing like slow, methodical damage, like say a Renata, it's not going to be that great. But if you've got big burst on someone like Aurelia that's doing those like 800 crits, that can be great. But that requires like a full 3-item multiplicative build with a lot of traits. And that's why early game, it's really not doing that much. Compare that to something like Thrill of the Hunt, which is flat heal on kills, but a very large amount of heal. That's why Thrill is often much more valuable in the early game, whereas Celestial Blessing, once you scale up, very valuable in the late game.
Game 2 is ready. Have fun, boys.
We definitely will. Thank you, Lemonkiwi. Here we go, Mort, game number 2 on day 2 of the Innovation Cup. On board with Voidsin, our lobby winner in game number 1 today. Starting off with the Sword and the Ezreal. So, you know, I was watching Appies, and one of the things he always stressed was that he didn't just look for the item on the first character, or carousel rather. He tried to find a champion item combination that he might be able to get lucky in 2-star early. Do you think about that in your games, or do you think it's mostly... I think it's good to, but I think a lot of people don't, weirdly enough. They just kind of look at the item and that's it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, for example, here, I really like the Ezreal with the sword. That's a good scrap combo. If you can get, like, a 2-star Ezreal with, say, a Deathblade or an Infinity Edge, that can be really good. This is where, like, Brand with Tyr, or, you know, back in Gizmos and Gadgets, it was always Twisted Fate with Tyr. So, yeah, there are definitely certain combinations, if you can get out a lookout for, they're really good. So... but it is actually a few premier combos. It's not like every character has some unique combo, you know?
Right. It's specific one. It's like Brand with Tyr, that kind of thing. Let's look at the early augments. So Stand United, decent second win. A lot of people pass that one by. Bodyguard Heart, you know, with the buffs to Bodyguard in the last patch, I feel like it's a little bit more appealing. You do get a Blitzcrank out of this too, so it does fit into the traits that he's kind of got online with the Ezreal, but it is going to be, wow, he takes second wind. Interesting. You sound just as surprised as I feel about that.
Yeah, I don't agree with that play. Blitzcrank would have got you the 2 Bodyguard at the very least, which is a good front line, gives you the scrap, gives you an option to go that sort of like innovator scrap here. Second wind to me is just, it's okay in the early game, and it might get him through stage 2. We should watch 1 or 2 of his fights and just see how much value he's getting out of it. but I'm really skeptical that late game this is providing much of anything, and so I don't agree with this call here.
It's interesting too, because a lot of times when you watch a player who just won a lobby, they'll tend to tunnel a little bit on the thing that won them the previous lobby. And in the case of Innovators, that's usually something that's pretty strong all game long. And guess what? He just got the Zillion, so he has Innovator online. So if he would have been able to have the Blitzcrank from that, like you said, he'd have Bodyguard and he'd have Scrap at level 4. Would have been nice.
Yeah, never punished. He's got one in the shop. He could easily buy it, level up.
True.
Put that in. But even then, he would, have the Bodyguard trait active as opposed to Second Wind. And hilarious, like, I personally do not value the Second Wind at all, and I want to watch this fight. Like, let's pay real close attention and see how much value he's getting out of it. Now, interestingly enough, he's going to have a very easy matchup here, so regardless, it won't matter. But you can watch the timer here, and right at, 3, 2, 1... and didn't even matter anyway. So, again, we're talking about an augment that provided no value, and even in the early game, that's when it's supposed to matter. We can keep a close eye on it, but yeah, I don't value that augment very much right now.
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to be useful at any time, it's going to be when the rounds are longer, right? Which is generally the early game. Wow, all right, do you like 2 stars? I know I do, and I'm pretty sure Noster 11's happy about that as well. I mean, regardless of traits, that's just going to be a strong board, and you even get Scrap online with it, so... feeling pretty good about stage 2 at least. This does make you a bit broke, so you kind of do need to win to sort of like build up the gold again a little bit, but it's usually pretty easy with a board like this.
Yeah, especially you've got the 2-star Ezreal with Infinity Edge and Bloodthirster. Got the Bloodthirster out of the item grab bag. That is a very strong start here, so that's got to feel pretty good. On the other side, you can see Ramkev with the Disintegrator. The Talon can proc that okay, but if he's going the VIP Syndra, that's definitely not an augment you're super excited about either. But definitely looking for Noster here. This Ezreal is just going to be so tough to take down.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have a lot of damage, a lot of healing. It's already 2-star. There's just a lot of meat on the side of Noster 11 right now with this board, regardless of the lack of traits. You even got a little bit more shielding with the Scrap, of course.
Yeah, on this side we get the Caitlyn here. The Caitlyn always good in the early game for getting that 1 or 2 kills.
Yeah.
Even if you're losing fights, you always come out a little higher health than you would have before. So Noster here definitely going to be looking for that Zillion, maybe an Echo to try to get that Innovator online. 3 Innovator, just a solid start when you get that extra unit, and especially with the 2-star Ezreal that even after the 5 AD nerf still continues to be a very strong early game 1-cost champion.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, Innovator is just always something you're looking at because, if you get lucky and 2-star that Echo early or something like that, you can start to think about playing that even longer, going at maybe a 5 Innovator build late game. Just kind of flexing the carry. It does end up being one of the most flexible sort of routes we have in the meta right now. Going up against Daniel is Noster 11 at the moment. Like we talked about before, he's got that Caitlyn, so should be able to get at least an HP or 2. That Echo is kind of disrupting things in the back line as well. This one might be a little bit closer. In fact, yeah, Caitlyn out hits the Ezreal, and that's actually going to be a pretty big loss on the side of Noster 11.
Yeah, the fact he didn't kill a unit there takes 10 damage from Uwu. That's a lot of damage here. That Caitlyn on the other side, and again, Ezreal's weakness is that 2 bodyguard start here. Okay, looking at these augments, there's a couple I really want to point out here. Malala got, I believe it's 1 for All, the Syndicate one. It's either 1 for All or Payday. I honestly can't tell from here. It's 1 for All. 1 for All, very good for Syndicate. It's one of the best augments for Syndicate, so that's something to definitely keep an eye on. Otherwise, Noster and Spencer with that item grab bag, pretty standard. Tricked with Scrap can be pretty good. Yippee Maokai has that Meditate, but yeah, Voidson looking like kind of the weak one in the lobby, and Uwu's Thrill will be very good in the early game, but kind of fall off. So Malala definitely looking like the winner of the first augment pick here.
Yeah, we're going to jump on board with Daniel now as we check to see how Scrap Bodyguard Sniper build works out. Just a Caitlyn 2 and Sniper online is so nice, and he's got the Locket as well. So yeah, this is going to be probably one of the most durable boards we're going to take a look at for the rest of stage 2, basically. Swapping sides, again, if you're a new player out there for TFT in the early stages when there's so many different options as far as who you're going to hit, it's never a bad idea to just swap back and forth at random sometimes, just to make it a little bit harder for them to line up the blitzes or line something up like assassins on you.
Yeah, the one thing the players are doing, which I find interesting, and I'm not sure if I agree or disagree with, is putting the Blitzcrank on the back line. I usually like putting the Blitzcrank solo on the front line, keeps them far away from your snipers to get that maximum sniper value.
Yeah, same.
But does put them in the locket, which is kind of nice, keeps them alive longer. But yeah, I really like this setup here. Last Whisper has so much value in the early game where bodyguards and Syndicate can be kind of a pain. You don't have a ton of damage to get through those high armor values. And so getting that here can be really valuable here. Hits the Vi, which is really nice to hit, but not super good in the comp it looks like he's trying to create, because this could be, again, something like Sniper, usually something like an Ash. So yeah, that Vi, unfortunately, not really fitting his comp.
I mean, it looks like it wants to be Sniper Ash for the moment, Syndicate Ash for the moment, but then again, we know Malala is probably going to be trending in that direction as well. The Vi is tempting, though, because if you had another Brawler, you could put that front line in and then get Enforcer, which is pretty nice in the early game, too. But that said, it's kind of like talking about how to make a really strong board, possibly stronger, so it's not a huge deal this time around.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one other thing is that Locket has become a very good early game slam if you want to preserve your streak. Giving your team just that much extra health is really great. And there you can see the Caitlyn just one-shotting the Syndra and going to be able to get his win streak going. So Uwu, really nice spot here. Spencer, on the other hand, though, level 4 with 50 gold. So definitely played the econ angle very well here. You can see he only has that 2-star Twitch and the rest is a 1-star board, but that's allowed him to econ up, and so he's very rich here. We'll have to see. He did play the Twitch reroll quite a bit yesterday. I think we're going to see here this level 1 roll down to about 30 gold, see if he can hit some of these Twitches. Unfortunately, hasn't really hit any, though, and so we'll have to see if he stays in this lane or decides to pivot out of it.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a board that has become pretty popular in 6.5, the Twitch reroll, but it hasn't had as much success of late, in the last week or two, as it has before. Still strong, and I guess if you hit it, that's great. He's certainly got the gold for it, but he doesn't have the Twitches right now.
Yeah, it doesn't have the Twitches, doesn't have the Singe, because typically when you see this build also you're seeing the 3-star Ezreal, because it's like the Twitch reroll, the Innovator version. The other thing we noticed as we looked around is that there were a lot of players who had that early Innovator. We saw, I think, 2 different 2-star Ezreals, and so this is going to be pretty contested. Up to 4 Twitches here. Does get the Camille, but
okay.
Yeah, we can kind of see this is a pretty common version where people are rolling down to about 30 gold and then, trying to bounce back from there. But typically you'd want to be at about 6 of something to try to get your board stacked up. So this might be a bit of an oof for Spencer here, who went 8th last game as well.
It's a tricky place to be in because you feel fairly stable with this. You're not going to go on a huge win streak probably. I mean, maybe you do okay depending on the lobby, but yeah, you do start to think about pivoting out because you have those 2 choices, right? Stick with it, hope you find some Twitches in the next couple rounds to kind of inform that decision, or just try to lean into the econ side of things, win streak with what you've got, and then maybe jump up to 6 and 7 a little bit quicker, move on to a 4 cost or something.
Yeah. Other thing we have to call out, as I mentioned, Malala was kind of the big winner of the first augment, but unfortunately they're sitting at 52 health already, which is not where you want to be with that augment. So maybe it's kind of forcing them down a path where they were tunneling a little too hard on that Syndicate, and if that's the case and not hitting, can really put them in a bad position, and you can kind of see the drawback of some of these augments here. Now, meanwhile, Yippee Maokai has the Lucian 2 with really good items here. Honestly, replace blue buff with Morello and you almost have best in slot. You've got that Shiv to do the extra magic damage through the magic resistance, Morello to spread around to targets, and even the Gunblade to keep the Lucian alive. So this is a very good start here.
Yeah, I was going to say, we talked a little bit before the game started about how strong Twin Shot is right now, and when you combine that with a early Lucian hit with these items, it can be pretty good. So kind of expecting him to go on a bit of a win streak. Speaking of win streak, Daniel and Noster 11 are on those right now. But the question is with this Twin Shot is, can you find another augment to support it maybe? And can you find that Jinx fast enough to get to 4 Twin Shot, which is really what's going to propel you into a top 4 finish with this.
Yep.
Yeah, looking at the augments, item grab bag, always a nice one just to get a random completed item. You're usually going to find something useful these days. Stand United, I guess, another potential one.
Yeah, Stand United I think is pretty good here. A lot of the Twin Shots are benefiting from both the AD and the AP. You get those extra procs, and but it ends up going with Bruiser. Wow.
Whoa.
That surprises me. I definitely would not have picked that. does allow him to get that 2-star Sejuani, gets 2 Bruiser in, which is 100 health for all of his units. A little shocked, to be honest, there. That is not the case, unless we're going to be pivoting into something like a 4 Bruiser with a twin shot, but kind of surprising there.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it. Late game, you see twin shot paired with things like scrap because, then you get the Blitzcrank in there as well, which means, you want to maybe put a bodyguard in there too. So I feel like I haven't seen as many brawler front lines with this, but it certainly makes his board a lot stronger right now. That Sejuani too is going to be tough to take down.
Yeah, the big challenge here is that typically if you go something like this, you're going to want to put that Vi in. And as soon as you put Vi in, that means you can't run the Jinx due to the Rivals trait. Yeah. And that limits kind of your cap on where you are with Twin Shot. However, if you're going the reroll, Lucian reroll Gangplank, then the Jinx really isn't part of your equation normally. And so that can allow you to do okay with a Bruiser frontline there as well and get that Enforcer.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Might just be an indicator of wanting to reroll. Looking at the augments across the board. Oh, it's a sniper heart or sniper soul rather for Daniel. Interesting. Okay. So
we got the Bruiser. We got Backfoot for Void Sin. Tricked got the first aid kit with Scrap. It works really well. That's synergistic and makes the Scrap shields even bigger. Mm-hmm. We have the cybernetic plating that gives you the armor for Spencer. Celestial for Ramkev. Noster having to take Ludens. That's not a good choice, unfortunately. It falls off right about now, actually. And then Malala gets the target dummies, which is okay, gives some extra frontline, allowing that Ashe more time to do damage. But the other thing, what's interesting here, actually? The target dummies count as an ally. No, okay, they're not syndicates, though. Never mind. I was going to say, that could be extra stacks of 1 for all, but never mind.
You're about to blow my mind right there, Mort.
No, yeah. It's, confusing it with the Darkstar Mutant version. But
yeah, no.
Either way, though, that's still extra frontline. And again, now that we have the 5 syndicate with the 1 for all, this Ashe can end up being really strong. Unfortunately, it looks like they are a bit contested. We see the Ashe on the other side. And so hitting that Ashe 3 might be a far-off dream, so...
Yeah, and the Ashe on the other side has a Giant Slayer and the Locket protecting her a little bit more too, so you're going to feel a little bit worried. Good Zyra ultimate comes through, but that's just going to be a lot of extra damage with that Giant Slayer coming through. And not to mention the sustain from the Senna, of course. That said, the Brahm's walking up. Okay, I spoke too soon. It was close, but it ended up being a win for Malala, and Malala needs this. Like, he's down to 52 HP right now. This is when you need to turn things around on 3 wins already, about to start streaking, and looks like this lobby might shake up a little bit.
Yeah, again, this is where you see that power of the 1 for all there, because at the end of the fight, the Ashe has an extra 80 AD and AP, which allows those arrows to hit really freaking hard. Yeah. Combine that with the redemption on the Braum that's preventing any AoE damage from things like the enemy Ashe ult. And so that allowed for a much stronger defensive position there.
I'm a 1 for all believer now. I haven't played a ton of Syndicate, but my mind has been expanded here.
If you look at a lot of the data sites, 1 for all in particular is looking really good. And so, again, as long as you can pull it off, because as we mentioned, if you end up sort of tunneling too hard on a comp you don't hit, that can be pretty bad here. And that's kind of what I'm worried about here is like Ashe is going to do really well here, but you can see they're already starting to do the reroll. And so if they start rerolling and not hitting that Ashe 3, this could be a quick fall off and end up in something like a 6th place.
Mm-hmm. The really nice thing is hitting the Braum with the items that the Braum has right now in terms of the Dragon Claw and the Redemption. That's going to give this board just a lot more staying power and give the Ashe a ton of time to get the damage done, especially when it gets down to like we were seeing where it was just the Darius and the Braum left. And so you've got a lot of damage on that Ashe already. So that between they've given themselves time between that and the target dummies to, live and make this work.
Yeah, you're even seeing at the end of the fight there, like the Ashe 2 autos, when it was down to just the Ashe, were hitting for 306 already, which is just shows you how powerful that augment can be. But yeah, like I said, they are starting to do the reroll. You're seeing the, rolling down here. They do get their Infinity Edge, which is great. Another sword.
Oh, wow.
Not bad items here, because Giant Slayer typically a really good 3rd item there. And so they have great items for it. It's just, can they get the Ashe 3? Moving over to Ramkev, finally hits his Syndra 2. That has got to be really disappointing here, only getting the Syndra 2 online just now. Decent items with this Syndra. But the other thing to note here is we always talk about how reroll comps kind of synergistically help each other. With everybody pulling the Ashe out of the pool, that means there are even less 2 costs, which increases the chances of being able to hit your 2 costs. And so Syndra, that does kind of lend itself into this, but Ramkev coming online this late is just so scary.
Yeah, I mean, there's always time to turn it around, but you've hemorrhaged a good amount of HP already. Ramkev, though, definitely one of those players that likes his AP comps. Finding the early Renata is okay as well. You've got 4 Scholar online now, you've got the Morellos on the Renata, so, like, the pieces are there. So maybe in the next couple rounds, depending on some hits, things can start to turn around, but it's not going to be this time, as that's another big round loss, courtesy of Daniel, that's going to take Ramkev sub 30 going into 4-2. That is very concerning.
Yeah, the other thing right now is that I think Syndra can struggle in this meta. If there are a lot of Syndicate players in the lobby, the thing to note is they're all getting that extra 55 armor and MR. And so the Syndra, without any sort of magic penetration, is going to get their damage reduced pretty hard, preventing them from ever getting any strong kills. That's where the Morello from the Renata can do work here, but you'll notice it's going to take a while for that Morello to really hit that back line. And again, just without that shred, it just puts Ramkev in a really tough position, and unfortunately still sitting at only 3 Syndras.
Yeah.
This is kind of the folly of the reroll comps, especially in a high-pressure tournament situation where the lobby's very aggressive. 29 health, 4-2, 3 Syndras. This is not the spot you want to be in.
Nah, it's not great. You want to start thinking about pivoting to something, but you just don't have the HP to survive something like that a lot of times. So for now, the hope is in Renata and a little bit of the damage done from the Syndra. But yeah, it's just not going to be enough. It's kind of looking like a quick exit for Ramkev here. Unless there's some sort of miracle 4-cost hit that comes through.
Yeah, he almost needs to roll down like this turn, try to hit something crazy. Otherwise,
I think so.
Yeah, he'll be out before the 3rd augment, which would be really disappointing.
Wow, Tricked looking pretty good with a 5 Innovator, 4 Scrap at 4-3. Hits the Sen at 2. Can find a place for that on his board, maybe at 8 or so. But this is going to be pretty strong, and it's Gnar carry. Okay, it's an item holder, of course, but I think Gnar is a great, mid-game AD carry, and I hope someday a main carry, because I'd love to play carry Gnar games.
Yeah, for sure. I really like this setup here. The Gnar, he also with the Bloodthirster, so he gets the extra healing. And you notice he even switches to 3 Socialite, which, again, gives you that 33% Omnivamp, which synergizes with the first aid kit here. So this is just a really cool setup. Even opting to go down to 3 Innovator just to show you the power of that 3 Socialite. And watch these Gnar rocks. They're just going to hit for a ton. As long as he's not CC'd, this can stay alive. Unfortunately, he's up against this Lucian with Morello, but doesn't quite get it. And yeah, that shows you the power of being Morello'd, got CC'd a little bit there, and that Lucian doing a lot of work.
Yeah, it kind of feels like if you're going to go for a 3 Socialite angle, it needs to be something that does, like almost one-shot damage, right? Like you see Aurelia being a very popular 3 Socialite carry right now. Anything that takes a little bit longer, because those Gnar rocks hit hard, but they're like half the HP of what they hit in a lot of cases. That's not fast enough to go through something with the Morellos on the other side. The healing's not going to count for much, unfortunately.
Yep. On the other side, Ramkev did lose that round at 9 health, so
ouch.
One bad round away from not even getting to see the 3rd augment here. And we know the 3rd augment will either be gold or prismatic, as we don't do 3 tier 1 augment games. So that power spike is something he'd really want here. But let's see this roll down here, see if there's a miracle Syndra 3 out of it. The fact that he's still at 50 gold is so scary, but here we go, and we're seeing no Syndras.
Oh, no.
No Syndras.
Oh, no.
Literally, there's one finally.
2?
Yeah, it's time's
5
running
times?
out. Oh, my goodness.
It's the 5 Syndra shop. It's coming, I believe. Oh, no. This is
Tries
tragic.
to position. Yeah, this is it. Unfortunately, I think this might be the end of Ramkev here. The augments are bad. Only has 5 Syndras. Up against a Syndicate comp, which we were just talking about as kind of a weakness of this comp right now. Does get some okay damage, but no, there's no way.
No way. I mean, this is just one of those games where then you just go into your Discord where you're chatting with the other TFT friends. And you're like, I rolled like 60 gold, and I only found 5 Syndras at level 6. And other people were re-rolling 2 stars too. I just don't get it.
He might not be dead. He thankfully killed enough units. He might not be dead. Yep,
Yeah.
1 unit off.
All right.
He was 1 unit from death, so he is going to get to see an augment here. Unfortunately, the augment is not going to help him here.
No.
2 Socialite with 8 gold. The tooltip doesn't show the 8 gold. High-end shopping is not what he wants. That's going to make him hit less Syndras.
Yep.
And meditation can be okay, but yeah, this isn't the windfall he was looking for. So unfortunately, we're probably going to see the roll down here. Does hit Renata too, but again, without items. The crazy thing here is I almost think the way you stay alive is you desperately sell your VIP Syndra, put in the other Syndra, move the items to Renata, just to give yourself a slight chance. But
Yeah.
it's otherwise, again, pretty doomed here.
Oh, I think you're absolutely right. I think especially now, like, you're not going to hit that Syndra 3. It's just not happening. But you do have a Renata 2. Somehow, some way, you got a Renata 2. Oh, but now he's only 2 Syndras off. It's the false hope, Mort.
Yeah.
It's the hopium. It's coursing through Ramkev's veins, and it's going to be a little bit too much, I think, for
It's really unfortunate, too, because he even took meditation here.
Yeah.
And the only people benefiting from it are Blitzcrank, Zyra. Yeah, this is just... That's going to be it for Ramkev. An unfortunate game. So, oof.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know if the item swap to the Renata would have saved him either, but it's something at least. I think you're between a rock and a hard place there. So yeah, quick exit for Ramkev, kind of like we were expecting, unfortunately. Now on board with Daniel, who is still number 1 in the lobby right now by 1 HP. Taking a look at these prismatic augments. Let's see. Oh, level up for Tricked. Interesting.
Yeah, level up late game is pretty risky here. Yippee Maokai got the blue battery, which is really strong. Uwu got Verdant Veil, which can be really good here. Allows you to not be CC'd in the early game, get some damage out. Noster also getting that Clockwork Soul. That is a very powerful one. It can open you up to the 6 Clockwork, which right now is just incredibly powerful. And then I have to call out Malala, who we know is playing that Ashe, already has the Last Whisper, getting Weak Spot 3. That is going to allow them to tear through basically any defensive comp. Anything like an enemy syndicate comp or bodyguards are just going to get torn to shreds, almost doing true damage. So that'll be pretty cool to see as well.
Malala just hitting the Zyra 3. There's another Ashe 2. Is it the Ashe 3? No, not quite yet, it looks like. Daniel, meanwhile, making some swaps. Going up to 4 Sniper now. Working into that Sniper Heart from a little bit earlier. Oh, there's the Ashe 3 for Malala. Okay, Malala's going to be very scary now.
Yeah.
If they weren't scary already, now he's pretty terrifying.
Yeah, I do like the 4 Sniper here with the Verdant Veil. It gives them time to just unload their damage. They can't really be stopped. Some random Zyra ult isn't just going to lock them down in place. That being said, it does still have this Jin 1, which is not going to be able to unload quite the damage you're looking for. Does okay in this fight, but yeah, if that had been maybe a Jin 2, might have been okay. On the other side, though, Yippee Maokai is level 9 already.
Yeah, that's a very quick level 9. We're going to have some pretty strong boards, I think, by the end of this one. This is looking like we're going to have a couple people capped out with their chosen boards. Looking for that Jin 2 is Daniel right now. He just can't seem to find it. Even drops the Silco. And finds another Orianna, so that's something anyway. Alright, yeah. Item over onto the Misfortune. That does make a good amount of sense. Not going to get any use or out of the Socialite hacks. I guess you throw your Orianna in at the very end, but we'll see. It's all about how long or how fast can he burn through this team before Draven just goes wild.
Look at this Draven, by the way, with the Clockwork. It's got so much power behind it. That base attack speed, even better than Challenger here. There's just so much power here. This Draven solo here? It's not a VIP, or no, it is a VIP Draven, but nope, not quite enough. You just see the power again of those snipers being able to tear through. So it looks like Noster really lacking frontline there.
Yeah, because that's a scary Draven. Like you were saying, like I believed it for a second. Like that's the type of Draven that can come back and 1v5 sometimes or 1v6, but the frontline disappeared a little bit too quick. On board with Noster 11 now as we get a closer look at that. 4 Clockwork is to play. Seems like the Kai'Sa is going to be very strong as well, because it's also 4 Challenger. This is kind of a unique board. I feel like I haven't seen a ton of 4 Challenger boards just in general lately. So it's fragile, but it can theoretically put out a lot of damage quickly. He needs to win rounds like ASAP.
Yeah, the big thing we mentioned, it is not the VIP Draven here, so it's only got that 25% armor shred.
Right.
So it's going to take some time. It does have that good high attack speed here. If he can hit something like the Kai'Sa 2, maybe. But yeah, we're just seeing it's got to be able to tear through these front lines. Does get through this one, though. Tricked on the other side here took level up, and again, that's always risky because you're down a prismatic combat augment. So you've got to make that level up really worth it here, and so that's not looking great here. And so Voidsen went out, by the way, in 7th place with his double Thieves Gloves.
Okay. Well, on board with Yippee Maokai, the player took the blue battery, so going to be a lot of fast casting here as he's win streaking up at number 1 in the lobby. And Malala, after they found that Ashe 3, has been doing nothing but winning rounds. It's going to be Jewel Gauntlet for Yippee Maokai, so imagine something that's going to be pretty strong with what he's playing. And yep, that can go right on the, let's see, where's it going to go? Oh, wow. What? Jinx 2. All right. We take those.
Definitely take those. This is a good spot to be in here. The things to call out here is by getting the blue battery, that's unlocking the Lucian to really just unleash here. Basically a 4th item on Lucian, which is great. No one else really benefiting from that blue battery, but Lucian here being really good. That Bruiser Heart choice I was doubting earlier definitely paid off. Now sitting at 6 Bruiser, giving his team a ton of HP. And so these twin shots having all that extra HP is going to be really good. What's especially impressive is he did this without the Vi. So they allowed him to go the Jinx also, and Jinx being so powerful here. Not great Jinx items, but it doesn't really matter when you've got all that Bruiser health.
Yep. That's going to be just a ton of damage either way. And like you said, the Lucian's kind of more of the primary carry, it feels like. But I like this. I haven't seen a lot of Bruiser front lines for Twin Shot like this. And it does make things awkward with the Vi, but I guess if you do stumble across the Tahm Kench, that's not as much of a problem. So it's cool. I like it.
Yeah, the other thing to call out here, and again, we've talked about it a few times in this tournament, but Locket here being used to full effect, right? Because the front line is just a kind of squishy, high HP Bruiser front line, but combine that with the Locket, and you've got just enough health that your high offensive team can just run over everything. And we're seeing here a 13-game win streak with just how powerful this is. This is the matchup you definitely want to see, though. Malala definitely with the Ashe and the One for All looking really strong, but we talked about how they have Weak Spot. Weak Spot's not that great against Bruisers. There's nothing really to shred. But again, you see the power, though, just with that Ashe, getting all that extra AD, and that's going to shut down the 13-game win streak here.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's a cool comp, but then you run into arguably one of the strongest comps in the meta right now at, like, its peak, and so that's going to cause some problems. Shroud is a nice pickup off the Dragon, though. I mean, if anything's going to maybe help you squeeze a 4th into a 3rd or something like that, or maybe even a 2nd, something like a Shroud will definitely do that. That Tahm Kench has been getting fed some pretty juicy stuff each round, so it's going to keep getting stronger. You could even double feed if you wanted to. Feed the one on the bench, too. That gets expensive, though.
Yeah, I think at this point, the challenge is this board isn't getting any stronger.
Yeah.
And so, like, the Jinx doesn't have a ton of survivability here, can get taken down pretty quick. And so other high damage comps can also really wreck it as well. Moving over to Spencer, who, you know, we didn't really check in on Spencer since early game, but did manage to hit that Twitch with the Camille as well. Finally hits the 5 Innovator here. And so the fact that Spencer turned this into a top 4, you know, he's been playing this comp a lot this tournament. Seems to be kind of his bread and butter. Also got that tier 3 back foot, so his team has a lot of extra attack speed. Also, surprisingly, this Warwick that kind of doesn't really fit the comp. You have to give Spencer credit here. He's got, look at the setup here. It's a perfect trait web.
Yeah, I mean, no wasted space at all here. No gray. At least vertical gray on the left side anyway. We'll see if it's good enough to take down Yippee Maokai, though. That Twitch in the back line doing a lot of damage, and everything's basically in the back line right now. That said, that Lucian is pretty scary. Oh, Twitch just explodes. Vi just like, not Vi, Jinx just kind of Mario stomped him. And okay, so Spencer does take a hit there. It's a top 4, but that might be all the farther Spencer goes. But it's like you said, I mean, credit to him for getting this far with it. That's one of the things, if you play one comp, you know, that many times, you know the ins and outs that intricately from stage to stage, you can kind of pull these kinds of things off.
Yeah, for sure. And that seems like what we've seen of Twitch nowadays, is that Twitch can get you to this like top 4, maybe 3rd spot, but has a lot of trouble sealing the deal into a first place comp. Meanwhile, moving over to Malala, and again, we talked about how that One for All I warned was really powerful. It's like the strongest variation, perfect Ashe items, has that Giant Slayer, i.e. Last Whisper, the Weak Spot also. The enemy team basically doesn't have defenses here, and so it's going to be pretty good here. Wow, you see how much damage, especially as his team starts dying. That's just powering up his Ashe. And these Ashe ults are going to be amazingly strong here at this point. The autos are doing 700 damage.
That's going to send
the autos.
Yeah, that's going to send Spencer to the Shadow Realm. And one of the things I've noticed, too, at this Twitch comp is if you have a comp like this on the other side, if you have some good backline damage, it's kind of counter to what you would normally think, where you normally want to avoid the assassin jumping in. I feel like a lot of times you want to kind of play a game of catch the Twitch, because Twitch can do damage. That Twitch 3 can hit hard, but it's very fragile. So if you can kind of get him to jump right in front of your carries like Malala did, you can take a lot of rounds off those Twitch players as well. But it's looking like the comp to beat for the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. What's also nice here is with the target dummies and the way he's positioned here, what'll probably happen is things like the Darius, the Morgana, the Braum will die, giving the Ashe the extra power, and then while they're taking down the training dummies, the Ashe just gets to unload after being powered up by the One for All. And again, you see these autos hitting for like 600 damage, let alone the spell, just showing how powerful this variation of the Syndicate is, and I expect this to be an easy first place for Malala.
It's definitely seeming that way. We got our 1v1 Yippee Maokai on the other side. No big, well, I guess like Edge of Night is kind of juicy. You know, maybe Frozen Heart, arguably, but nothing big like a Zephyr or a Shroud off this final carousel that can be really, you know, game-changing this late in the game. Now we'll get the split view. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, the items on Jinx, you really need some big AD items here to win, because your best bet would be get a Jinx ult, land on the backline, have the Edge of Night save you from any harm, and then be able to kind of like one-shot the Ashe. But without any defensive shredding items for the armor, that Ashe is going to be able to survive pretty handily. You know, unless you can get that Morello onto the Ashe to stop the healing back up.
Right.
And so, yeah, I kind of just expect this to be pretty one-sided.
It's another Shroud coming in. This time the Ashe swapped to the other side to dodge the Shroud right away, and she's even safer than before. It depends on where the Jinx lands, but that Jinx could just get like two-tapped by the auto attacks from the Ashe here. We'll see. Okay, Lucian trapped in the back line by the Zyra a little bit. Jinx taken out. Yep, looks like it's definitely going to be an easy round win for Malala. It's not over yet. Yippee Maokai had a lot of HP coming into this one, but it's looking kind of grim for the player that will probably be second place at the end of the next round.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, Syndicate just having those high defenses, high healing, and the extra scaling of the power from the One for All. Not a lot of options here for the Twin Shot player, unfortunately. Again, I think if the Jinx had something like IE, Last Whisper, BT, maybe you can get through those defenses and do a lot of damage, but otherwise, pretty doomed here, I think.
I mean, so what do you do if you're Yippee Maokai? You maybe try to come in and eat the Braum with your Tahm Kench, something like that. There's two Brahms, though, and they're both going to cast right away because of the Silco. That's kind of a nice little adaptation that I didn't notice until right now from Malala. But yeah, you just try some kind of fancy positioning tricks, but at the end of the day, there's just not a lot you can do if you're the Twin Shot player. But I will say that's another Twin Shot build coming second place in a game here today. So Twin Shot may be on the up a little bit in day 2, but that said, we're going to have one more round. Yippee Maokai with 1 HP and a Dream, but it's only going to be the RFC. I think he wishes he could trade Rift Heralds here, because that Zephyr might be decent.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're Yippee Maokai, what you're doing is saying, okay, I got second place. That's 8 points. That's pretty good. And you're starting to form a mental plan for your next game because, yeah, unfortunately, like I said, there's just not much you can do with this powerhouse of a build right now. When you get in this state, this is, like I said, the best version of the Ashe build with that One for All, the weak spot. There's so much to get through here. So expecting to see, again, Malala kind of take this here with a 14-game win streak on the way out.
I mean, and the rich get richer, right? There's a Braum 2 finally, so now what can you put in that last spot? Another Braum is not a bad idea.
Yeah, I actually think the other Braum is a great idea. That's another stack of One for All because it counts as a Syndicate.
Exactly.
You get the 2 Brahms done, so yeah, this is just great.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where I'm like, was it actually right to build the Braum 2 there? Because like you're saying, you've got the One for All, and then the Silco makes both Brahms kind of pretty much get guaranteed to cast. It's a lot of crowd control, but found another Braum anyway. Gonna go ahead and power up the spell of the Morgana with the Silco, get that casting a little bit faster. And we see one last effort by our Twin Shot player to win this round. It's not going to be enough, so it is going to be Malala with the Ashe reroll, taking game number 2 here in Lobby B. That was a fun one. Like I said, Twin Shot on the rise right now. I love that trait. Glad to see it doing well. Not thrilled about it being more contested in my games on the ladder, but it's cool to see. What did you think, Lemonkiwi?
I didn't think we were going to see a 14 win streak with that much HP in the Ashe 3. I know it was dominant, but Mordog, you said it really was the best. But Mordog, at least my first question is just, with the bodyguard buffs, we were expecting that to be the front line of choice, and Bruiser Renata kind of falling out of the meta, but used to be a popular comp. I'm not seeing as many appearances this tournament. So where do you think the Bruisers sit in the meta? Because we saw you were kind of hesitant when Yippee picked up the Bruiser Heart second augment, which you weren't a fan of, but then he pushed to a Bruiser 6 twin shot, which was very unique for this tournament.
Yeah, I think Bruiser definitely still has a place, especially in the early game. A 4 Bruiser start is really, really good, and you even saw it there. Like, Yippee Maokai was level 9 pretty early because he ran that early 4 Bruiser and then 6 Bruiser, and that's a lot of health to chew through for a lot of those low DPS units. But the sad truth is, those champions don't have a lot of armor or MR, and so their effective health pool in the late game ends up pretty low, and so those high damage units can kind of just tear through that. And we kind of saw that on display, is that Bruiser, very good at getting you top 4, very challenging to really close it out, especially without Vi, the kind of capstone of those Bruisers. So,
and a big bounce back from Malala, first place after a 5th place, and even Yippee, who got second, had a 7th place. Speaking of winners, let's look at how the other lobby did, who was crowned supreme. It was Nico with a Victor Jace legendary flex, so I'm sure there's more than meets the eye when it comes to that. But Doa, one thing I want to point out, Noster. I know it was a big name everyone was looking forward to seeing compete today, ended up in 5th after a 2nd place first game, but what was so interesting was the challenger board around Kaisa and a non-VIP Draven, and you'll see where Noster sits here in 5th. And we saw a big, in the update, the gap between non-VIP Draven and VIP Draven starting to close. So what did you think about Noster's choice there?
Well, I mean, the armor shred added to Draven definitely helped non-VIP Draven compete. You know, credit to Noster for playing kind of a unique build. He's definitely good at that. And a 5th, you know, is I think you're going to be satisfied with that, because he seemed to kind of get stuck with the early Kaisa, kind of banking on that to do a little bit better. And so you kind of end up with this kind of weird build, but you make it work. You don't top 4, but you don't exactly, you know, you get the best of the bot 4. So I guess, you know, you're going to be okay with that. It's a 6-game day, so after 2 games, a 2nd and a 5th, you're still in pretty good shape.
Mordog, we saw an 8th place game from Ramkev, as you'll see who is in a position to go to top 8. This was only 2 games. We still have 4 more to go, so don't stress too much. But Mordog, back to my question. Ramkev just got 8th, was really struggling at stage 4 with like 20 HP at that point. Syndra VIP, we've seen some wins from her in some cases, and sometimes you just don't hit. But what was unique about his early game board was a Scholar 4 approach. Usually we see a lot of bodyguards in that front line. So how much do you think Scholar 4 is viable for Syndra if bodyguards, namely Leona, can't be found?
I don't think 4 Scholar is really the avenue right now, unless you're running something like a Scholar Emblem to kind of get you out of it, because when you're running 4 Scholar, that's 4 of your units right there, and none of them are frontline other than the why can't I think of it? The mutant guy. Kassadin, that one.
Yeah.
You know, and that's just not a beefy enough frontline, and it just gets torn through so quickly. I think 4 Scholar is something you opt into once you've got everything online, once you've got that established front line. And so, like we saw there, every fight, he was just kind of getting run down. And so I would have rather seen 2 of the Scholars come out, maybe get some beefier front line. I think the Renata was actually a bit of a bait there. Renata without items, I continue to think, is not a good champion this patch. I think with items can be very valuable, but I think that kind of put him in position. And then, like you said, you just have to talk about the fact he didn't hit. There's not much you can do about that, unfortunately, and so you've got to shake that one off and hopefully bounce right back. So,
really did just get more dog in that game too, but it's okay because we got 4 more games to go. And Shad, where were your Malala stocks? I hope you've been cashing in. Or in 8th place was Ramkev. Did you predict that one? Well, if you go to fantasytft.com or on the app, you would get rewarded with little legend eggs, and they're quite rare these days. Check out this video on how that all breaks down as we prepare for Game 3 of Innovation Cup. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to Innovation Cup. We'll be heading into Game 3 shortly, and we have two new faces by my side. Well, you guys know these guys. Bryce and Frodan will be calling the action, but I know you guys were studying and having some heavy discussions on the boards we did just see. Bryce, you pointed out that Yippie's second place... Oh, hello, Cat. Yippie's board had some missed opportunities. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so Yippie gets a relatively free fast 9, hitting Illusion 2 very quickly while rolling down on 3-2. Makes a nice selection on the Bruiser Heart and builds a solid board that gets to level 9, but it felt like he wasn't open to the wide array of possibilities that were available to him at level 9, trying to play around a legendary board. Dan was talking about multiple Jinxes as an option, Zeri carry as an option. The reality is the Ashe board he's going up against is so strong that maybe there was nothing he could do. Maybe he was doomed and he was destined to get a second here no matter what, but it would have been nice to see him play around different types of outs and maybe take out some of the weaker units on his board, like he's playing a Rek'Sai and allow it at the end of the game. It just felt like he was basically only rolling for Illusion 3 and he was on level 9 forever, so there's a lot of different ways you can uncap your board to theoretically raise its power potential, and I just didn't see him thinking about the board in that way.
You agree with that, Frodan? What was your take on that board? Once Cat goes down.
I'm apologize. I'm getting ganked by my cat.
Tao agrees.
She won't let me
vigorously.
lane. Just let me CS. 10 minutes, please. Sorry about that.
Yippie's board is what we were talking about.
Yippie's board for the Fast 9. I think Yippie did a great job, of course, recognizing that's a Fast 9 opportunity, something that people are doing really often. I do think, as Bryce was said, I think it was kind of a punted second. I think that he could have gotten for first if he was able to play for a little bit more wide range of outs. You don't have to stay on twin shots at all. I think double Jinx boards are fantastic. It's actually like one of the things that Soju helped open my eyes to. If you just play multiple Jinxes, they feed off each other really well, and 3 twin shot and 4 twin shot, you don't really lose too much for that, and the bruisers were a little bit extra. I also want to give a shout out to some of the other people who are playing well, like Iniko, for example, able to also follow up his second place with the first place. I think Iniko is a player who puts in a lot of effort. And you're talking about grinding. I think that there's so many players who deserve a chance at the spotlight. And then there's also players who have had the spotlight and people forget about them. And I think Iniko is one of them. I just want to say that he's definitely putting the time and effort. He's very thoughtful, constantly giving feedback about how to improve the game state, identifying a lot of bugs and letting Riot know about it. It makes me really happy to see him doing well in a TFT tournament, because I just like seeing that hard work paid off.
Yeah, Bryce, it was a pleasant surprise to see Iniko at the top. What do you think about this player?
Yeah, I'm not even sure I would call it a surprise. I think that Dan hit the nail on the head at the beginning of the tournament, where you could be surprised some of the big names are falling off, but if we're being honest about their current form and preparation heading into the event, I think that the players who were more prepared for this tournament did by and large advance, and there are always going to be exceptions to that. TFT is a game of variance, but Nico's an example of a player that when he is in form, he's really scary. He has won previous tournaments and is absolutely capable of competing at the highest level when it's clicking for him, and right now it is clicking for him. He understands the patch, he's playing very versatily, he's building solid boards throughout the game. He also is a player that's very fluid in when and how he rolls, and I think that this meta is to his advantage. So he's getting to express a lot of skill. It's going well. Hopefully we're not caster cursing him here, because I think Dan and I would both love to see Iniko advancing on to day 3 and even being one of those 4 qualifier spots, right? If he can get one of those guaranteed spots, Iniko is a threat at regionals, even though he didn't get there via qualifier points.
And we'll be zooming into Lobby A. Just a reminder to everyone that now that after Game 2, lobbies get reshuffled based on your seeding. So we'll be zooming in on Lobby A, which consists of Nico. I know a player that our casters are very interested in. We had Panup, our #1 player from qualifier points yesterday. Voidson, who had just had an unfortunate 7th place. Uwu Damn Daniel, a fight night rising star that is making his name in the community. Spicy Appies, Goobums, Boss and Dish Soap. So is there, besides Nico and Panup, who's looking really good today, Frodan, who's another player from at least this lobby that you're really interested in seeing today?
Yeah, I think that a couple of players that are really catching my eye, more and more, is like we mentioned at Roboman Kanab, a player who might just be a really strong tournament player. This was kind of brought to my attention by Darth Noob, a player who made some pretty significant waves, particularly in set 6 for Gizmos and Gadgets tournaments. Robovan Kanob was also a player who was so close to qualifying for regionals, but just narrowly missed and laid it all out on the line, getting 5th place. And he comes into this set with just a lot of mystique about him because he's not performing well, and on ladder because he's not playing. And I think in a lot of high-level players' mind, your LP almost directly becomes your TFT social credit score. If you have low LP, you have a low TFT social credit score. This guy is not even in Masters; he's in Diamond right now. But in tournaments, his aggressive play is really paid off, and clearly still has strong fundamentals to understand what to play around. So just a couple of nights of studying can really show you that his tournament mindset is something pretty powerful and has paid off in spades. And I think that this is really interesting because Bryce loves to talk about how ladder and tournament are so different, and how people who just grind ladder endlessly and approach tournaments the same way constantly bottom out. And we do have some data to support that. But on the other end, there's also players who are very well versed in tournament environments in particular, and it's great to see these players also excel.
And Bryce, one player that's excelling too, Spicy Appies, who's, innovating on all the flavors of brand reroll, and just in game 1 got 3rd place with the Arcanist, or at least ended up with a Syndicate 6 Ari carry. So what's your take on Spicy Appies, or maybe more specifically on the state of AP in the meta, because it seems so AD-centric, but we're seeing some AP shine through.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of AP find its way. Ari's a unit that feels largely underexplored still. She just hasn't quite figured out the best board for even, the vertical traits that you would normally play around. When you play Arcanist, it feels like it's Malzahar or Victor carry. When you play Syndicates, it's Ashe carry, not Ari carry necessarily. So she's starting to find her way. Feels like about a middle of the pack, maybe slightly above. So as a 4-cost carry, we saw a couple of successful Aris in game number 1. And Appies is just a really, really fluid player of TFT. He's another player that likes taking whatever the game gives him. And he spends a lot of time, to Dan's point about if LP is a social credit score, what exactly are we getting from that? Because Appies is a player whose LP is perennially lower than it would be if he was only trying to gain LP. He spends his LP to learn, and he shows that learning in tournaments where he has performed consistently well throughout the entirety of set 6.
Frodan, speaking of performance, some people trying to squeak through with some very niche type of comps, like the Warwick that made an appearance for Kevchen in a 6th place. Are you expecting to see more wacky comps, or more just perfecting what's already at least at the top of the meta?
I think we still are in the room where there's a little bit of freedom. It's only game 3, so a lot can happen. I still expect to see some wacky stuff.
Well, expect a wacky game 3. It's ready to go. Carousel online. Have fun, boys.
All right, thank you very much. This is game 3. We're heading back to Lobby A. We do reshuffle lobbies in terms of who is in these 8-player pods every 2 games. We're going to hop on board with Inigo, who won his previous lobby commandingly in 1st place. Now, again, the name of the game today is to just get enough points to advance to day 3. You don't get extra bonus points for winning every single lobby. So for Inigo, from here, you can actually just focus on playing a really smooth curve of just like steady top 4s. It's a lot of gold to open up here.
A lot of gold. A lot of gold. Potentially has the ability to make gold here if he wants. I think Aniko is more of a strong board-oriented player. He also values this Gnar highly, and I think rightfully so, because Gnar is a unit that feels very good to play around. There's a lot of comps that make use of Socialite. We saw Aniko playing Aurelia earlier today to great effect. Yorls is a very, very strong opener, and Gnar is obviously part of that, so not making gold, he couldn't have here. You'd have to sell everything, but I really like this opening for Nico. It feels like there's a lot of different directions he can go.
Oh my goodness. Gets offered one of the most interesting options with lifelong learning. Immediately looks past it, though. So that's okay. We open bow. I think there's a very low chance that we'll be able to get the ideal item start for it, but I have seen some people consider lifelong learning. Now that you get a Syndra with that augment choice, ends up being a pretty powerful opportunity. But hey, maybe he's scared off because he saw Ram kept trying to go for Syndra. Plus, he started off with the Fish in the Bow, so it makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. He chooses Electro Charge generically, very powerful augment. We've been talking all tournament long about the power of making sure that your augments are adding power to your board. It is a tempo-oriented meta. People are rolling deep on level 6, rolling deep on level 7, and part of that is making your board as strong as it can possibly be with board power augments. And Nico wants to stay maximum flexibility here. Yeah, lifelong learning is a very interesting augment, but Electro Charge, he can add value to his board no matter what he winds up playing. And wow, he gets a package that would have been very, very exciting a couple patches ago, a bunch of Hex Techs. What do you think is Nico's strongest board in this spot?
Yeah, it does feel like it has something to do with Hextex in general, but he also has, the Warwick and the Twitch pair. Ends up going with the Warwick and the Shiv. Shiv is definitely the best item, and Warwick is the best holder of it. Definitely like to hold on to these pairs as well. So, yep, makes sense to me to be able to build off this, and maybe we see another attempt at Hextech. Last time it didn't go super well for a player like Goobums, but maybe Iniko can find that secret sauce.
Yeah, maybe he can. Going up against Goobums, who has that Yorl start, the Blitzcrank actually pulls the Warwick, so Warwick is going down pretty early in the fight, and that's a huge amount of Aniko's damage. Meanwhile, the Spark plus the ZZ Rot on Goobums' Blitzcrank, and I think Aniko is losing a fight here that he really wants back. I think that if this Warwick is in any other position on the board, Aniko probably wins this fight because this Warwick is just going to ramp up and do so much damage with that static Shiv, so unfortunate opening fight for Aniko, but lots of fights left to bounce back. Hopping aboard Spicy Appies, who also lost fight 1, playing an Arcanist board. He does have a brand. Is he going to sell all of this? Okay, no, he's not. I was wondering if this was a brand reroll situation.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely thinking about it, right? He has a brand, he has a tier, and a rod. Spicy Appy already is thinking about reroll brand. I guarantee you.
Yeah, Spicy Appy's always thinking about reroll brand. He loves this unit. He loves the composition. He's been piling it to great effect so far in the tournament. He takes target dummies, an augment that I think is starting to rise a little bit in popularity. Something that I think I might have been undervaluing, and I think you were the one who talked me into it. Why do you like target dummies in the meta right now?
Yeah, I think target dummies, well, one, there's still a lot of application to the obvious things, like if you have One for All, or you have Voracious Appetite as a mutant, then by all means, phony frontline. But also, I think that right now, there's a lot of different ways you can manipulate positioning, and positioning is so important right now, and I think phony frontline is just underrated. People just aren't playing good frontline. Not to mention that if you want to play more greed-centric approaches to things, like, let's say, Yordles, Phony Frontline's a good way to bridge that gap to make sure that you're not taking a lot of damage and ramp up your economy. So in some ways, I think it's really powerful for economic-based strats for a lot of players, too.
I like it. So we're back on board Spicy Appies. He gets a bodyguard in. He's on a 2-loss streak. I think it's safe to say we're in killing units mode. Obviously, it's a little tough to say because we can't scout around and see the whole lobby, but Ziggs 2 is nice, but this unit's not really a carry, even with items, and without items, it's just not going to do a whole heck of a lot of damage. Going up against Dish Soap was a couple of big upgrades on the Jarvan and the Darius, plus a Redemption Slam. This is a lot of tankiness for this relatively low damage Spicy Appy's composition to get through.
Yeah, but there is those user up portal, so it actually does give a lot of time, which could even swing the fight, because Darius is preoccupied. Brand not really doing a ton of damage by itself. No Morel Nomicon Slam, for example, has reduced amount of burn. Darius has a good angle here. Construct does come out. Look at how much damage can be done in overtime. Wow, this is actually such a close fight. Woo! And almost swung it. Perfect loss for Spicy Appies. I think Appies really wanted to turn out exactly how that fight ended up hitting.
Yeah, mission accomplished as we go to the first carousel and take a look at the augments. Seeing once again, essentially all board power augments. Daniel does take the tome, and we saw that Syndicate drop from the tome, so potentially going to be running into an Ashe or Ahri composition. Syndicates have been performing very well so far this tournament.
Yes. Oh, that actually reminds me about another point that I think Phony Frontline is very good at, which is that Zyra is so prominent in the metagame, and you can manipulate her targeting through things like Phony Frontline and keep your backline a lot safer. That's another reason why I
Yeah, that's an excellent point. So Goobums actually has a
Whoa.
Syndra 2 available if he wants it. That's a pretty sharp left turn from where he is right now. It would mean that he's not able to make gold here. I don't know. I think this might be a bait. I'm also not excited about having a belt on my Syndra. Okay, so he chooses to sell. He's not going for it. He has decided this is a bait. Do we agree or disagree?
I pretty much agree. I think that while you do have Yordle trade up and you have a higher economy, again, we talked about how your first interest gold is often the most important, and Goobums is over leveled, so he really is behind on making gold and doesn't want to fall too far behind it. The second is he doesn't even have Debonair activated, right? Like, so the VIP version of Syndra looks a lot more appealing than she actually is until you find 2 other Debonairs to go in. That being said, Goobums also has a streak to preserve, and he's able to thread the needle in finding both. This is the ideal spot you always want to be in when you're playing Yordles, which is you're streaking and you're printing money.
Yeah, it's so good, and a very interesting choice by Goobums to slam a ZZ Rod. This is an item that very few players are willing to slam, but I like where he's coming from. He feels like he can lean into a streak. He's going to be able to build extra economy with the Yordles as well, and he's getting outstanding use out of this meditation, right? He's going to have all of these backline units, none of which have items on them, just constantly casting. Meanwhile, this Blitzcrank is going to do a little bit of an extra additional tanking because of the ZZ Rot. So very interesting decision going up against Ponop, who has a Talon 2 already with an RFC, and he has Mercenaries in. What a strong board from Ponop. Very, very challenging for Goobums to maintain a streak here, but the Poppy has turned on to the Talon, and you know, with this meditation, he's getting a lot of extra casts from the Malzahar. The Maleficent Vision is spreading and on to the Talon eventually, so Goobums showing off his early game prowess, slamming items that a lot of people aren't that interested in slamming right now, and building a nice board to give him a 5 streak going into neutrals.
Yeah, these are, again, people aren't really building Zizurot intentionally unless they have a very specific game plan, like the Voracious Appetite for Mutants. Spark is something that is slammed every now and then, but that's usually if you have a strong dedication to playing, say, the Arcanist or just the AP tree, and you want to put it on a nice frontliner like Vex, who can self-sustain herself. Lots of repetitive shielding. But in terms of staying open and flexible, I mean, these are some premium item components that we're using. Why not say save for a Morellonomicon, some people might ask Goobums. And I think that's partially why Goobums has had a lot of success in set 6.5, which is that he really values being able to tempo and flex around whatever he's hitting in the mid game. So we'll see if he's able to keep that momentum as Dishdope is closely behind him with another win streak.
Yeah, and taking a look at Void Sin's board, he is playing around Ashe right now. It's a very strong spot. He has the Exiles buff, so he's getting a bunch of extra HP for all of his units, which is why he's positioning with everything a little bit separated from one another. It'll be interesting to see if he decides to lean into Ashe reroll here. Slams a BT, which to me suggests probably not. BT is an okay item on Ashe, but not great, and I think there's a lot of other sword items you might be more excited about. For example, we saw Malala with the Giant Slayer as a third item on Ashe last game doing a lot of work, so suggests to me that he's playing tempo. Could also be influenced by the fact that Daniel has the early Syndicate spat and Syndicate board, so maybe thinking to himself, you know what, I don't need to contest Ashe reroll if he thinks that's the direction that Daniel is heading.
Yeah, we're going to see a Merc cash out here from Quantum's perspective. It's not the biggest chest, but a chest nonetheless that has loot in it. And we'll see if they have components, if they have extra gold to catapult Pawn-Up back into good economic standing, considering that he's poor relative to his HP count. So let's see what's in the box.
Mercenaries.
Wow. These gloves! And a glove that comes out. So the sparring gloves can now turn into an Infinity Edge, or if he wants to just commit to a Quicksilver right now, can totally do that too.
Yeah, really, really good item components. You know, not the longest mercenary streak, and it's not always easy to get big things. Oftentimes, you just get a little bit of gold. So getting an extra item component and a Thieves' Gloves there is pretty high roll for Pawn-Up and feels really, really good. He's in an excellent spot with a solid board and 80 HP. Oftentimes, when you're re-rolling, you wind up taking a big beating earlier in the game, but not when you have that Talon too, because even though he was losing fights, this Talon was always killing units.
Right, and I think it's actually quite smart that he's trying to get the wins with the Mercenaries, because he wants to start eventually transitioning boards to the stronger Talon version, and there's just not 3 spots available for Mercenaries, so you have to catch up sometime. So might as well go for now. Go for it when you can. The time bomb in overtime.
Ooh.
Not gonna be able to get it done. It was a very narrow victory, and it's important that Pawn Up continues to win as many fights in a row as he possibly can.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and wow. Some interesting options here. I feel good about both of them. I mean, Ancient Archives feels really good because Debonair, going vertical Debonair in Talon is always really good. Assassin Heart is just the more consistent play, and it gives him a Talon right now, which is really, really valuable. Choosing to roll here. Wanted to get that 4th Assassin online to be able to make use of this augment. I really like Pawn Up's fluidity. I've really enjoyed watching this man play reroll. I know that reroll takes a bad rap from within the TFT community as kind of the less skill-expressive version of the game, and it's true that it's more narrow. You spend a lot more time pressing the D key. You're a lot less flexible, so you're not expressing skill that way, but Pawn Up has shown a fluidity to when he rolls, how he builds his boards. Playing a Merc cash out into a Talon in this game I think was really interesting, so I really like his approach and fluidity to the game.
Yeah, I think that he's showcasing, the fact that he doesn't just play things by the book. I think a lot of people don't necessarily think about Merc cash out into Talon. They think about Merc cash out into traditional 4-cost carries like Draven, for example. So I like that he's, he has a lot of strong intuition because I think this is a great Talon spot. The only thing is that he doesn't have a very powerful component lined up for Talon, so when he picks off carousels, a little bit weaker than usual. And this is a situation that you often find yourself in when you have no components floating, because he might pick the other half of what he already needs. Let's say he goes for a glove, he gets another glove. Oh, I should have picked a sword, and vice versa. So that is the only downside of the position that he put himself in.
Yeah, on the plus side, calculated loss here winds up going all the way into first pick. Probably wants a sword, and there are 3 of them. Okay, normally sword, very tough item to come by, but in this situation, easy. Actually opts for the rod. Very interesting. Maybe valuing the gunblade more highly than the Infinity Edge. It's also possible he's thinking about setting up a secondary carry in Syndra, so this will be a fun spot to track. I think most players in the situation would have taken a sword here.
Yeah, and it could also be the fact that he doesn't have a Morello Nomicon. It feels like Morello is super important. It is the most slammed item currently in Teamfight Tactics. More than half the players on average in every lobby has a Morello currently. So if you are not incorporating to your gameplay ever, you have a major leak to your gameplay because that anti-heal is huge.
He recombobulated, Dan! This man has a Jace on 3-5, level 6!
Yeah, and also a couple of other weird misfits here. He's got Syndra 2 and Astru. This is not built different, the augment. This is recombobulated, the augment. And Dish Soap says, Mortdog, take the wheel.
Yeah, Mortdog took the wheel and gave him it's a hodgepodge. It's a bunch of units, all of which are pretty good in a vacuum. The synergy bar, not the best. This is not it's not a built different game. It's, it's an interesting journey we're going to be on. Dish Soap has been struggling today, so maybe just trying to, have a little fun with it, insert some variants and see what happens. Jace is a very, very powerful legendary unit. We've seen a Nico pilot Jace to a win in the most recent game. There's a lot of good boards to build around Jace, though it's very hard. Oftentimes, Jace winds up in innovator compositions, and that's a tough board to go back for because it requires the 1-cost Ezreal and the 1-cost Singe, and the 2-starring of those units is so impactful because it affects the stats on the bear or on the scarab. So a tough spot to play around for Dish Soap. Will be very interesting to see how he navigates this.
Oh yeah, Dish Soap is here for a good time, not for a long time. His current board is sending him to an 8th place on this current trajectory at the moment. His Locket doesn't even get full value, right? Because it's a 1-star unit going up against an upgraded Innovator board with Corki 2 as the backbone carry. While he is level 6, this is going to be an absolute slaughter. The Dish Soap is just praying that we can kill more than one champion in order to mitigate the amount of damage coming his way. Bear doesn't count for either. Not going to be able to get that done. So Dish Soap at the bottom of the standings, although Pawn Up and Uwu Damn Daniel is also losing as well. So we do have some big separation happening in this lobby between those who are struggling to get anything going versus those who have strong board.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to get scary in a hurry because so many players are rolling down from ahead in stage 4 as well as rolling down from behind that if you are in dish soap spot, for example, it's not enough like you would normally get where you would, if you would roll really deep here, you would build a strong early stage 4 board and you get a few fights off sort of because you have a lot of players fast aiding. In this meta, if he's not able to find his way into a strong board, he's going to be like 20 HP by the time this stage is over. So danger zone for dish soap. I'll be very curious to see what units he plays around here. Looking at this roll down, picks up a Jace. That's something. There's a Kha'Zix in his shop. Definitely gonna want that. Makes a Jarvan, so could play around strikers.
Strikers does seem likely given that he has Sivir and he already has a 2-star Swain.
Gnar.
Finds Irelia. The only problem is that his itemization feels very awkward, right? You just, because of how open it is, these are a bunch of utility and support items. There's nothing that really inherently tells him that what he should be playing outside these 2 swords. Going up against another board that has some 2-star Arcanist, Goobums staying on it, does have the extra enchanters as well, so he's better against magic damage than usual. That's not going to matter though, because Jin's Curtain Call from the back, still actually putting out an okay amount of DPS, but that's just it. It's just a 1-star Jhin as the only real damage source here for Dish Soap. That's just not going to cut it. Dish Soap's going to take some massive losses here.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. Goobums is #1 in the lobby in HP at 86. In most previous metas, he would have taken the opportunity to spend some HP to level up to level 8, but not here. He rolls down to 30 gold. He makes his board even stronger, basically upgrades everything across the board, and deals massive damage to Dish Soap. So tough spot. Able to 2-star a Jhin, so maybe some comeback potential there. Only time is going to tell. Hopping on board with Boss of Skills, who is fast aiding, has that early Innovator emblem, so the dragon is very much the goal here. He needs to find the ever-elusive Jace.
Well, I mean, one of them is already out of the pool that we know of. Does end up hitting a lot of these 4 costs, but nothing at 2-star. So first round of rolls does seem to be a minor hit. That Braum showed up a little bit late. Going up against Spicy Appies, who did not position the Shroud. Rolls a Shroud also onto the Blitzcrank, so a little bit of a missed value there. But Spicy Appies also looked like he did commit to at least having Brand hold items with the VIP version. So not quite a Brand reroll. We can see how much that 2-star Brand is still putting out damage. But that being said, 3 of the carries have been untouched this entire time for Boss of Skills. So a nice way to keep himself healthy. And Boss of Skills is pretty much just in the Jace waiting room, as you have mentioned. So every win buys him that much more time to be able to find him.
Yeah, not a bad spot for Bosso Skills at all. A solid board, winds up with this upgraded Braum, so a bunch of additional front line. Here is the Seraphine. Oh my god! Holy high roll, Batman! He hits the Jace and the Seraphine 2 in the same shop. Those are exactly the droids that he was looking for, Dan.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to sell this Irelia pair or the Zillion pair, so I guess we just lock for 1 turn. Oh man, this is pretty greedy, but I think it's the right call given that he needs both of these to continue his game plan. He does not want to long-term carry Ezreal too, but at the same time, does Irelia ultimately fit in? It kind of depends on what his core strategy is with the remaining components. I'm looking at this extra tier, this extra cloak. Does he actually want to lean more AP or just stay on the Irelia with minimal items? Or just use Jace as some kind of frontliner? Because sometimes you can do that, have Irelia hold the AD items. As he does end up taking another loss here. It's the 2nd out of 3. But ultimately, when you fast 8, you're kind of hoping that you'd have a situation like this. Narrow losses, you didn't bleed too much HP, and ultimately finding the champion that you were looking for when you went 8 on 4-2.
Yeah, that's exactly the case, and it's worth noting that because he doesn't have the Echo, he wouldn't have been able to get the Dragon in that turn even if he had sold the Irelia pair, so I'm fine with locking there and kind of worrying about his future board strength potential and playing a slightly weaker board this turn as a result of not getting that Jace in play. Hopping on board with the Carousel. It's hard to say exactly what people are looking for because we don't get the full stock of all their boards. We get a chance to look at augments for the first time. We are seeing more board power augments, though a lot of trait-based augments, right? We saw another Tome for Bosso Skills. We saw Void Sins take a Scrap Heart there, so a lot of different things going on here. Daniel, meanwhile, leveling to 7, trying to figure out a stable board, but this is a tough spot. He only has 5 copies of Ashe. Okay items, not great. No Last Whisper can be tough into certain matchups with the prominence of bodyguards. So Daniel just trying to, figure out his way into, let's say, a 5th or a 6th and get the best score he can possibly get out of this game.
At least for now, unless something miraculous happens and finds his way into Ashe 3 over the next couple of rounds. We have seen Ashe 3 pull it out, but you can see why it's difficult to do that because, yes, Ashe is a fantastic hyper carry that can, basically get you to the top 2 or win lobbies, but she's also a fantastic item holder. And I think a lot of people are catching on to this, that you can just play Ashe into Draven or into Jace or into any other AD carry that you really want to itemize around, and Voidson's doing exactly that. And so this is double-edged sword here for how Ashe is, because other people are going to contest it. Not to mention that she's having difficulty without Last Whisper to penetrate through this front line. This Vi with 2 tank items basically took the entire round aggression from Ashe and still had almost full health.
It is, yeah, it's such a tough spot. It's nice to look at. We saw those kind of divergent paths at the beginning of the game. Voidson slamming that Bloodthirster and opting to use as an item carrier. Meanwhile, with the early Syndicate spat, Daniel felt kind of forced into the Ashe situation. This is a spot that's tough because normally you would love to get an extra Ashe, and so that's the typical play, but he has no gold, and he's so far from Ashe 3, decides to take something that's going to give him some more strength on his board, makeshift armor, which does make a lot of sense. We talked earlier that it's a little duplicative of what's happening with the Syndicate buff, but I agree with the situation. It's the most likely to preserve HP and find his way into hopefully a better placement in this game.
Maybe. I mean, look at the units that he's actually giving makeshift value to. It's Darius, it's Zyra 2, and then it's the 1-star Clockworks because he put a Zephyr onto the Morgana. Now, that's not to say that, Sniper would have been better, but I think they're about equal. And then I think that if I was from this spot from Movie Daniel, I feel like I'm just doomed no matter what happens. Going up against Iniko, who has the Ahri, but Ahri's taking aggression a little bit early on. This is the downside of positioning her in the second row. Okay, so Daniel is able to at least deal with the damage from the back line. Just has to deal with this Vi and this Malzahar. Maybe that makeshift is kicking in here, but ultimately giving a little bit of time for Daniel to breathe and hopefully play for that 7th place because Bishop just took a nasty loss.
Yeah, that's exactly what Daniel wants to see. A desperately needed fight win against Iniko, who was very high in HP heading into this stage, but hasn't quite put it together. Wound up losing the majority of his fights in this stage, or I guess lost the last 2 fights in this stage, and still level 7, only 20 gold, trying to get that RA2 to stabilize. Checking back in with Goobum's board, who's playing a very fun composition, it has to be said. We're re-rolling Swain, Morgana, and Malzahar. We're deep into the Enchanter tree. Goobum's is making up on the fly. Lemon hit it right on the head. She asked, are we going to see anything a little kooky? And you said, yeah, I think we still can. It's still early. And Goobum is saying, yeah, Dan, I got you.
It's very unusual, but Swain 3 is still pretty good as a tank. It's just he's not very good as a carry because he lost the Imperial tag, so his damage has been significantly reduced. But Swain 3 is okay. It's pretty solid. And there it is! Able to get it online. The other aspect about what I love about Goobums is that this is the second time we've seen him commit to deep Enchanters. And I think Enchanters started off pretty rocky in Neon Knights, but slowly but surely, as we continue to understand champions like Morgana and Sen and more, have actually rapidly developed to be a strong way to play, and with so many powerful reroll compositions that utilize his ability power, like this Talon, I think the 4-Enchanter Arcanist might be a fantastic call for this lobby.
Yeah, absolutely, and a really interesting note to build on this board, as this Talon is going to wreak havoc in Goobum's back line with the true damage and just do so much work, is that Goobums took Arcanist Crest as his final augment here because he wants to ultimately play 6 Arcanists, but because he's not going to get an actual board spike, it would just be an individual unit spike, he decides to value the Meditation augment over getting Arcanist buff on, for example, Orianna. So very interesting choice from Goobums. We know he's going to want to put that Arcanist emblem in play at level 8 to get the 8 Arcanist trait online, but he chooses not to do that beforehand.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Being very mindful and intentional with why you're playing the Arcanist emblem and when you should be doing it. Another question I have is, are we going to itemize Ari at all, or are we just going to commit to the Malzahar 3? The way he's kind of holding his bench implies that he wants to go for Malzahar 3, and he's so close. Only one off from it. Repositions, staggers it. Going up against Dish Soap, who has broken stopwatch in that Jin 2, and a Tom Kench 2.
What?
Dish Soap, fighting for his life, can find a way to potentially print items and bring himself back in, and the Jin is now starting to work, but does not have that last Whisper to penetrate through a lot of that armor. The Tom Kench, though, still getting a lot done.
Yeah, how on earth did we get here? I feel like he got a second recombobulator augment that's just not showing. The last time we looked at Dish Soap's board, it looked nothing like this. He somehow finds his way to level 8. He plays Jin carry. He winds up with a random Tompkins 2. Such interesting adaptation from Dish Soap, and he does, at the very least, it is not an 8. So Dish Soap will not be going 8-8-8. Dish Soap putting on a show of how to play versatile TFT. I would love to go back and watch this game and figure out how we went up on that board state.
I mean, it's certainly one of the more interesting boards that we've seen, because many people haven't had success with Jin carry. Broken Stopwatch is one of those augments that Jin can still rely upon in order to get that damage. A rearrangement, a swap at the last second going against Ponup, who is streaking very heavily with this Talon 3. You're right, it ended up prioritizing that Gunblade, and that true damage is so good versus the Syndicates in particular, who are dependent on their resistances that they gain in order to get that edge of the fight. That being said, Ari is not being dealt with, and Talon is trying to sustain the Syndra, but she's not casting fast enough support, so that will be a win for Iniko, who desperately needed to get this dub. Voidson takes a loss. He's out in 7th, with Spicy Appy shortly behind him.
And that was such good positioning for Nico. It's so easy to get frustrated at the game when someone plays an assassin composition and you're running a backline carry. The assassin jumps onto your carry, it dies, and you just throw your hands in the air, or you curse Mort Dog, and you rage queue for your next game. But Nico, with the last second positioning swap of his Ahri, gets completely on the other side from Talon and is able to actually get that Ahri to ramp up and win a fight that was a clear positioning diff. So well done from Nico.
Well done indeed. Let's go ahead and hop on board with Dish Soap and check in on this board state. That's not a Phalanx. Ooh, nice remover to get that Gunblade onto the Tom Kench as well. He's just positioning back line because I'm assuming Ponup is in his pool. And so he has to, at all costs, protect this Jin. Faking? Is he going to move it back at the last second? He is.
And he moves it to the side too, so if the Talon were to jump into that, it could get stuck on that TK for a very long time. Goes up against Bosso skills, not the optimal positioning, but the TK does eat the Braum here. Such a big deal. This entire fight is going to come down to whether or not he can stall enough time for this Jin to put in the work. The Aurelia is down on the other side, and this fight is looking very good for yourself. There is a secondary carry for Bosso skills on that Seraphine. The Seraphine is no more. The Orianna is no more. A nice fight win from Dish Soap, who has moved up into a top 6 position. Don't look now, Dan. He's on a winning streak.
I mean, Dish Soap is so impressive, and he hits when he really needs to. That is a Jace 2 also in the back line. Can he actually pull himself out of this deficit and make it cleanly into the top 4 and beyond? This board is cracked.
Yeah, this board is cracked. Bruiser's not seeing a ton of play in the meta right now. No one plays Jin with Bruiser's, just unheard of. So it's just so cool to see the adaptation. He takes the Recombobulator, throws his game through a loop, and then he throws his own game through a loop in his transition. He repositions here and gets away from the Talon. Once again, this is going to come down to whether or not he can stall long enough for the Jin to ultimately do damage onto this Talon. This TK gets thrown to the backline, which is a big deal because once this QSS runs out, this Talon is vulnerable. If TK is able to eat this Talon, then there it goes. Talon down. Another fight win for Dish Soap, and the TK drops an item. This is a Shroud of Stillness. Such a big deal. This is the most impactful item in the late game. Dish Soap is into the top 4. Is there a world in which he top 1s from here?
Absolutely, absolutely. If he's able to continue to print items, he's just going to at one point be unstoppable just from having too much tempo through raw stats. And he's getting the right components. This redemption's also pretty good because it helps keep potentially some of these Kree units alive just a little bit longer, right? That Frozen Heart with the Zac to be able to catch some of those people who are reliant on auto-attacking quickly. And this broken stopwatch is so effective with Jhin. We talk all the time that Jhin is still very powerful, but the meta is just too fast for him. But you know what's one way to slow it down? Freezing everything that's not a clockwork.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I cannot wait to see how this game goes for Dish Soap. Definitely one of the best top 4s of the tournament. On board with Goobums, who has 50 HP still holding on to that Nico, and he is trying to 3-star the entire world, Dan. He's got 6 copies of Ahri, he's got 6 copies of Morgana, he's got 8 copies of Vex, and 8 copies of Malzahar. It would be nice to hit one of them, though. I mean, this is just a lot of units, a lot of gold held on the bench. He's got another Victor here as well. I feel like he has to give up on something. I don't know. I might be considering selling this extra Ahri that's pretty far away from that, and we know, yeah, I don't know. It's a very, very tough spot for Goobums, but a lot of HP to work with here going up against Dish Soap. Is he going to be able to deal with this board?
I don't think so. I think this Tom Catch is actually such a menace. The fact that he has Redemption to just keep himself healing throughout his damage reduction after he devours is such a big deal. Another item and another win for Dish Soap. Ladies and gentlemen, we might be watching one of the most impressive comebacks in TFT in set 6.5 that you might see the entire set. Keep your eyes peeled and see if Dish Soap can make the impossible happen.
And he's got another Ahri here, so he can seriously think about replacing the items from the Malzahar to the Ahri to keep rolling. He's only 1 Ahri off of being able to have Ahri 3-star, which is it seems like that would, if you're going to swing a fight into this incredibly powerful Dish Soap board, a 3-star Ahri could be the ticket to do it. But going up against Pawn Up, this Talon is in an interesting spot, able to dodge the Zephyr and going to be able to do work kind of slowly moving into the fight. Is this Talon going to be able to get access to the Malzahar and do the extra damage, or is it going to be too late by the time he gets there?
It's difficult. The Malzahar's not dealt with, though. And so that Malefic Visions is actually going to just eventually spread onto the Talon. The lack of a Morel Namicon definitely can be felt in this spot, but just too much stats, too much tankiness coming out from Goobums. Does end up blocking for that Ahri. Just one more Ahri from an Ahri 3. And then that might shut the door for Dish Soap in terms of who can take top 1. Taking a look at our 4th player here, we talked about Basso skills hitting that 7 Innovator, but has been relatively quiet since. He's been holding strong, still able to get some good damage off of the Orianna and Seraphine. This is a classic combo. It feels like it's from set 6, but instead of the usual carry of Jhin, we have Irelia here in this spot. And see if it's enough to outlast some of his opponents.
And very interesting, he just leaves that Aurelia in the same spot to the outside. Is it going to be able to get access to the backline? No, it's going to jump onto the Morgana. How long can the Morgana stall out this Aurelia before it starts to wreak havoc? And it's not long enough. The Orianna is able to just go ballistic and start assassinating every single unit on Goobums' board. Goobums has to be feeling the pressure right now. 15 HP left. He's got that Nico. He has so much potential power in all of these 3-stars, but he needs to get some of it actualized and onto his board because everyone else is getting too strong.
Pawn Up, who was streaking at almost 80 HP just a little bit under a stage ago, is now on the verge of going forward. This is Zephyr on this carousel. Dish Soap is eyeing it. That's such a powerful item. What else do the rest go for? Goobums, we talked about his lack of anti-heal. He had a Victor pair. That might be a Victor too.
Yeah, that's a Victor too. It absolutely is, which is such a big spike. Yet another damage source for Goobums. So is he going to be able to 3-star the Ahri, or is he just going to commit this Nikos onto the Malzahar? I feel like he has to use it. In stage 6, 15 HP could be 1 life. It could be fatal if he takes a bad enough loss. Staying on board with Basso skills, who was able to get that win into Goobums. So very likely playing either Pawn Up or Dish Soap. We have not gotten to see this board go up against Dish Soap. This dragon cannot be eaten by the TK, and there is a Giant Slayer, which is very good into the Bruisers, but no healing on the Aurelia. So he needs to find a way to keep it alive. Winds up into Pawn Up and this Talon 3.
Talon's directly onto the Singe. Now working onto the Aurelia. Comes out to the carries who can fight first. Blade Surge gets the elimination. But then Kha'Zix turns around and is able to get the assassination onto the Aurelia. There's almost no much damage left here for Basso skills, except for this Seraphine and this Jace. Zeri now trying to work onto the back line. It's just Jace and his dragon. And where did all the riders go? It's just a dragon. There's
just
nothing else.
the
There's no more
dragon.
damage.
No more damage. This is an incredibly strong CC unit, but not much in the way of damage. It is slowly able to kill. It's kill. Oh my god! But he stays alive. That's the important thing. And oh no, Dish Soap takes a loss. Goobums with the Victor 2 and the Malzahar 3 is able to take care of business. And the storied comeback from Dish Soap ends in a very well-played 4th place.
It's a very well-placed 4th place, but there's also a lot of bitterness left. It just felt like such a valiant effort. It almost feels like the game wasn't rewarding you for being able to pull yourself out. But Dish Up, you should be proud. That was an immaculate top 4. Goobum's trying to reposition, stalling once again. See if you can find enough time to get to Ari. Gonna try to go for the Zephyr. Lands it onto the Echo in the corner, so at least the Frozen Heart is onto his back line. Talon immediately trying to take out the Victor, but he's buffed. Only one Chaos Ray was able to come down. That still's not going to be enough for any way to be able to swing that fight. There's just too much pressure. Goobums has too many
It's a double
Arcanists,
kill.
and it is going to be a double kill. Goobums wins game 3 off the back of his Enchanted Arcanist composition.
Yeah, such a creative game from Goobums. Not a line that you get to see every day, and making it work all the way to the 1st place. As we hop on board with Lobby B, we have 3 players left alive. We have Yippee Maokai in another outstanding position, level 9 with a bunch of gold. We see Kev Chin and Ram Kev still alive. Someone is playing a very interesting Zeri carry, and it is Kev Chin. So Ram Kev takes a loss, a nice bounce back from a tough 8th place in the last game. Can he find his way into a top 2? Yippee Maokai with a Syndra reroll board. We talked a lot about the strength of Debonair, and he is proving just how good it is with 50 HP and infinite gold at level 9.
This is also a triple prismatic lobby, by the way. So this one was a barn burner. I can't even imagine what the tempo looked like early game if everyone's going for things like, Band of Thieves and Back Foot 3 to start things off. A Zephyr rearrangement at the very last second, trying to catch Kev Chen, who frontlined the Draven with a Radiant Deathblade. What set am I looking at?
Yeah, seriously, what set is this? And it's such clever positioning with the Bloodthirster. Is he able to stay alive in order to get access onto the Syndra? There's enough frontline units in play that it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Kevchin goes down. Is Ramkev able to survive? He is not, but he is able to kill enough units to secure a 2nd place. So a nice 2nd place from Ramkev, a nice 3rd place from Kevchin. And Yippee Maokai heard us saying, hey, that was a nice 2nd place last game, but you could really potentially have gone for 1st. He says, how about a 1st place with a victory lap on this one? No one was even touching his board.
Yeah, my whole brain is just recombobulated after what we just saw. I mean, and we even got to see the very end of the other lobby. Great Syndra win. Congratulations, Yippee. But let's talk about the recombobulator, Bryce, because I think that was the first time we've seen it on broadcast. What's the risk and trade-off of picking this up as your 2nd augment? Because I think it was around stage 3, we just randomly saw this Jace appear. It seems to be the true test of flexibility from a player to work for with whatever you just gambled.
Yeah, true flexibility indeed. You don't know what you're going to get. You don't know if your items are going to work for it, but he felt like he had generic enough items and didn't love his spot, so said, let's just roll the dice and see what happens. But what's so interesting is it's not like the recombobulator gave Dish Soap clear direction. It's not like it pushed him into the board he wound up with. I'm still trying to figure out how he got from the recombobulated board that we saw that heading into stage 4 looked like it was basically a guaranteed 8th. He rolls down and he's like, doesn't have a lot of gold, doesn't have a strong board. I'm worried this man's not even going to see his final items, and somehow he winds up with a Jin 2, a TK 2, playing a 4 Bruiser board. I honestly, I have no idea how, but I will for sure be watching this VOD.
It's just a true test of mental resilience for Dish Soap, who had 2 8th places at the start of today, and through a recombobulator game 3, turned that into a 4th, so not too bad. Frodan, speaking of Dish Soap, we got to see an Edge of Night on a carry, so this is the replacement for Guardian Angel for those at home, but it utilizes such important components. So how often are you making Edge of Night, and what do you think about it?
Let me pull it up, actually. Give me a sec.
Oh, you got the stats? Frodan with the sheet?
I've built Edge of Night twice.
Ever.
They were both on Kha'Zix. I don't know how I feel about this item, just because I think I don't understand it, and I'm a little bit scared. I'm a little bit of a wuss. I want to make sure that If I'm casting, I'm trying to talk about TFT, that my LP is as high as it can. I care about aesthetics. Call me vain. I don't care. But so I don't put Edge of Night on my carries, and I don't recommend it to other people, not because it's a bad item, but because I don't personally know how to use it. So if you know the answer, Lemonkiwi, please enlighten me, because I'm not entirely sure when's the situation I should.
There was a really interesting spot yesterday. I think it was a Nico, though don't quote me on that, where it was an Aurelia 2-star carry, and they had the opportunity to build Bloodthirster as a third item. I think it already had IE Last Whisper, maybe it was IE Giant Slayer, and they went with Edge of Night, which was surprising under the circumstances, because everyone thinks that just additional healing on Aurelia is really the way to go. So maybe there's something to Edge of Night on Aurelia. We've definitely seen it used to effect on Kha'Zix. I'm with Dan. I don't know exactly what's going on. I think it's an underexplored item.
Yeah, I think if it was placed on a Jhin with a Deathblade, Runon's Edge of Night, maybe some kind of adaptation to the Talon VIP, which would have messed up that Jhin pretty nasty. So let's look at the graphics of how both of our lobbies have shaped up. We got a sneak peek, but I know it was very fast. We did pronounce Goobums our winner of Lobby A with a crazy question mark reroll Arcanist Malzahar carry with some enchanters in there. And then we saw the end of Yippie's lobby with a very dominant win with some Syndra VIPs. So a lot of risk on whether you can hit or not, because we've seen bottom Syndras and we've seen top Syndras. And, well, you can see how the lobby has shaped up. Some struggles. Uwu Damn Daniel ended up in 8th, had a 6th, and I believe a 3rd. So we'll see in a bit how the points have shaped up. But anything standing out to you, Bryce?
Nico can bleed, unable to top 4 this game. Voidsin with a strong opening and back-to-back tough games. So, things aren't necessarily like cementing in that regard. And meanwhile, some of the lower players like Ramkev able to have a big bounce back game. Dish Soap at least able to put some points on the board. So things are getting closer, not for their part. It started heading into this game, it felt like we were kind of having some pack separation. And now it feels like it's anybody's game still.
And Frodan, you see Basso just barely holding on to that last spot for day 3 or Championship Sunday. He had the Innovator 7 with the solo frontline dragon. And I think he ended up, 4th in that last one? Something like that. Well, I think we switched away so fast because there was like a double kill. But either way, he decided to solo frontline the dragon, but not put it in the Socialite Hex, which was just right next to the dragon. Is there just a simple answer to this, or would that have made a big difference in that last fight that Basso lost?
That's actually a good point that I didn't think about. When it came down to dealing a little bit extra damage, that Socialite Hex does end up giving that extra DPS for the dragon, so potentially could have helped swing that very last fight. But in general, I do think that people tend to overvalue the Socialite Hex. It's really attractive, right? It's this glamorous, big blue hex that lights up and gives you a bunch of bonus stats. But in the late game situation, positioning matters so much more. So if it's the difference between dodging a Shroud and a Zephyr versus getting Socialite value and eating those, I think it's always worth to just skip the Socialite Hex to make sure the dragon casts as fast as possible. It's a little bit difficult to say because we weren't exactly scouting like Basso's skills' as positioning because we don't know his matchups. But the one thing I do want to point out is yesterday, Basso's skills was on the outside looking in and managed to snipe that last spot of the top 16 over Ripple Overdrive. Right now, he's in the position where somebody could snipe that from him, and we're halfway through. We'll see how it continues to play out, but that's a narrative that might end up folding on itself.
I know Basso is just barely holding on. He's had 2 5th places in the first 2 games and a top 4 finish in just game 3. So everyone, we're going into game 4, and after that we will be reshuffling the lobby, so you'll recognize a lot of the same players, and you might recognize these 2 next casters coming back on the mic. Doa and Mortdog will be joining us, so we'll see you after this break for game 4 of the Innovation Cup. hey there, I was just buying up my Goobum stocks is on fantasytft.com. Have you guys checked out the app? Super easy on the phone because you can win a little legend eggs. And I have some legendary talent on the desk. Mort Dog Designer TFT and Doa Veteran Analyst. We have another amazing game. Game 4 around the corner. And Mort Dog, we saw a very unique Arcanist 6, Enchanter 4, and more 3 stars than I can count, $1 million board from Goobums. What did you think about it?
I thought that was a really clever play from Goobums. He used his augments really, really well. Noticed that the rest of the lobby is taking up all those 2 and 3 costs. Used that to his advantage to play a comp that a lot of people are sleeping on right now. Arcanists do a lot of power. Allowed him to beat pretty much any AP comp really handily. The Enchanters just got that buff in the last patch that gave them even more magic resist. And combine that with the Gunblade from the Malzahar, and that's just so much healing, so much effective health in the team. That created a very durable comp. Now, the good news is he also was able to survive because that Aurelia, that's kind of the counter to that comp. It was able to dive in and just tear through all those kind of squishy targets. You know, he didn't have much armor on like a Morgana 3, for example, but thankfully was able to close that out into a win. And so it was nice to see a new kind of comp kind of come out on top today. And so definitely a highlight for me so far. And of course, you know, you got to love that Malzahar, so.
Naturally. I know it's your favorite champion. And we even saw some really flexible play from Disho with the Recombobulator. I know all of our heads were Recombobulator just watching how he pulled a 4th place out of his hat like a magician. Doa, we are sending only 8 players into tomorrow, so we got to say goodbye to 8 more today. Any surprises about players that are in qualifying spots or those that are struggling from today?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Dish Soap. I'm a little bit surprised that he's struggling as much as he is today. He's looked really strong lately, so hopefully he can pick it up again. The day's only half over, but I think it is a good time to kind of look at where things are at right now. The other big surprise to me is Spencer being second from the bottom at the moment. You know, might expect a little bit better results from him given the caliber of player he usually is, so we'll see, you know, what happens there. Spicy Appy's a little bit behind the curve, as is Ramkev, Voidsin right now. But you've got players like Goobums really coming up strong. Iniko in #1, and Yippee Mao Kaye is a player that, you know, I think has been on some people's radars for a while now, but second in the point standings after 3 games. If he can keep it going, easy trip to day 3, so that'll be a fun player to kind of keep an eye on too.
Yeah, Yippee had a cool second place, I think with some Lucian twin shots over in game 2. And then there's some players who are just hot and cold today, quite literally. You got Panup, who was our #1 player yesterday, had a 1st and a 7th. You just brought up Voidsin, 1st and 7th, and then another 7th added on to this. So, Mort Dog, does that explain more about their play styles of being a 1st or 8th type of player, or does that speak more to the tournament that adds so much pressure and really forces you to play more aggressive than you're used to?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think definitely the tournament and the pressure can apply, you know, some things people aren't used to, because you don't get a lot of tournament practice. There aren't a ton of, you know, tournament lobbies that you can get into. But I think part of it is also that typically when you see one of these, you know, re-roll metas where there's a lot of, you know, 3 stars, that's a risky composition. And so if you don't hit, you know, we saw Ramkev crash and burn with that Syndra. You know, that's the risk you're taking. And so I think a lot of these players are opting into that very risky style. And so that can really kind of bite and burn, right? Where it's like, if they hit, maybe they get a 1st or a 2nd. If they don't hit, that's where I think we're seeing these 7ths or 8ths. So.
No, and Doa, your favorite Yordles have been here and there. Even yesterday, just the creativity out of the players we've seen in this tournament, including, you know, Ramkev, who Mordog just mentioned, had the So Small Slam yesterday. Even it was using that around Yordles. We even saw a Vex 3, So Small Yordle 3 with QSS, which made that an unbeatable frontline. What were some of your favorite creative uses of TFT today? Because I think So Small really caught us all off guard and ended up most of the time getting people a top 4. And then we had the Recombobulator today, which was wild.
Yeah, well, I think the thing we're seeing more than anything is just kind of top level TFT play on full display, right? I mean, it's hard to use some of those augments like a Recombobulator properly. You know, you really have to have the right types of champions, and then you have to quick make a comp out of it. So being able to adapt like that is huge. I don't know if we've had any so small in any of the lobbies yet today. I haven't noticed any, but it's certainly something people like to go for if it does pop up. But unique comps, I mean, I just love the twin shot sharpshooter comp that Noster 11 ran in the first game of the day. So we've been seeing a lot of unique stuff. I think when a patch happens, people tend to default to reroll because it's a safe place to go when you're figuring things out. But as the tournament, as the patch gets more developed, we're going to start to see more variety.
Game 4 carousel is ready. Mort Dogdoa, take it away.
All right, thanks, Lemonkiwi. Here we go again. Mort, game number 4 today. We're going to check out Lobby B once again here at the Innovation Cup, on board with Yippee Maokai, second in the standings overall with 20 points, just one behind Iniko. And yeah, a player with a fantastic ID, first of all, obviously, but also a pretty fantastic player it's turning out.
Yeah, for sure. We get a first glimpse at Mutant, by the way. It's the bio-leeching. This one's interesting that a lot of people didn't realize that bio-leeching applies to your whole team, not just the mutants. Yeah. So this is one of the few versions of Mutant that's actually really good to splash as a 3-piece, giving your entire team 30% Omnivamp, which is almost as good as a Prismatic Augment, right? The Celestial Blessing being 35.
Right.
So definitely some interesting comps you can make with this. But it's also kind of one of the least flashy versions of Mutant as well. So
it's one of those ones where if we had spicy appies in the lobby, you'd probably be going for it. But we'll see if anyone picks it out. Looks like gold augments to start things off. Three's Company. Oh, there's all right. Treasure Trove, Tiny Titans. Interesting choices here. Looks like it's going to be the Three's Company. Oh.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting start. Not the start you want, where it's like you're choosing some variation of economy or units here. Goes with the 4/3 costs.
Like
Tiny Titans, unfortunately, is a very good augment late game, but early game, by putting yourself at that 135 health, even if you start loss streaking, you lose your carousel pick, and that can be devastating. And so a lot of people are avoiding the Tiny Titans in the early game.
Yeah, you really should for that exact reason, honestly. And like that's the thing, is like if you win streak with it, great, you've got a ton of HP, but then you kind of think, if you're going to win streak anyway, because clearly the power didn't come from augments, you didn't really need the extra HP, and if you start to lose streak, like you said, you don't even get the benefit of the carousel position, so there's really not much benefit at all from taking that as a first augment, whereas late game it can mean being able to bleed into a top 4 in some circumstances. But Yippee Maokai, pretty psyched, I'm sure, to get the Yordles online, especially being able to put the Gnar in early on. That's going to be theoretically a pretty strong early game. Trying to decide what he wants to do, because he could hit 20 here, too.
Yeah, the thing that threw me off here a little bit is he had the Malzahar with the Gunblade, which would have been a pretty decent way to kind of do well in the early game. In a lot of these early Stage 2 fights, that Malzahar with Gunblade provides a lot of health to your team. And so passing on that to instead run the 2-star Nocturne is a little surprising to me. But as you mentioned, getting the 3 Yordle in is going to be very powerful. And this at least doesn't commit him to a different direction. So this is probably the best version he can run without committing to a particular comp.
Right. And I mean, the best case scenario is to have a bunch of items on your bench and still be winning rounds, right? So in good shape. Takes a chunk out of Spencer. And still has some options. I mean, he's kind of thinking about maybe Debonair. Doesn't pick up the brand, but you're probably going to see another one anyway. And if you're running 3 Debonair, you're going to probably cut it first, especially when you get that Leona. So in pretty good shape. Meanwhile, checking out Trick's board. 3 Merc already and 2 Bruiser. So not a bad start for sure.
Yeah, so we got a glimpse there briefly that Ramkev is the one with the mercenary, so that's going to be really good here. But yeah, Tricked here has the 4 Arcanists, and 4 Arcanists this early is very powerful. You've got that Vex, and so the 4 Arcanist is powering up that shield a lot. And then Lucian is also another champion that clearly doing very well in the mid game right now. Scales with AP really well here. If you can get another tier, go like a blue buff with the Rod and the Arcanist, this Lucian will hit like a truck. All he really needs is like a second twin shot in there. Unfortunately, he does come up against these assassins, but the nice thing about the Lucian matchup is if he can get lucky, he can dash away from the assassins. Unfortunately, not going to be be here. Does end up getting ganked, and so, oof, that's Lucian, a little bit brave. Of a feels bad. Yeah.
You can't, sometimes they just dive right behind the assassins, too. That does happen. It looks like, I mean, if you look at the star level on the other side, that was probably going to be a round loss either way, but Lucian just bringing some much-needed slapstick comedy to the round, I guess.
I feel like Lucian's one of those champions that you can do one of those memes where it's like your team's Lucian and my team's Lucian, you know? And
Yeah,
so...
seriously. Mine is definitely the melee Lucian variety. He likes to get in there.
Yeah, back on Trick's board. We saw, by the way, that Yippee Maokai was almost at 30 gold already, so that's got to feel good here. Does put in the Quirky here, giving that 2 twin shot, so that's going to be nice.
Yeah.
Fully expect him at 2.5 to level up, get that 4 Arcanist in. If he can, like I said, if he can get that blue buff, that can be really powerful here, but he also may not want to commit to the Lucian angle. Does have that Arcanist emblem, though, and so that is kind of pushing him in a lot of very clear directions here. So we'll see if Trick is familiar with the Arcanist comps.
Yeah, it's something that we haven't seen people play as much. I know I'm saying that right after Goobums won with Arcanist, but it hasn't exactly been the most popular vertical in the meta right now. So it might test players a little bit more than some other comps will as far as experience goes. But man, you can just see how strong that Lucian is, even with just 2 Arcanists and the 2 Hextech, 2 Twin Shot. Like every trait powers up Lucian, right? So it's going to be pretty strong.
Yeah. Getting a quick glimpse at the augments here. Like I said, Tricked with the Arcanist. Spencer with that back foot, I think going his favorite, Twitch again. Roby has the Ornn. We'll have to see which Ornn augment he got there. Ramkev with the Mercenary. That's going to feel really exciting as well. Other than that, Malala getting that item component grab bag. So there's a few things there. Kev Chen with Meditate, which, can be strong in the right circumstances. So we'll have to see what team he can build around that. But looking at this, Roby and Ramkev definitely kind of coming out as the winners of the first augment here.
Right. I think it's hard to argue with that. Malala, meanwhile, able to put together a bit of an assassin board. You got the Hextech Jarvan up there with the Thieves' Gloves. But this is one of those starts where the items are just a little bit awkward, and you end up building the Thieves' Gloves early. And while that can be a decent slam early on just for tempo, it never feels great. That said, when you get things like Shroud, if you're doing a little bit of scouting, you can certainly make use of it.
Yeah, the nice thing here, though, is that you've got that item component grab bag, and so Shiv and
true.
Sunfire both are just so good in the early game that we'll see this being really good. And okay, on the other side, we see Roby has the Ash 2 already, and this is a really good use of that Miramana. Watch how the Ash, once he gets that first cast, will just cast 3 times back to back because the mana keeps stacking over time, and that can be really valuable. But despite all that, doesn't make up for the power of, again, the really early Sunfire and Shiv and Thieves' Gloves. So that item component grab bag doing a lot of work for Malala here.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, not to mention having a 2-star Ash already. That's going to be about as good as it gets at 2-1. So some switching going on. I guess you don't really need to have the Caitlyn in there, but she's going to probably kill a unit or something at least once. So
I do like the play of switching it here, as it allows you to run the Assassins and then go to 20, but decides to try to keep the streak, go the strongest board. The risk doesn't pay off here because he goes up against Ramkev, which would have been an easy win regardless. So
true enough. Meanwhile, Ramkev rolling with the Mercs, as you can see. Merc Crest is what he picked, getting the loss streak going. 70 HP at around 2, going into Krugs. That's not that bad. If you're going to be loss streaking through stage 2, 70 HP is where you're going to kind of hope you're going to end up, I think, in a lot of cases. Below that, you start to get a little bit worried. We're going to check out Spencer's board as well. Innovator, Assassin, Scrap. So, as you can see, trying to, maybe not going for the Twitches here. Only 2 Twitches. Be kind of hard to go for the Twitch 3 from this point, but we'll see. He seems to really like that comp, and I mean like it to maybe an unhealthy degree.
Yeah, believe it or not, I look at this position, and I think he is still running the Twitch comp here. I look at this position.
You might be right.
The only thing that might talk me out of that is if he doesn't slam the IE on the Twitch here, but the fact he does have the Twitch 1 maybe talks him out of it, but this is exactly how Spencer's been playing all tournament. Frankly, like you said, I think he's kind of playing on autopilot a little bit here. And so I think that's kind of leading to the results we're seeing here, unfortunately sitting in 15th place right now.
Not the greatest items to support something like that too, but when you're playing this Twitch reroll, usually you do see people roll about 20-some gold on 3-1. And, then if you don't hit, then you decide to change it up. And so we're going to see a little bit of reroll here. Or a little bit of a roll down, rather. Does find another Echo. That's nice, but still no more Twitches. There's a Singed. Okay, there's a Twitch too. There's the oh my gosh, why am I suddenly for getting that champion's name.
The Camille.
Camille, yes. It's because she came out after I stopped casting League of Legends, so that's one of the champs where I never actually got a lot of experience with it. That's what I'll blame it on. That's where I'll go with that.
Yeah, again, this does feel like it's a little autopilot. It does have the Frozen Heart on Echo, which is very good. Getting that Frozen Heart on the backline can slow the enemy DPS a lot, allowing the Twitch time here. But again, he is still level 4. We don't expect, some big wins here. The Lucian also with the Static Shiv and Morello, we've seen those both be very powerful items. Malala level 6, just an easy win. And Spencer already down to 66 health. Not devastating, but also not drowning in Twitches. We did see him turn this into a decent top 4 earlier, but otherwise, yeah.
Yeah. I think autopilot is a good word for it. But we'll move on from someone who's manually piloting their board. It's Noster 11, Bodyguard. He's got the Socialite Hex for Leona, which is actually pretty decent. She can kind of make use of that, but we'll see what he's going for. Trying to find the Ashes, but there's already an Ash too with the Mana Zane on the board, so I feel like you're kind of maybe looking for an out from that line as well, but we'll see. I feel like it's dangerous to try to contest a reroll here.
Yeah, this is interesting, and we've talked about this a lot today, how this is very different than you see on ladder play. Typically on ladder, when people are hitting level 6, they're trying to stay with around 30 gold so they can econ back up. In these more high-aggressive tournament situations, we're seeing people roll all the way down to 0 gold, which can allow them to stabilize some health. But here, Noster just didn't really get any big hits.
Yeah.
No 2-stars really to speak of. And so this is going to put Noster on the back foot pretty hard here with not really a great board to go from there.
It's one of those situations where it's like you've got a lot of pairs and you're like, all right, one more roll, I'll hit it for sure. Sniper Heart, okay. I mean, you almost don't want to see that because it might push you in a direction that you don't want to go, but it is going to be the Sniper Heart after all, and it does give him the Ash too, so all right, there's a commitment.
Yeah, like you said, though,
yeah.
With another person playing Ash on the board, though, this is really risky.
Yeah.
It does have that 3 sniper, hopefully can get up to 4 sniper fairly soon. The other thing I'll note here is that Ginsu's on Ash is it's an okay item, but it hasn't been nearly as effective as, say, the Giant Slayer at getting that multiplicative damage, and currently missing the Last Whisper, which means this Ash will really struggle against any other bodyguard front lines. Right. So again, little nervous about this position. Doesn't have that much gold to reroll the Ash, but maybe we're seeing... See, even then, as an item holder now, you took that Sniper Heart, so Ginsu's is not really good on Jhin. This is a really uncomfortable position to be in, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you could make the argument, well, like you said, it's just an item holder, but then, why would you go Sniper Heart? I guess maybe you do it just to get the Ash too, just because you've struggled so much to find 2-stars, and you're like, well, I'll just roll, maybe I can 3-star it first, but playing against Trick now, and that's a pretty strong Malzahar on the other side. That said, the Ash is doing some decent damage. Once you hit the 2-star Ash, you do start to kind of come around with this comp, and you can see it's enough for a win at least.
Yeah, up against the Arcanists who don't have any of that built-in armor, this Ash is going to do well. And the other thing is, Tricked, while he had a decent setup, it was all a lot of 1-star champions, so not that great. Yippee Maokai running the Bruiser Heart. We saw already Noster with the Sniper. Roby Von Kenobi also got the Sniper's Nest. That's really powerful. So Roby here is something... Yeah. Roby is the one I'm looking at going kind of one here. He has that Mana Zane on the Ash, and with Sniper's Nest, it's going to give it that extra 40% damage after a few rounds. The only thing is he can't move the Ash, but that is going to be very powerful here. Other than that, Kev Chen with the blue battery, but yeah, Roby definitely looking like the big winner here. And moving over to Ramkev's board, we have a Mercenary, very large chest. You can see by the size of the chest just how much is in there, so there's a lot going on. He's rolling down, trying to do a 3-5 cash out, which looks like an 8-loss streak here. Does get the GP2 with the Bloodthirster. So this hopefully will be a cash out for him, but we'll have to see.
Yep, he's going to go for it.
Oh, hits 5 Mercenary.
Yeah.
So 5 Mercenary is unique in the sense that it's actually okay to win streak with 5 Mercenary because you're getting 5 to 6 gold per round. Mm-hmm. So it can actually be really valuable to even stay in this after the cash out. But obviously the big thing to note here is, can he get that big chest cash out? And it's going to be really close here. I don't think it's happening this round, though.
Nah, I mean, the key to win streaking is winning, and it doesn't look like Ramkev's going to get that done quite yet. But it's definitely one of those situations where you're close, right? You can feel it. You're like, all right, I've got it. Hey, and there's a Silco. Okay, so, I mean, you could make a swap here to maybe do you go down to 3 Merc to try to cash out? Looks like that might be the play.
I think you definitely do.
Yeah.
The thing is with the 5 Merc, you notice what happens is when you have 5 Merc and you lose, it basically adds +3 losses. And so that 9 loss was actually closer to like an 11 or 12 loss. And you saw the dice rolled that spatula. That is a very powerful item that just went in that chest. If he can cash out now, we know that's going to be a very strong chest. And this looks like a decent option if he can get on that Lucian quickly. If that Lucian is allowed to tear through, he'll lose. But thankfully, it looks like the Lucian is being more silver than diamond right now and is going to get the kill and the cash out. So this is going to be huge for Ramkev.
I was a little bit concerned when the Zac didn't grab the Lucian, but luckily Lucian kind of stuck around anyway, like you said. But let's see what the cash out is going to be. Should be massive. He's got a good bruiser start here, too. So the front line is there for making a transition. And we have seen bruiser front lines perform okay with a couple different things. All right, let's see what it is. Going to grab it maybe a little bit at a time.
Silco and a Kaisa.
Whoa, okay.
What else we got here? He's going slow.
Yep.
We got a Tome of Traits. Titan's Resolve, more items,
tons of gold.
Tons of gold. Should be able to get him to level 8. The extra Titan's Resolve, the 2/5 costs. Other than that, though, I think the lack of like a Tactician's Crown or a Nico's Help here, I expect him to kind of fast 8 here real quick.
Yeah.
The question is he going to get baited by this GP3? That's the real trick. I'm kind of hoping he doesn't, but we'll have to see.
I mean, he's putting a lot of items on it, but that can always just be an item carry situation as well. We'll see what the roll down brings. Oh, no. All right, he only needs 2 more. To be fair, he's got the Nikos on the bench. But it wouldn't have the greatest items. That's the thing. You could build it in a way where you could pop maybe some of those items off when you complete it. He does find a Jinx, and I mean, Brawler Twin Shot is a thing that we've seen. I mean, Disintegrator is a trait, is an augment rather, that works well with Twin Shot as a trait. So I feel like the signs are there, Mort.
Yeah, I mean, the Jinx is the big hit here for sure. If he can find a second Jinx, run the Twin Shot. He does have the Kaisas. This would be a rare opportunity to maybe run a Kaisa 2. Kaisa, a champion that has definitely fallen off ever since the removal of Guardian Angel. Also has that Tome of Traits. But I think this is what we see this all the time, that, like, I think he's a little dizzy. There's a bunch of different ways he can go. Interesting choices with the Tome here. Go Scrap.
I like
it. This looks like he's trying to go more the Aurelia carry here, or the Jinx with that Scrap. Yeah, this could be really good items on Jinx here.
Yeah.
If he can just find the Jinx 2, one more Jinx would be a big upgrade here. I don't like the Titans here, but we'll have to see if that pays off.
I mean, in terms of looking what sort of, quote-unquote defensive items you could put on the Jinx, Titans is kind of the best he could sum up or come up with right there. And it looks like the items are trying to be spread out, right, between the front line and the back line. I agree, though, that when that Jinx comes down the back line, she's going to be very vulnerable. It's not going to be as good as an Edge of Night or a QSS or something. Certainly going to be strong enough for now anyway, though. It's a strong board.
It's crazy because he has so many 5 costs, right? He could have a 2-star Silco if he wanted it. He could have a 2-star Kaisa if he wanted it. But instead, not really hitting. Moving back over to Roby, and we're seeing 8 Ashes here. Again, we talked about that Sniper's Nest. That Sniper's Nest is fully stacked, but he's out of gold. He's out of gold, and so this is that position you don't want to find yourself in when you're playing a reroll comp.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, at least he's got this Ash that's going to be casting really quick because of the Mana Zane. So
Ramkev hit the Jinx, by the way.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's quite good.
Meanwhile, Spencer 3-starring everything. He just hit 3-star 1 costs down there. Maybe that'll be enough to turn his game around with that Twitch reroll. But yeah, I mean, to me, the 2 strongest comps at the moment certainly looks like Robyvon, if this Ash can be turned into a 3-star Ash. And then, of course, our Merc player as well, Ramkev. If he can, since he's got that Jinx too now, we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, this is going to be really close. Because, again, when you're at 0 gold in this reroll situation, Fates is kind of out of your hands, right? You're really just sort of donkey rolling for that Ash. If you can hit it, that's really strong. And, again, the Sniper's Nest variation is just so powerful. and with that Mana Zane to get like basically 3 casts for free, tearing through the front line. It's not quite as much damage without, because the third item being Mana Zane, you don't get that multiplicativeness of something like a Giant Slayer, but it can be quite good. Noster, on the other hand, we saw it earlier, was kind of struggling a bit, sitting at 15 health. Thankfully, you'll at least get to see his third augment. You're not going to take 15 damage at this point, but Ramkev also hits the Silco too. Whew.
All right. That's going to be a strong board, no doubt about it. You know, I wonder, too, if maybe Roby Von Knob is just waiting for Noster 11 to drop out, you know, so he can maybe have an easier time of finding those ashes. It looks like he did roll for it anyway, came really close to it, but might have better luck if Noster is still holding some of those once he falls out.
Yeah, it feels like a big thing for us right now is just watch that sidebar, see where that ash comes out. We got the Corky 3 from Yippee, but here we go. Here's the Jinx with the Silco we talked about here. The one risk when you're running this Silco is that, you know, you don't want to accidentally blow up your own front line, but Silco 2 is 125% attack speed, and so if this Jinx gets Silcoed, it will just destroy everything.
This lobby is popping off right now. I mean, like, everybody seems to be hitting, nearly everybody, you know, Robbie Van Knob is the exception for the moment, but okay, and we got a gold augment, gold tier for the third augment as well. What do you go with here?
This is Stand United. You've got 6 traits active. It's pretty good. Woodland Trinket, unfortunately, is more of a win streak augment. In the late game, it's basically not very good. And so then Keepers, but at this point, Keepers would put you in a situation where you have to group up in a way that you probably don't want to with this comp. So Stand United, definitely looking like the big value here, especially with that Jace giving you Transformer for an extra trait. But yeah, this is, hopefully you're going to be able to hit something to power up your comp, because right now this comp is really lacking damage.
Yeah, I mean, either you want to find that VIP Debonair Draven, or you want to somehow find like a Jace 2 or something, but not having either of those, it's a little bit awkward. I feel like you do want to replace that brand and give yourself the opportunity to find the Jace, but we'll see, I guess. Not a lot of gold to work with either for Kevchen.
Yeah. So this is the challenge with running Debonair. He can't get rid of the brand until he has a Debonair to replace it, to keep the 3 Debonair in, to get the rolling bonus to find more VIPs. So until he can find something like a Talon or a Zeri to make that 3 Debonair, he's kind of at the mercy of waiting around, but the more he rolls down, the less he'll have for that Draven, and so it does make it a very difficult comp to transition in the late game.
Well, the extra awkward thing, too, is that even though this brand doesn't have any items, it's still VIP brand, and it's probably doing a good amount of his damage as well. So even just swapping that out to open up the VIP spot is kind of scary. Does find the second Draven, though.
Yeah, and see, this is the uncomfortable position now, because if you find that third Draven, then it's even harder to get that VIP Draven online, and so not the best position to be in here. Noster down to 4 health, though, as we talked about. Once Noster dies, those ashes go back in the pool, and so that will probably spike, you know, the other boards on the game.
Yep, we will see what Kevchen gets out of the Raptors. The bird pinatas have been opened, and some pretty decent stuff. I mean, the tier, I suppose you wish that was something different, but yeah, I guess it's something,
unfortunately,
but it's not quite what you want.
Yeah, Shojin's not really good for this build here. This is, again, just a rough spot, it seems like, because you really want to get rid of this brand. You need a Debonair to replace it. Ends up going with the Jace, which means now we're not even in the Debonair. We're not running the Draven. So now it's all about maximizing that Jace in any way you can, and just not a great position to be in, unfortunately.
Holding that Seraphine as well, so it looks like maybe Innovator is an option. That's a pretty scary board on the other side from Trick. That it's great items for the Ahri, but still just an Ahri 1. So kind of low-ish damage versus low-ish damage, although that Morgana is pretty terrifying. Not terrifying enough.
Yeah, the one thing to call out is he's got Spellblade. So once he gets powerful enough, those autos will be doing a lot of extra damage. But yeah, the front line is just too weak, and so we see Yippee Maokai, unfortunately, crash and burn in 8th place on this one, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's a little bit rough, because that's going to give other people a chance to catch up in the standings. Yippee Maokai was 2nd, certainly not going to be after this game. Still 2 games left, and still a good point total, so not a huge concern, but definitely not the game 4 you want. Yeah, and the RE2 found
and the
by
Victor.
Trick. Not bad. Swap that in as well. Does it immediately, as anyone would.
The challenge with this particular version of Ahri, and so I've talked about this a lot, is that Ahri can be a challenging champion to play. She usually likes the defenses of Syndicate, and so here he's chosen to go Quicksilver as his third item, which will allow her to go cast free. But because she's not that tanky, you can see as soon as something gets on her, she ends up falling off.
Right.
And so this doesn't end up being really the optimal Ahri build for this situation. And so unfortunately, you need more of a front line to give her time to stack up. Otherwise, she's just going to fall over. And so hopefully he can hit the Vex 3. The Morgana 3 would be the big hit here, especially as an Arcanist Morgana. If you hit the Victor 2, there's also an argument to move the items off of the Ahri onto the Victor. But again, one Vex off, one Malzahar off. It kind of feels like what we saw last time with Goobums, where all of a sudden he's just going to spike, and this board will be very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 40 HP at this point. It's not the most HP in the world, but you can probably afford to wait a couple rounds, save up a little bit. There's another Victor, so the Victor 2 is kind of a possibility here. Obviously, the lot comes in.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the better matchups for him. Even you see the Zyra just really kind of gives Ahri some extra mana to get her right back to casting. And I think this is going to be the end of Noster here, which
definitely
puts those ashes right back in the pool. Roby, though, also out, unfortunately.
Yeah, so we've got our top 5 already. Malala surviving to 5th place, but a big gap between the 4th place and the 5th place player right now. Definitely a divided lobby. The race for the Jinx 2, and Malala does grab it. Spencer is threatening a little bit there. Spencer's certainly online right now, too. I mean, man, when you hit those 3 stars and you have the items that he has on the Twitch, that's it's going to be a strong board. So, autopilot, there's a reason why they use it on all the planes. It gets you where you want to go.
Yeah, the two things to call out for sure is that Spencer is in his comfort zone, has the Twitch with the exact items we always see, at least the Ezreal and the Singed here, has the 5 Innovator. We talked about this, I think, literally last game. It does feel like he's kind of playing the same comp every game here, but it seems to be the comp he's very comfortable with, has that online, and so it might get him that 4th place he's looking for. We talked about it, again, I think it was you and I casting last time, where we talked about how very difficult to first with this comp, though.
Yeah, it sure can be, and it's not even gotten close to getting a first for him this game. It hasn't even gotten a top 4 yet, but it kind of reminds me of Aegon playing that Tristana reroll a couple sets ago, where, if you're committed to it, if you're a master of it, sometimes you can just kind of like force out those top 4s. So far, not so good, but this round is another one that's going to go in his favor. And is this enough to knock out Malala?
Yep.
It is. So that is going to determine our top 4. Kevchen, Tricked, Ramkev, and Spencer. Both Ramkev and Spencer on those win streaks now. And I would imagine Ramkev has the Ash 3.
What is that shot?
What? Okay. Free Jace too?
Wait, he passed on it.
I mean, it doesn't really fit his board that much, I guess, but that's the first time and probably the last time I'll ever see that happen.
He passed on it. It's still a Jace too. That's wow. That's a little shocking to me, but okay.
I'm trying to think of what he would take out to put it in. That's the thing. Like, because you don't want to
Corki?
drop Bodyguard 4 at this point. Corki, but that's a twin shot, if you're running twin shot 3.
I don't think 3 twin shot is really worth not getting the shred and the value of a Jace. But
okay.
That being said, we're kind of nitpicking, the high roller in the lobby already who's sitting here on 2-star 5 costs.
Yeah.
So rich, could possibly hit a 3-star 5 cost. I mean, it may not matter regardless, but that's a crazy play.
Yep. Yeah, it's not something you see every day. It definitely feels like a Ramkev play. Wow, all right. And you'll definitely take this Trap Claw as well. That'll be perfect to just toss on the GP and keep your Jinx just that much safer. Make sure your Braum 1 gets his cast off, because he's just not guaranteed at a Braum 1 with no items. So the rich get richer for Ramkev, literally.
Yeah, it's interesting, because I wonder if you put the Trap Claw to protect the Aurelia, or you put it to protect the Jinx, because the Jinx doesn't really need it, whereas the Aurelia might get caught pretty quickly. That being said, it does go with the sort of obvious, like you said, the Braum to maybe helpfully guarantee the cast. And so it has a couple really high win conditions here, rolling for more Jinxes, already has the Galio 2, could hit the Aurelia 3, so a lot of possible high roll conditions here.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, too, with the Trap Claw, where if there was like a threatening Tom Kench, for instance, on one of the other boards, then you definitely want the Trap Claw there. But it looks like Ramkev isn't worried about the front line that much right now. Rolls a Giant Slayer on the Aurelia, so that's going to be pretty good. But Twitch in the back line, he's going to get kind of surrounded here.
I have to call out here, this is a kind of example where Silco can be very bad. You notice the Silco immediately ulted the Gangplank, or the Galio, and the Galio couldn't even finish his cast before Silco had worn off. Now, thankfully, Ramkev is powerful enough that it didn't really matter, but that was a case where it's like, you have to look at this comp and go, is Silco actually giving you what you need?
Yeah. Trick gets what he needs, though, and the Vex 3 coming in. Not sure if the Malzahar 3 was picked up or not. Looks like not quite yet. No, he did. Never mind, he did. But still looking for that Victor 2. The Victor 2 would kind of be the icing on the cake for this.
Yeah, I think the fact he has the Malzahar 3 is enough here. The Malzahar 3 can do a lot. The only thing that scares me a little bit here is that the Malzahar 3 is running, the Archangels, and up against some of these bursty comps like this Twitch, that can be really bad. I do like this positioning, though. Kept everything as far away from the Twitch as possible. So hopefully buys some time. The Malzahar dot has multiplied, but... Oh, got it! No, he got it.
Oh, that was so close. Wow. It was the... little Zyra that could. Finally living. That's going to send Kevin Chen, or Kev Chen, out in 4th. So Spencer makes it to the top 3 now. Trick's still looking pretty solid. We're starting to see some 6 Arcanist boards really succeed, and it's been kind of in the reroll style like this. Now, we saw it before with Goobums with the 4 Enchanters added on. That certainly gives it a lot of durability. But, here you've got the durability of 3 Syndicate for your Ahri, who's carrying a lot. And then you've got, 2 Scholar to just make sure the casts happen a little bit quicker. Plus all the power of Arcanist, plus all the Arcanist augments. So it's kind of cool. I feel like there are starting to kind of be some different Arcanist ways emerge to kind of build right now.
Yeah, for sure. My expectation here is that Ramkev's going to pretty handily win this lobby. And then it's going to come down to sort of the matchups that Spencer can get into. Because we saw the Tricked versus Spencer matchup is still very, very close here. Oh, but see, remember I was just talking about the Silco. I was just talking about the Silco and how that can backfire. Silco, I think, really messed him up here.
I mean, there's a reason he's kind of... I think Silco's kind of more on the bad guy side, but he's a little bit of an anti-hero, in the Silco from Arcane sense, So... you kind of want him on your team, but you got to watch out. He's definitely a double-edged sword. I think Silco is perfect, by the way, in terms of capturing the lore in a character. Chef's kiss. Really well done.
Yeah, like I said, I think Silco actually did more harm to Ramkev there. So to me, I would take that out real quickly here. And yeah, I know you want that Mastermind, but that really backfired here. Does get the Zeeks here, which is really nice. Also, that'll help the Jinx. But yeah, I feel like you've got to take out the Silco. The other thing I'll note is he does have 5 Silcos. Silco is the kind of champ right now I don't think you want to 3-star 5 cost. He actually ends up doing more harm than good right now.
He will destroy your entire team immediately.
Yeah, he kind of does after the nerf, so pretty risky to consider that.
We're going for some 3-star 4 costs here, though. Getting closer on that Orianna.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, a little bit wacky at the end of there. Meanwhile, Spencer's still clinging to life at 9 HP. Gets in behind the... Vex here, so that Vex is going to occupy the Twitch for a long time.
Yeah, this was the match that was really close last time, and it does put the seal on Spencer. So Spencer getting 3rd. We talked about it before, that Twitch just not quite the first place call. Ramkev loses, though.
Wow, yeah, and that's going to be Tricked, getting the first place, and he did it. Arcanist triumphs once again.
Yeah, back to back. That's crazy.
Yeah, if you asked me the things I was going to expect to see today, Mort, I don't think 2 Arcanist victories in a row would have been it. Lemonkiwi, it's kind of... We're getting into some interesting stuff here today in Day 2.
It's getting quite creative, and I like that it's not just straightforward. There's so many different versions of a composition. We've seen both some deep Syndicate Ahri, and we've seen deep Arcanist Ahri. So, Mordog, leading right to that question, we've seen both of those. And of course, here, the augments were quite friendly to AP. I think with Spellblade, there was an Arcanist emblem in there. So what's your impression on which flavor you seem to like better between full Arcanist and full Syndicate Ahri? Or what's kind of the trade-off, you think?
I think the big thing here is if you can get the Arcanist going on the Morgana, that giving her that much extra AP, she actually does a surprising amount of damage, and her shield gets very big, which gives you that frontline option you're looking for. And I keep talking about how the secret to Ahri is have that strong frontline. A Vex 3, a Morgana with 6 Arcanists, those are big shields, and so that can work really well. And interestingly enough, Syndicate has counters, right? It can be hit by Last Whisper, it can be hit by Static Shiv. The Arcanist shields, they don't have a counter. There's nothing that really says pierce a bunch of big shields, and so other than just a bunch of damage. And so it's cool to see that variation come out here.
Yeah, I think hitting Vex 3 is super big for that Arcanist frontline, and I know both of you had some discussions on the number of twin shots, and, you know, maybe splashing in that Jace 2-star legendary. So Doa, my question to you is, I know now that there's different traits or different numbers for twin shots these days, what is the sweet spot for the amount of twin shots you need to accompany a Jinx carry, which we saw from Ramkev in that one?
I mean, I will give you the answer that is really the answer to every question ever asked in TFT. There's actually one answer that can be done to any game of TFT, any question about the entire thing, and that answer is, it depends. It depends on the opponents you have in the lobby. It depends on what you've hit for augments, what you've hit for champions. So yeah, I mean, there's cases where you take it out and you put in the Jace. I think that was a really valid point by Mart. And there's other times you say, I want the twin shot because I want that extra chance to double hit and really kind of like double down on who my main carry is. So it really is kind of a context-based answer in almost every situation, but maybe not for Mort in this case, though.
I mean, look,
No?
you're right. It obviously depends, but I think there's no world where +1 twin shot on a Corki 2 is worth a 2-star 5 cost, especially one like Jace that you can put on the back row and give you a bunch of attack speed, or the front row and give you a bunch of shred. That just felt like Ramkev was a little dizzy. He was level 5, had a ton of options. And I think he just got in his own head there, but passing on that Jace to me, I think you have to look back at that and go, that was a huge misplay.
And as we look at the winners from the other lobby, I think you guys are both agreeing on the same thing. It's the timing of it. Because even through that bruiser discussion we had earlier, where you could sacrifice the number of bruisers to bring in more legendary. So in that late game, really, it's the decision making that we love so much about TFT. So big congrats to what Tricked could do with 6 Arcanist Ahri. And we have Pawn-Up winning with the usual and very popular VIP Draven, and Zeri as the emotional support animal beside him. But that was game 4, and we're going to have some reshuffles after this. But here's how well everyone did, and some very 8 places from Yippee and Bassa. What do you think, Doa?
I mean, I'm just kind of sad to see Dish Soap down there in the bottom 2 again. It's just not been his day, apparently, and you know, after this, it might be a little bit late to catch up. I think it might kind of take a miracle at this point without looking at the overall standings right now. Aside from that, I think things are going to be very close, pretty down to the wire in our last 2 games of the day. You see other players like, you know, Goobums following his first up with a 4th. It's not that bad. Spicy Appies, Voidsins, bot 4, but not totally bot 4. So it's redeemable a little bit, but we'll just have to see how the rest of the day plays out, because Spicy Appies, if he wants to make the final day, probably going to need to have some pretty good final 2 games.
Oh, thanks for that segue. We get to look into the standings of how this will affect our players going into day 2. There are only 2 games remaining, and Dish Soap found himself at the bottom. It's a tough one, and Yippee has had this hot and cold day at 7th to 2nd to 1st to back to 8th, and is still somehow holding on to that final 8th place spot. So your top 8 is there, 2 more games to go. Mortdog, any surprises here?
No major surprises. I think, you know, Goobums, Ramkev, Aniko, Pawn-Up, all players you kind of expected to do really, really well. I think Spicy Appies being on the bottom, a little bit of a surprise maybe there, Voidsin as well. But the thing to note here is you look at these scores, and like, it's actually really close with the exception of Pawn-Up and Aniko. I think even Spencer, all the way down, still has a chance to make it. Like you said, Dish Soap might need a miracle. Even 2 first is going to be a little close.
Yeah.
But it is still pretty close the other way around. And so everyone at the bottom still has a shot here, which honestly, compared to yesterday, this is a lot closer. And so I think we'll have to see. Next game will really make or break for a lot of people here. I think anyone at like Spicy Appies or below, if they bottom 4 here, that might be the end of their tournament.
And Inigo Nico had an amazing start to day 2, a first and a second. Still finds himself in second place. And you have Pondup, who is our number 1 player from day 1, continues to be number 1 in day 2. So if I'm you, if I'm me on fantasytft.com or the app, I'm going to go and buy all the Pondup stocks I can, because I'm going to be farming up those little legend eggs. And so can you. So that was the end of our game 4. We have 2 more games to go for the end of our Innovation Cup before we send 8 players into Championship Sunday. So we'll see you guys after this break. Hey folks, welcome back to Innovation Cup Day 2. We're going into Game 5 shortly, and I have my esteemed analysts, new ones this time, Frodan and Bryce, joining me on the desk. We had a different sight to Ari just now, presented by Tricked, who went Arcanist 6 Ari, in contrary to a lot of everyone else kind of going the Syndicate route. So, Bryce, tell me about how excited that made you that there's different ways to play Ari now.
I'm really excited about it. It's opening up the meta significantly. AD was feeling more like the dominant tree, and having Ahri as a meaningful out to go along with some of the other reroll options is a really, really big deal, and you always kind of have that Victor top end. So we've seen multiple Arcanists win. We've seen different versions of it too. I mean, this one, it wasn't a Morgana 3, it was a Morgana 2, but with the Titans and the Redemption, the Arcanist spat, it was just unkillable. It was tanking forever. So really, really well played game, and some great positioning nuance there as well. Like, we saw him frontline the Ahri in order to beat the Twitch board. We saw him play differently into Ramkev's board, so some really nice flexibility in both the board and in the positioning.
Some great augments to help with that, along with the spell blade. So it was cool to see that Arcanist 6 really could push Ahri to a top 4 situation. And speaking of top 4, Frodan, we saw Ramkev with a massive Merc cash out. I think 9 losses. He got Silkos. He got all types of stuff, but only ended up with a 2nd. And you thought he could have done better. So what could he have improved?
Yeah, I think that, Ramkev is ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, happy with the top 2. But in terms of what he wants back, I'm pretty sure he wants to play that transition to 9 a little bit differently. He rolled past like a window, for example, that had 3 Jaces in it, which could have easily allowed him to bridge the gap into playing an all-legendary board. And I know that, yes, Twitch reroll is very powerful. They can still get a lot of stuff done. But ultimately, I did feel like Ramkev didn't play as open-minded as I was expecting him to be. He was like stuck on this twin shot idea. For one point, he even skipped the Jace 2 to keep his Lucian 1 in so he can maintain his twin shots. And I think it's because he had a vision in his mind. He said, I want to really get to this bodyguard board. I really want to be able to leverage my scrap. Had all these different ideas. But at the end of the day, when you're in such an overwhelming, embarrassment of riches moment, all you can do is just click on the gold units, man. Just click on the legendaries. It's like legendary good, and if you 2-star enough of them, you win. And the player that showed me that was Goobums. Goobums was playing a lot in solo queue, where he was just tempo flexing, slamming lockets, sparks, redemption shrouds, had so much gold, was able to fast 9, and he was just clicking every gold unit and was winning lobbies. So I know that it can work at the highest level, and I think that's something that Ramkev will ultimately want back if the points matter, which it may.
In Kev Chen, we saw that he was faced with a lot of difficult decisions around Debonair and just how to transition that to a Draven board, and that flexibility and the right decisions helped him out into a top 4. We have Game 5 ready to go. Innovation Cup and Carousel about to unlock. Frodan and Bryce, take it away.
All right, give it up for Lemonkiwi once again. Excellent day number 2 navigation as we hop into Game 5. Lobby A here, Bryce. We're stopping with Pawn Up. That's how we started the day off, with a bow and a Twitch. Now, I know Twitch reroll has been getting some spotlight. Is it really that good, Bryce? Should people be playing it more often, you think?
It's a great question. I mean, Spencer's results have been a little bit mixed on it, right? It's not like he's in the top of the field, but we did see DQA piloted to a first on day 1. I think if it gets ahead of the curve, right, if you hit on time or ahead of time, if you hit on time, you'll top 4 a lot of the time. If you hit ahead, sometimes you can scale it all the way, particularly if you're hitting a bunch of the 3 stars to go along with it. And he kind of gets a little bit of a care package here. He gets an Ezreal pair and a Camille and a Twitch. Very interestingly, chooses to prioritize buying the Camille and holding the Twitch on his board, which means that if Pawn doesn't get dropped gold, he is not getting Ezreal pair, which is one of the strongest AD holders in the game. Very unusual decision, not punished for it, but I feel like that cannot be correct. And also,
it depends on what he's specifically open to, but I'm inclined to agree.
Oh,
Starts off
true
with 2 trues.
Okay.
Oh, well, thank goodness we picked up that Ezreal pair, since we can leverage that existing innovator with the current Zillion 2 that we got. In terms of the Zyra 2, and you have this Darius, there's a lot going on here, Bryce. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it's always so tough when you play True Twos because you just have to make some decisions here that are very, very impactful. I agree with selling the Zyras. It feels like making 10 here is correct. Um, the Ezreal pair to go along with this Zillion, so he just needs to find one Singe and he can start to lean towards the Innovator Tree. And Innovator Tree has been one of the more consistent ways of playing the game. It has a smooth power curve early, middle, and late. It has a number of different options late game in terms of who your carry is, including Jace top end. So there's just a lot to like about staying in the Innovator line.
Yeah, and I think part of me really wanted to pre-level, but I think that's just because we had so much gold, it felt like it was a right thing to do. You also have this option, exactly what Pawn Up is thinking about, which is making 20 gold this early into the game, which is ultimately what Two Trues is supposed to do, right? When people were first evaluating, they're saying like, well, in the worst case scenario, it's kind of like Rich Get Richer, the gold tier augment that gives you 12 gold, and lets you max interest up to 70. Feels similar that you're just jump starting your economy. Because look at other players who did take Rich Get Richer. Spicy Happy's is only 10 gold. But granted, he is playing Mercenaries and has that Slam Shojin on Misfortune.
Yeah, very unusual Slam. Most people are playing Mercenaries into AD lines, right? We saw Jinx carry as from Ramkev in the last game, which is a little bit unusual. We've seen a lot of people go into like Aurelia and Draven, for example. So choosing to slam a Shojin and play into AP is a different look at Mercenary. It'll be interesting to check back in with Spicy Appies to see how that game is going. Hopping on back on board with Robovan Kenob, who is in 9th place right now, barely out looking in. Has that early VIP brand. We've seen a lot of brand carry early in the game, do a lot of work leveling to 5 on 2-2, and actually has the capability to make 10 gold here as well if he's willing to sell the Syndra, so a very powerful opening from Robovan.
Yeah, Robovan right there, tied at 21 with Tricked and Yippee Maokai, hoping find a very consistent finish that can set him up to play from a advantage point position as opposed to feeling like he has to risk it for the biscuit and go for a top 2 or better. This fight versus Kev Chen was looking promising at first and ended up becoming a little bit closer than I thought it was going to be. I kind of thought he was just going to run him over. Able to still make gold, a very, very impactful moment. A surprising amount of economy trait or economy augments taken this early game. Usually people have been prioritizing a lot of combat power, but it feels like half the lobby, Bryce, has taken some gold-centric augment.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. You took the words right out of my mouth. It's very weird in a meta where we've been constantly talking about the aggression and people prioritizing getting board strength from their augments to see so many people, multiple True Twos players, a treasure trove player. So we obviously didn't get to see everyone's options, so it's a little bit hard to say if they were choosing these over board power, and Ramkev going with item generation, which is some form of board power, but not the same thing, quite the same thing as getting strength on your board right away. So a lot of different decisions, and a lot of people level 5 already, by the way. Ramkev level 5, Robovan level 5. One of them is going to have their win streak snapped, and it looks like Robovan, but this Kassadin is tanking for days. I spoke too soon. This Vex in the cast again. This looks like it's a fight win for Robovan, and Ramkev levels and loses, which always gonna hurt you early.
VIP brand. If you are not open to this unit, what are you doing? This unit is insane. I'm convinced. I am not skipping Debonair VIP brand if it doesn't cost me.
Yeah. Definitely agree with that. So we get a chance to look at all of the
Two
augments.
junkyards.
Wait, a rich get
only
richer.
one person
Yeah.
has a combat augment. It's Dish Soap.
What game are we playing, or what meta are we playing? This is wild. I want to go back and see everyone's augment selections. Did Mortdog enter the hacks and say only utility and econ based augments for all of you people? Because this is wild in a meta where we're normally looking at it's the opposite. Normally it's 7 board power, maybe one person went econ focus, but everyone went econ focus in this lobby.
Yeah, so this actually tells me that we are going to have some very powerful late game options. Nostar does end up slamming Debonair Emblem. He is of the belief that it is the best item in the game, just to give you an extra Debonair item to slam and be able to get a ton of stats, right? We kind of equivocated to like a Death Cap and a Warmogs for your team. So it's just very, very strong. And he's gonna lean into it like he has been. most of this tournament, going up against Robovan Canove, who, as we see, got a lot done. And once they start pieced together to get that blue buff with that Gunblade brand, it is very powerful on brand and also quite a powerful packaged item that can go on many carries in the mid game.
Yeah, this is the unit quality diff. You know, when you look at the gold value for Robovan in comparison to his last two opponents, it felt like he was going to lose, but the VIP brand doing so much work. In this Kassadin 2, we saw last game, I believe, was it Tricked, who played a Kassadin 2 carry all the way into stage 5, and it was still actually tanking quite effectively. This Kassadin 2 for Robovan is just tanking everything from his opponents and buying so much time, and time is all he needs. Even at 1 star, the VIP version of Brand is just absolutely slapping, so really nice board from Robovan protecting this streak in a lobby with some extremely powerful boards.
Extremely powerful is a little bit of
caster hyperbole.
I just call it out with like that. No one has combat augments,
True.
Bryce. What?
There's a talent
So I think
too, a debonair spat. The synergies are nice. We got an upgrade.
Yeah,
but you're right.
All right,
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
It's just in an environment where this could end up working out in the benefit of everybody, right? It's like everybody's has a mixture of tempo but a lot of emphasis on greed. And that ends up meaning that the one player who takes combat augment should do well, theoretically, right? Was it Robovan who did have...
I think it was Dish Soap.
That,
I think
it was Dish Soap.
had
correct.
Cybers.
Oh, that's right. Well, Dish Soap still ends up being one of the players who has a lot of HP, but not on the streak, as Robovan, who had that brand, I believe, was the one showcasing a lot of that potential. Take a look at Kev Chen, a player who's kind of just gone under the radar. I think the fact that Kev Chen has just been appearing a lot in these tournaments, always kind of climbing the solo queue ladders and being able to qualify for these events, we don't really know much about him because there's just other Kevins that take the spotlight. Ram Kev, Prestivant,
Is Setsuko Kevin? There's one more
Setsuko's
Kevin.
His name is Kevin, so we got a lot of Kevins.
Yeah,
in TFT.
Kevin is a really good name in TFT. There's also a lot of Toronto-based TFT players. You know, for those of you who have your TFT bingo card, you've got a lot of different buckets to fill out. This is a really interesting moment for Kev Chen. I do wonder if he knows the Shiv Ginsu's Ari tech that has started to rise in popularity, because if so, it's a really great item combination to slam right now. This Ash 2 is going to do a ton of work throughout the mid game, and the Ginsu is going to ensure that you're proccing that Shiv over and over and over again. There it is, the slam. I am so excited to see how this game works out.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's thinking about because he's in the Syndicate tree as well. So I like it. Not to mention that this is just also the right combination to keep his tempo high because you don't want a second Shiv and you get to scrap this tier. So very well navigated by Kev Chen in particular. Another carry that I think people are really underestimating with this combination is Zeri. I think she's actually quite strong, and I know players like Ramcat even think that Zeri is the best legendary in the game. So I think it's really fascinating to see the differing opinions on what people think about when they're talking about some of the top end of TFT.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's also, you know, people focus so much on BIS items. I've seen Draven with Shiv Ginsu's Rune's Hurricane top 1 lobbies. So if you get the right tempo going, you can snowball it into so much unit quality on your board that you can actually win with suboptimal items. So if you're sitting there reading a guide and saying to yourself, well, this guide says that I want Infinity Edge, Ginsu's Rageblade, Bloodthirster on my Draven, and so I'm just going to hold my items until I have them and slam them, then you're probably missing out on opportunities to gain some LP.
Yep, fair enough. Let's hop on board with the other Junkyard player that's in this lobby. We have Yippee Mao Kai Ye playing the Innovator Clockwork Scrap, just a standard composition setup. Has a Quicksilver Rageblade slammed, so can completely corner and protect the Ezreal. Going up against Robovan, who's still streaking with a 1-star
and he's level 7
VIP brand. He's level 7 at 3-2 with 20 gold. He's rich.
Yeah, this guy is a madman. You love to see it in a meta of aggression. Robovan is trying to out-aggress the lobby even still. He is not only level 7, but he's level 7 making 20 gold on 3-2, which is pretty wild. He is so far ahead economically with the full win streak and with the early treasure trove dropping so much gold. It's just an incredible start for Robovan, and then Kev Chen also streaking here. Coming on board with the second augment, we see Electro Charge, a solid, generic, damage-based augment. I didn't really get a chance to see the other augments. Do we like this decision, Dan?
Yeah, there's Ascension or Celestial Blessing, both like augments that are focused on dragging out the fight. I like to charge a little bit more about the fact that I think Yippee Maoke lacks damage right now. Ezreal used to be best at holding a lot of bow items, but these days Ezreal's best combination are more of the crit items like Last Whisper and Infinity Edge. So without that, Ezreal just has to use his base stats to deal damage, and it's not very much. So I like this choice because I think Maokai, yes, Electro Charge has gotten nerfed, but how else are you going to get damage if you pick Celestial and pray that the fights last long enough for Ascension?
Yeah, that makes sense. Now that you break down the augment choices, I think it's absolutely the correct one. He's moving back into the corner, going up against Pawn Up, who it appears is taking a page out of the Spencer playbook, but in a totally different way. Spencer plays this comp super greedy and tanks his HP like crazy and then eventually rolls down but maintains a slow roll position for a long time. Pawn Up is 0 gold on level 3-3. He is one Twitch off. He's one Camille off. I'm not sure if there's an Ezreal on his board, but if there is, that means that he actually just hit the Ezreal 3 because he has 2 Ezreal 2-stars, and he's got an extra Singe 2 as well. So there's a lot happening over there for Pawn Up. It'll be interesting to see if he can get that board stabilized, desperately needing that Twitch 3.
That's a scary spot for Pawn Up. Pawn Up's right now number 1 in points, 29. So still feels very comfortable, but an 8th, which that board looks like it's a recipe for an 8th unless we hit in the next 2 rounds. Then Pawn Up is in a spot where we might see him sweat just a tiny bit, depending on how the standings shake out. But we'll see how that plays as we take a look at the rest of the augments here. Some pretty generic ones. Weak Spot, Thrill of the Hunt, Cybernetic, Implants. It feels kind of basic, so nothing too crazy. But it makes sense that people have emphasized the combat power of their secondary augments, and so many took money-focused ones.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, we're going to see some really capped out boards as a result of that. So many people supercharging their economy early means that people are going to get to late game board states that we haven't seen a ton of in this tournament because it's been so aggressive that a lot of lobbies feel like they're winning with some less than capped out boards. Going to join Ramkev, who is leaning to this Junkyard trait, and I love the way that he's playing it. He has slammed a bunch of AD focus items so that he has a good damage source in the Ezreal, and then he is leaned into 4 scrap and says, hey, Junkyard's going to print me a bunch of items. I'm going to be able to make use of those items. I'll be able to scrap them, so he gets so much extra power. He gets the Shroud from this Blitzcrank. He gets the Shojin for the Zillion. Really, really nice play from Ramkev going up against his buddy Spicy Appies, who has slammed AP items on this MF. I'm not sure what Appies is thinking about here. He's actually 50 gold, level 7 on 3-5. One of the many players who is far ahead economically. It'll be interesting to see if he chooses to roll it down here in order to try to get a cash out before people start to get strong for stage 4. Is he maybe thinking about fast aiding for like the huge cash out? A lot of options for Appies. He has 72 gold on 3-6 level 7. Not something you see every day.
Sheesh. I would like to go see Spicy Appy's board in the next couple of rounds here just to see how he plans on catching out Ramkev with a 3-6 aggressive level to 7, scouting his matchups. Looks like with Robovan being in his pool, wants to keep that a possibility to maintain the streak. Goes up against Kev Chen. It's a battle of the Kevins. Loser has to change their name.
Oh, such high stakes. What's going to happen here? The Ezreal is wailing away, but it's on this Darius 2-star, so it's tanking a lot of damage, but there's just so much shielding on Ramkev's board. He still has a bunch of scrap shields up on his backline, and this kind of War of Attrition style for the Ashe is really good into a lot of compositions, but there's just too much raw HP on Ramkev's board for Kev Chen to ultimately be able to overcome, so here we go. Oh, speaking of here we go, Appy's actually cashes out already. He has 100 gold on 3-7, Dan. This man is crazy. I'm so excited to see how he transitions this board, though he winds up getting all gold, which is not necessarily what you're hoping for when you have this big Merc cash out, so it'll be very interesting to see how Appies plays it. He'll definitely be going to level 8. What is he going to play around, though?
Yeah. Oh, finds a Nikos through the Wolves, not the Mercenaries chest. Has more AP items, so can make that work. You can see that he stayed above 70 because he has Rich Get Richer. Let's see if this is good enough. 60 gold to roll on 8.
With the Nico and the extra misfortunes here, whatever plan he had in his head has to now include the possibility of a high roll misfortune 3. definitely going to pick up those units as he goes as a possibility. Spicy Appies is one of the most flexible players in the game, so he does have a plan in his head, I bet you, but he has a plan B, C, and D, picking up the extra Misfortunes. I think that might be the direction. Misfortune is a unit that we've seen rerolled with some success in regions not North America, but I basically never see this unit played. I know we had a brief conversation about it the other day. How do you feel about Misfortune 3 right now?
I think she's really underrated. I think she's pretty powerful, in particular because snipers are actually better this set, because you have even better top end through Zeri. There's been multiple people who've been making 4 sniper builds where you play Jhin, Misfortune, Caitlyn, and Zeri, and then you can actually even go as far as to play 4 enforcers with that, with Sejuani, Vi, and Jace. And it's actually a very powerful setup in a situation where, goodness, hold the phone!
And a Victor?
We rolled past it!
Well, he has
no
AD
it's a Misfortune
items.
3 angle.
Yeah, it's a Misfortune 3
It's
angle.
an MF3 angle. Okay, but that being said, if you've never played AP Draven, not that I recommend that you should.
What is this shop?
It's a playable thing.
These shops are crazy.
Shops are very insane indeed, and he wants to go for Misfortune. Spicy Appies is rolling very slow, starting to accelerate the pace.
He
just
didn't
a
get it
tiny
off.
Bit.
He Nikos at the end of the round, and he has a 3-star Misfortune on the bench and a 2-star Orianna on the bench. You hate to see it.
Yes. Okay, well, I mean, as long as he's able to win this fight, no harm, no foul, but that was a very big deal. And also, it goes, even if he wins this fight, it could be the fact that he could deal more damage to his opponent.
He's not winning.
If we even get to that point, this Misfortune is starting to run out of time and space. Appies takes another loss. Oh dear.
And you called.
It's not looking good for Spicy Appies. He needs to turn this around starting right here.
And you called it. He was rolling so deliberately, and that's great to not miss things, but man, he just left so much value on the table and not be getting the board, and we'll see if it winds up costing him ultimately in his placements. Joining Dish Soap, who is carrying a Draven, rolled it fairly far down on level 7, but able to actually hit the Draven 2-star and playing around the VIP version of Syndra, which brings a lot of extra CC to fights. Dish Soap continuing to impress me with his incredibly flexible play.
Yeah, it hasn't really translated in being very healthy, though. You can see that Dish Soap is at 33 life, and while it's actually not too far away from Noster, who's in 3rd place, it's just a very tenuous position going up against Robovan, who now throws away the Echo, and so there's a lot of breathing room for the back line. Draven's getting a crowd upon, a little claustrophobic. The Syndra Force of Will able to throw back and stall just long enough, and now this Draven finally can finish off what he started and deal a blow to Robovan. Robovan and Ramkev, 2 titans in the lobby right now, staring down the rest of the players as we enter Stage 4 Carousel.
Yeah, and just to close the loop on Dish Soap, because I know there are a lot of people out there who are going to be saying this guy's in 16th place, he's gone 8 a couple of times today, you know, how good is he really if that's what's going on? And I have to say that in a meta where a lot of reroll is happening and we're seeing most of the boards that seem to be doing really well in these lobbies being 3-star 1, 2, and 3 costs, he's not really playing that style or playing around that in quite the same way. He did have a low roll Ashe game earlier, but this is the type of play that if the meta gets brought a little bit more in line to balance out against some of these 4 costs for by the time regionals rolls around, he's going to be scary. So if you're watching him bottom out today and saying to yourself, oh, I don't have to worry about Dish Soap, then you are really missing the boat on one of North America's rising stars.
I agree. I think that Dish Soap could likely go down from Neon Knights as the breakout player. I would say that Spicy Appies was the player that broke out in Gizmos and Gadgets. And then there's also many other players throughout history. Could Dish Soap potentially be one of them? Today's not his day. I don't even think Dish Soap would say that he played particularly well on this occasion, but he certainly has some spicy builds up his sleeves. This Draven build looks like it's a blast from the past. We're playing Aphelios from set 5 with Deathblade Runins and Hand of Justice. I don't really understand how we got to this point, but it's doing pretty well against this Talon who's just having so much difficulty cracking that front line.
Yeah, I think Robin won a game of Worlds with this exact build on Aphelios, so somewhere out there he's having the flashbacks for sure. Noster 11 playing that 3-star Talon carry again, and Noster has actually built Ginsu's Rageblade on Talon a couple of times now. I would love to pick his brain. This is not an item that we see built on Talon very often, and intuitively, Talon does benefit from the attack speed, so if you can get it ramping, it's not as good as RFC because it doesn't guarantee as much uptime because you don't get the extra range on your auto attacks. But as far as budget attack speed items go, it's not that bad.
We'll see. We'll see how the results end up panning out for that Rage play. In the meantime, we got hit by the 4-6 augment. That's kind of gotten us a little bit frozen up on Noster's perspective. Cybernetic Shell has great data behind it just because it gives you a ton of stats. It's sort of like at the cost of 1 or 2 items, you can build a really strong front line as long as you 2-star it. Speaking of 2-stars, hit the Zyra and the Echo.
Yeah, always feels good when you hit both of your pairs in the same shop. Fairly significant spike for his board, and opposite to that, Sunfire does not have that Morello. So a solid choice from him going up against Yippee Maokai, and he's actually jumping his Talon straight onto the Bear. So Yippee Maokai is keeping his carry safe, but will it be enough? This 3-star Talon can be quite vicious.
It can be, but it's being focused by the Ezreal, and there's not really a lot of support behind it. So the Talon goes down. Has enough been cleaned up so that the rest of the Debonaires can finish off the job? I don't think so. The Zyra, or rather the Syndra, trying to see if he can stall out. Unless his Encore can get it done. It does not. It's super close fight, though.
One more Syndra cast? Oh my god, Dan, they heard you talking about him. You said not too much support behind it, and they said, we will show that Frodan guy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. We got this. The 2-cost Scholar Sisters get the job done and net a critical win in the middle of the pack. The HP is so close right now. It's an awesome win for Noster.
Yeah, these overtime fights, they're so tight, and it really kind of comes down to how some of these units choose their targeting and whether or not your initial positioning ended up playing a big factor. It can't be understated how important this win was for Noster to just continue to stabilize when the lobby is this dense in HP from Noster all the way down to Pawn Up. It's close. Spicy Appies wasn't that range, but it looks like Spicy Appies took Tiny Titans and got a huge inflection of HP. And so that's a really good opportunity for Spicy Appies to potentially get to the top 4. Tiny Titans is one of the most impactful gold tier augments at the end of the game.
And here we are joining Robovan, who has once again 75 HP, once again tanking up with this Kassadin unit. It is very clear that Robovan has a game plan that involves playing around Kassadin tank early, and it is working out. He is consistently preserving so much HP with this unit. I'll be really curious to see how this transition goes for him. Renata is a unit that was just absolutely wreaking havoc in previous patches. Not so much this patch, and Renata takes the early Silco buff, which is not what you want to see. The Renata goes down. It's a team kill from Silco, and that is a ton of damage heading Robovan's way as a result.
Yeah, cool idea. We haven't really seen a Scholar-focused composition that deprioritizes the bruisers. We'll see if it ends up panning out. I'm a little bit skeptical myself. I personally put Renata towards the bottom 2 carries at tier 4 alongside Sivir. So I'm willing to stand corrected if Robovan can show me the way, because I like having the ability to play Renata as an AP carry, but I just feel like she doesn't get it done, especially not without a Morel Namicon.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. You're not going to have that burn ticking. This is a Renata that has a ton of healing, because I believe it was bio-leeching, if memory serves, from that, they show the mutant buff so early in the game, it's hard to keep track of, but, the bio-leeching plus the Gunblade should be able to do a meaningful amount of work, but the Kha'Zix just gets access to the Renata and obliterates it, and Ramkev's board is just absolutely doing work. So Robovan able to preserve a ton of HP to this point, but takes 2 nasty losses and is already falling well down the standings. So maybe these are just bad matchups, but I'm with you. I think the Renata is not performing very well, and at this point, Robovan is just in preserving HP and trying to get his way into a top 4. The lobby complexion does look good for it, though. 3 players already under 10 HP on 5-2.
Yeah, those matchups aren't great, but just board quality-wise, too many 1-stars on Robovan's board now that I think about it. Take a look at Pawn Up, who does have that Twitch 3 online with a bunch of other 3-stars. Now, he's at 2 HP. We talked about how Pawn Up was in a spot where he looked like he was likely to go 8th. He's avoided that so far, but it's by the narrowest of margins between him and Yippee Maokai and potentially Kev Chen. Can this 4 assassin, 5 innovator build, last second swap to the other side See if he can get the advantage over Noster. It's an assassin versus assassin battle, Bryce.
Yeah, and this Syndra is going to toss this Twitch directly into the path of this Talon when it ulties. So Talon's going to be able to aggro onto the Twitch right away, and that is so bad for Pawn Up. I'm going to change so bad to fight changing for Pawn Up, and he is absolutely going to lose this fight. And is it an 8th? It is an 8th, and that's why positioning in TFT matters. You cannot afford to leave your Twitch in that position. It's possible he's positioning for someone else, but it's just very clear that Noster got the best of him in that fight, and it's a bad 8th for Pawn Up, and that is, you go from feeling very comfortable in first place to being a little nervous. We saw a massive swing to end the day yesterday. Hopefully Pawn Up is not in the same position today.
Just has to avoid going 8th next game. Still should be good to go. Taking a look at the final augment choices. Kev Chen, I believe, has very VIP and is on a streak. If that's the case, I personally believe VIP is just so strong that that might be a top 2 as long as Kev Chen doesn't miss position or gets hard countered by a bad matchup / get like his carry Zephyr to the point where it doesn't matter how much HP you have. Because it's so strong, the amount of max HP that you gain, that sometimes you get 6,000 to 7,000 HP on your Draven or your Zeri or Syndra, whoever your carry is. And that can be the entire fight in itself. Can you take down their super?
Yeah, we're going to have to take a look at that board. I know I saw, I think, a Draven 2 get made at some point, maybe even a Zeri 2, if memory serves, from the sidebar. Oh, here we go. Nice of the game to produce for us. Yeah, there it is. There's a Draven 2, there's a Zeri 2 going up against this Kha'Zix, which does have a ton of healing from the bio-leeching and the Bloodthirster. Is the Kha'Zix going to be able to stay alive and assassinate the Draven? The Draven is on to the Kha'Zix, and this is the thing about Kha'Zix, is that normally it resets in fights. It resets aggro by jumping away from a carry, but when you go up against an infinite range Draven, you do not get the value from those Kha'Zix resets. Ramkev takes a loss here. Kev Chen still winning. Yippee Maokai 8 out in 7th place, and this is the tightest lobby that we have cast today, maybe the tightest lobby of the tournament so far. You have everyone under 40 HP at the end of stage 5. This is anybody's lobby to win or lose.
It's wild because Robovan and Ramkev were so far ahead, but now they've been lapsed by Noster, who's been streaking from the bottom. So Noster versus Kev Chen could potentially determine who ultimately wins this lobby, just based off the momentum of how things have been transpiring with the Debonaires. We'll swap the last second, try to see if he can get his Zephyr into the right corner and protect the Dravens. Going up against Spicy Appies, who's been saved so far by a Tiny Titans. Is it enough to take down this comp? I don't think it has enough juice, quite frankly. This Misfortune just doesn't have the DPS to keep up with Draven.
Yeah, not just the Draven. This Zeri as a secondary carry is doing an enormous amount of work, popping off with the Shiv. Such a good item on Zeri because she's getting so many auto attacks. You're getting a bunch of boost on the extra damage. This is a nice dual threat composition from Kevchin, and we can see why he's one of the players streaking. The nerve-wracking thing for Kevchin is that we have not seen him go up against Noster yet, and that is always a scary matchup because if this Talon gets early access to the Draven and can pop it before it gets popped, it's definitely a fight that he is capable of losing. Appies, despite taking Tiny Titans and getting all that extra HP, is very much in danger of bot 4ing. He lost 4 out of his last 5 fights. It does not feel like his comp has the juice, but he is going to level 9. Is there anything that can save him?
Yeah, a second carry. The biggest problem right now with the composition from Spicy Appies is he lacks damage. He just needs to find another unit that can actually deal damage instead of just provide shields and support. Because Seraphine and Orianna are just not it right now. Looks at Draven, or... oh, finds a Tahm Kench too? Okay, maybe? Tahm Kench does provide some damage, a lot of CC, but also tankiness. Maybe can stall for his Misfortune?
Yeah, and a Jhin, that could be a good secondary carry. If he could somehow... oh, he feeds the Tahm Kench, the Renata 2. That is a big spike of AP on this Tahm Kench. Will it pay dividends in this fight?
Going up against fellow Triforce Tactics podcast host, the Kha'Zix is on the Tahm Kench, but not able to actually get the Devour onto it because he's able to leap out of the way. And Ramkev got completely destroyed. Kha'Zix is not able to get the assassinations early enough to be able to swing it, but the Kha'Zix is jumping out of the range of the Misfortune.
No way.
Oh my goodness gracious, there's no way.
Does he do it? Oh my goodness.
Oh, no way.
My goodness.
Send Spicy Appies bot 4 and Kha'Zix, I can't.
There is a reason why the most built item in Challenger is Morello. If you don't have anti-heal, you wind up in spots where certain units can go infinite. Kha'Zix is one of those units. Aurelia is one of those units. Draven is one of those units. If they have healing and this much damage and you don't tag them with anti-heal, then it will just 1v5 like we just saw. So impressive from this Kha'Zix to get the job done, and so devastating for Spicy Appy's. He probably thought he had that fight in hand. He just couldn't get the damage there.
Yeah, that's right. He did have anti-heal in the form of Misfortune, but just couldn't have the Make It Rain land down in time before the Void Assault was just hopping around. We might get to see that magic happen again. This Kha'Zix with the Omnivamp is healing so much, and the Socialite just mana generating constantly. Ooh. Nothing can take down this Kha'Zix. He will not be stopped. Jump after jump. Can anyone stop this bug?
Not yet. At least no one not named Kevchin has been able to get the job done. Robovan with a okay fourth playing from ahead, but goes into Renata, and it feels like that's not enough. You know, we have the final three staples here, and I think that there's a lot of RNG that comes into play here, because this Kha'Zix, if it winds up getting aggroed by the Draven early in the fights, it will not be able to, it will always die, right? The Draven will stay on it and will kill it, and it's not going to out-sustain that Draven damage. It's just too high. So how is this Kha'Zix going to be able to navigate the fight? We see a frontline Draven here, super interesting adaptation. The Kha'Zix is going to start on this Braum.
That's right. It's a nod to the fact that there's two assassins that he has to dodge. Draven has to make sure not to die before anything else to collect the very VIP.
On the Draven.
The Kha'Zix takes down the Draven. And all of a sudden, Ramkev is charging for that top one position. Noster versus Kevchen's going down. Kevchen has lost! The VIP Draven able to get it done. What's going to happen to the top two as we take a look at the carousel? There's another Socialite emblem.
Wow, he chooses to go for Clockwork. Interesting. Extra attack speed. Feels like he has enough sustain between the Bloodthirster and the Bio Leeching, so he does not choose to get the extra healing from Socialite 3.
True.
Will the extra attack speed work out? We see Noster's board is really a single threat board, right? Essentially all of his damage is coming from this Talon, whereas we have multiple damage sources in the Aurelia and the Kha'Zix, Senna putting in a little bit of extra work, this Frozen Heart and Morello on the Echo, so Ramkev's board is just much more well-rounded. Noster needs to get his Talon into the perfect position, and he needs that Talon to somehow dodge all of these Kha'Zix ultimates. Can his board live long enough for Talon to output the DPS?
Really comes down to how well can these carries execute into each other. It's a battle of the assassins. Kha'Zix versus Talon. As long as he can dodge the crowd control, should be good to go. Talon does finish up a lot of the backline. The Echo got thrown into the Talon. So that's another carry that's potentially taken down. And it comes down to the two carries, but Talon is now ganged up upon. And Ramkev has done it. Game 5 with the Kha'Zix carry. Ramkev takes another first place.
What a performance from Ramkev. He is playing everything today. You know, Ramkev is... Anyone who follows competitive TFT knows that I am obsessed with Ramkev. I have been since set 4. I think he is the most underrated TFT player in North America. We do a power rankings list, and he was actually left off of the rankings by like 5 panelists in our last go-round, which is crazy. Even not in form, this man is still one of the best players in North America, and in form like he is right now, he is decisively in the top 5 from my standpoint. His only 8th place today was in outrageous low roll on Syndra reroll where he just couldn't find any Syndras. But otherwise, he's played every comp in the game. He's doing it really well. Had a little bit of a misstep in the final 2 in the last game, but puts on a clinic in this one. A nice first place for Ramkev and puts himself in excellent position heading into day number 3.
And just consistently at the top in his last 3 games. A second, and a first were the scores of his last 3 games. And what's even more mind-blowing is we've barely seen any Kha'Zix today, and he does it with a Kha'Zix. So, Bryce, it's been so interesting, actually, to see the evolution of Assassins through different sets. So, instead of deep diving into an Assassin synergy like we've seen in other sets, you know, you go Assassin 6, etc., it's more around the Debonair, and especially to empower Talon. But Kha'Zix is not too popular in this meta, so why haven't we seen Kha'Zix, at least in this tournament?
I think it's hard to make Kha'Zix work right? There's some pretty narrow conditions that you need. You need damage amplification, you need the healing. RFC tends to be Kha'Zix's third best item. Edge of Night is another item, but neither of those items tend to be slammed for other carries, so you can't play flexibly around it. It's also a unit that not a lot of the North American ladder has taken time to understand, quite frankly, right? There are a lot of people that play Mutant on Kha'Zix when you basically shouldn't be playing Mutant unless it's bio-leeching. Unless it's bio-leeching, unless it's Synaptic Web, but in this case, Ramkev decides that he needs the extra healing for the lobby so that his Kha'Zix can go infinite in these spots. Ramkev has played more Kha'Zix than basically every player in this field combined, so he really deeply understands the conditions. He was playing Kha'Zix to top 2s when everyone thought this unit was trash tier on launch, so you can't turn off your brain and just buy all of the assassins and say, look, it's this is my 4-cost assassin, I'm just going to play 6 assassins and Kha'Zix is going to do its thing. You have to build a board around it and understand the dynamics of the unit, and that's what Ramkev did in this game and why he took first place.
I do miss the brain empty assassins go deep. Take a look at the lobby, the winners from the other lobby. And we did see some deeper assassins too. Panem actually went for assassin with one of the emblems. He ended up in 8th, so we don't talk about that. But we do talk about Iniko, a player that you guys thought was very consistent and very strong coming into this tournament. 5 Debonair VIP Syndra. It's a hit or it's a miss. Sometimes you're first, sometimes you're last. And Iniko proves that it is still very viable. But Frodan, back to our assassin conversation. Do you think the lack of a 5-cost assassin is what maybe leads to people not wanting to go too deep into the assassin trade, or why are we just stuck to 2 or maybe 4 assassin?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think that a lot of people aren't sure how to play around the current assassin tree outside of just picking one of the carries like Talon, for example. Echo isn't a carry. Nocturne's very underwhelming if you give him a bunch of items. And so that leaves us with Kha'Zix, and I think a lot of people, as Bryce said, just do not understand what are the conditions of it. First of all, Kha'Zix wasn't alone. As much as we are highlighting how cool it was that Kha'Zix was popping off with Rapid Fire Cannon, he also had Irelia in there, and that's a really important aspect because Irelia brings a lot of balance to Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix has trouble finishing units. Guess who's a really good finisher in particular? It's Irelia. They have so much inherent synergy together as units, but they're so far divorced in terms of what their traits naturally lend itself to. And it actually is so cool that this Kha'Zix, Irelia, and Echo shell is so flexible, and I think people are sleeping on it a lot.
And maybe Dish Soap, it's not something I was sleeping on in day 1. He ended up 13th out of 16th, and unfortunately today was just not his day. 8th, 4th, 7th, and now 6th, where I think a big question around Dish Soap was that the fact that he completed a Draven, but a non-VIP Draven. Frodan, you taught me a lot about you might be baited into 2-starring some units before it's really the best time to, whether for economy or otherwise, and actually end up with the Syndra VIP holding a chalice. Is there a world where you shouldn't 2-star a Draven in stage 4 and wait for the VIP version? Because Dish Soap ended up at the bottom, and I'm wondering if that led to that.
Yeah, I think Dish Soap was just more having fun with it, doing like a throwback, kind of a troll build of the Draven.
Okay.
But in general, I think when you're looking at situation, it kind of depends on if you're playing from ahead or from behind. If you're from ahead, by all means, I think you have the ability to play a little bit more greedy and try to wait for the VIP. But sometimes you just have to play what the game gives you. So if you're in a desperate situation, you can't greed. You cash out with mercenaries. You have to find a way to win because you have 20 HP. If you skip that Draven 2, you skip anything else because you're trying to greed for something else, you might end up paying the ultimate price.
The ultimate price, yep, is being last, and with 1 game remaining, there would take a miracle to really shift this board around. We have 1 game remaining, only top 8 move on to Championship Sunday. And Bryce, from while we were talking about Draven, you got to look at those names. Is there anything that's upsetting to you, or is this kind of what you expected? Is everyone playing consistently in your eyes?
It's consistent from yesterday, where you can consistently expect some of the names that you don't necessarily expect to do well to be in the top. Looking at the standings, it's really fascinating because of the people in the top 8 right now, only Goobums has secured their spot in regionals already via their qualifier points. But you have a number of players, Spicy Appies being one of them, Spencer being another one, that are in the bottom 8 right now that are in really good qualification position. And so what that means is for the people in the top they are desperately trying to cling on to their hope of getting into regionals, and this is really their shot to do it. So it is such a high-stakes tournament for all of these players that go into set 6 dreaming of playing in regionals. That is everyone's goal from the outset, and you have a lot of people that are eagerly hoping they get the chance to punch that ticket. And then there's also some people back home that must be sitting there getting pretty nervous, because if 4 qualifier spots from this tournament go to people who were otherwise not qualifying off of qualifier points, that is gonna put some of the people that thought they were in good qualification position out of contention for regionals, which would be devastating. I know that Asa, for example, was right on that cusp line at 75 points, and if 4 qualifier spots go to new players from this, we might see Asa miss out on regionals unless he's able to get through the Challenger Series. So that will be a bummer. Obviously, we have a lot of games left to go, not just one today, but 6 more tomorrow, but that is really the storyline of this tournament.
And we only have one game yet to go, so Frodan and Bryce will be signing off. But Frodan, what are your big takeaways from today? We've seen some big players miss out and some big players step up to the plate. And tournament has put a lot of weight on the shoulders. As Frodan said, that ticket to the regionals and a chance to go to the World Championship is on the line.
Yeah, in terms of the player storylines, I think Bryce has covered most of it. We talked about some of our favorites, some of the underdogs, and some of the players to look out for. I also think that the meta still has a little bit of ways to go. Yes, I think we've established what are the good reroll comps. Good green unit is good, so buy a lot of those, especially if there's a glittery VIP around it. But I also think that there might be more to it than we are thinking about right now, and I'm potentially inspired by that game from Ramkev. You know what? Screw, I'm going to queue up a game of TFT after this. So I'll see you guys out there. That's so fun on NA server.
Frodan, I hope it goes well. Bryce, what are your big takeaways? Are you going to join him for some ranked, or what are you looking for?
Yes, join me, Bryce. I need some LP.
Oh my god.
Wait.
I mean, listen, if he needs LP and he's going to force Kha'Zix, I'm definitely down to be in Frodan's lobby, because I'm pretty sure Frodan's on the list of people that have, let's say, room to grow on their understanding of Kha'Zix. I've had a lot of fun casting today. It's been some fun lobbies. The meta is definitely evolving over the course of this tournament, which is what makes tournaments like this so fun, is that we're not in a set state. Certain people have knowledge advantages, and you can study what people are doing and grow your play throughout the tournament. So we're in for a fun finish in Game 6. I'm excited to sit back and watch and see what happens.
I know the number one thing you taught me today, Bryce, is grief the Ashe player. And it sounds like you might have to grief the green units that Frodan wants, especially if you want to yoink his LP. But Chad, at home, you can buy stocks of your favorite griefers. If you can guess who's going 8th and who's going 1st on the Fantasy TFT app or fantasytft.com, you may be rewarded with fancy little legend eggs. And, well, if you go 8th, at least you'll look good doing it. We'll see you after the break for the final game of Innovation Cup. Welcome back, everyone, to Innovation Cup Day 2. Our final game is right around the corner. And I couldn't think of two better people, Mortdog and Doa, to wrap up our day. Doa, there's just so much. This is the last chance for all of our players to squeak in to the final 8, and only 4 get to the regional finals. So who are the big names you're really worried about or looking to?
Well, this lobby is going to be really interesting. We're going to be watching Lobby B, and the interesting thing about this group is that one is locked in to not make it through to day 2, which is Uwu Daniel, and the other one is locked in to make it to day 3, which is Iniko. So we've got one player on each end of the spectrum, and then 6 players who could go either way. So there's a lot to play for. It's not like your typical kind of end of day 2 lobbies where a lot of it's locked up and some people are just kind of like playing for pride or whatever you want to call it. There's some big movement that could happen in this one.
Yeah, if DQA or Setsuko would have made it to this point, then, you know, they would be just chilling because they've already qualified to the regional finals. Everyone else is a little bit more sweaty and a little bit more worried. Mortdog, I know your notepad is probably very full of notes, seeing what everyone is up to since your fancy update. And, you know, we've seen a lot of reoccurring compositions, some Ash, some Twitch, some Syndicates, innovators. What notes are you taking from what you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've definitely got some notes, you know, for like the balance team and stuff like that. But I think for this tournament, the thing that's interesting is we have a lot of people who have been willing to play around their augments, play around their items, and innovate, you know, for the name's sake here, and do really well with that. But there's also been a few players, I think, that have kind of been over-relying on like Twitch and Ash. And so going into this last game, I've been a big proponent of this strategy for a while, but I think this is the kind of game where like holding a few Twitches and holding a few Ashes might be the play if you're not planning on playing those comps, just to slow them down and give you just a little bit of an edge. And it's going to be worth it if players are going to advertise that they're going to play the same way every game. So hopefully some of our players can realize that and go in and use that to their advantage. But yeah, that's the thing. When you're going to one trick, it's very easy to punish.
You know, Doa, I'm just so stressed looking at who could potentially make the top 8. I know Malala is on that last spot, but Noster, Basso, even Spencer has a chance to... I mean, they're only a couple points behind. So pretend you're one of these players. How do you play this final game? Are you going for this first or eighth scenario? You know, you pop the Merc, or are you more on Mortdog's side of maybe just play to your comforts, and even if it's the old reliable, do what you know works consistently?
I'm going to give you my TFT answer, and that is, it depends. If you're a player, it's true, I'm telling you, this is the answer for every question in TFT, no matter what it is. And it's true here, too, because if you're a player that needs to make up a lot of points, then you got to play risky, right? Then you got to try to go for those firsts, those seconds, like really hit the top ends of the lobby. If you're a player that's doing pretty well and just needs to have a solid game, then you play safe. Then you play something where you're going to be able to guarantee a top 4 that isn't too risky. So, again, it depends on the situation for the player, but we're definitely going to see a mix of both of those.
Well, Doa, brought to you by It Depends, but we also have Game 6 loading up, and our two biggest brains will be bringing you through that action to determine our final 8 into Championship Sunday. Carousel is about to unlock, so casters, take it away.
All right, thanks, Lemonkiwi. Here we go, more into the final game of day 2. We get to find out after this who is in the lobby, the final lobby, for the final day of the Innovation Cup. We're on board with Iniko, the player with the least to worry about in this lobby, as he is already locked in for the finals. Starting things off with Poppy with a belt.
Yeah, for sure. And Nico having a great day today. Gets to kind of play spoiler here, can go on a victory lap. Definitely can mess with people here a little bit based on what he wants to play. But honestly, 8th place still makes it on. You know, gonna joke around here that there's a part of me that's like, do you really want to take first? We know in the past there's that first place curse day 2,
True.
8th place next day. So maybe you kind of want to take it easy, but we'll see here. Getting a good Yordle start, the Sunfire can be really good in the early game here. If he can find a Corki or a Lulu, can get that going. So could be an interesting start here and maybe a chance to kind of mess around with that Yordle comp.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Yordles have been a great way to start all patch. We're all set, really. I mean, I'm looking at the Twitch in that shop, too, and we know that there's a player in this lobby that is only going to play Twitch every single game. It's Spencer TFT this weekend. And so, you know, maybe if you grab that one, if you have a chance, you can kind of mess up his game plan, because he's kind of been like a first or eighth player, depending on how well he hits those 3-star 1 costs, right? So as far as players in this lobby, it might be a little bit easy to mess up. I think Spencer's kind of the top of my list.
Yeah, for sure here. Takes the Phalanx, which is a really good just general augment here, putting his enemies on the back line, giving them a little extra armor and MR. Could be pretty safe. I think First Aid Kit would have been a risky choice. Kind of locked you into some specific compositions here. But otherwise, yeah, this is just one of those nice general augments that you can take. The only disadvantage is it kind of forces you to group up on the back line, meaning your melee units are a little slower to charge up. But otherwise, again, pretty safe tier 1 augment choice.
So I'm curious, kind of like on the back of that, what comps right now do you think are going to be the best for just grouping up on the 2 back lines and like being satisfied with that as you're positioning all game long?
Yeah, I think actually this is a good one for Arcanists, because Arcanists actually want like you to come to them for like the Ari, for example. That can be really good.
True.
I also think just generally for snipers, being able to counter can be really good. Oh, okay, we have to call out Void Sin got One for All. We know that's been very strong all day. Goobum's got Duet. That's another very strong one I want to call out here. And then Basso with that self-repair. If he can get Innovator going, that self-repair gives Innovator a pretty big boost that allows it to get to the late game pretty handily. So looking at these augments, those are the 3 that jump out here, with Voidzin being the clear winner, as we saw last time when we saw the One for All kind of take it to first place here.
Yeah, it's kind of like the augment version of typing like me Twitch or something in chat. Like in previous sets, you had to type your intentions. Now you just pick an augment that can only go one direction, and everyone knows. They know if they're going to play it, they're going to contest you. You got to be careful. Goobum's.
Yeah,
oh, go ahead.
I was going to say the big thing to note here is, Void really needing some of those points here, and so if he can get that first place with something like that, that's definitely the right augment to take.
Oh
because
yeah.
it has such a high cap here, and Void sitting at 22 points does need a really strong finish to be able to make it to day 3.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like what we were talking about before the game, right? Where certain players, such as Voids, will need to kind of go for those first and second place comps to have a chance. And all right, this could be an interesting Merc option if he finds one more. Don't see one right now.
Yeah, the fact that he has 2 Gangplanks at 2-2, this is always a really tough spot to be in when you have 2 of the 3 costs, because you're just 1 away from getting a very massive power spike, but you have to hit it, and until you hit it, you're having to hold on to 6 gold, which can make your economy very difficult to play with. And looking at his augment here, he has Stand United, which can be good in the late game, but early game, right now, this augment is simply giving his team 2 AD and 2 AP. That is not a very valuable augment at this point in the game.
I guess it's better than nothing, but yeah, it's not super great. I do wonder what the other choices were, but hey, you know what? You talked about economy sitting on your bench. At least GP is like the perfect unit to have here, because he might be able to farm you up a couple more gold anyway. So there's one.
Yep.
So that at least feels good. And you've got the Caitlyn too, so you know you're going to get a kill or 2 either way. So it's okay. As far as these positions go, it's probably one of the better ones. There's a Poppy too. It's another nice front line.
It's a Poppy 2 and a Camille 2 if he wants it. The Camille 2 is a nice boost here. Camille, definitely one of the better 2-star 1 costs, getting that repeated shield and can tank for a while here. But opting to go instead with the Yordle to generate even more monies here. So we've got kind of like the full money generation build here with the Yordle and the Gangplank here with the Twin Shot. So hopefully he can generate some money. Chooses the level. I like this level a lot. 2 Gangplanks here. This should give him some power that even if he loses these fights, he'll still maybe generate some extra econ, feel pretty good, and preserve some health. So I do really like this level up here. Does get stuck on that Camille, though, like I was talking about.
Yeah.
Camille being one of the harder champions to take down here. They finally get through it, and by that time, Talon has already finished off the backline. Goobum's showing just how well you can put together a comp here, using the Talon for the backline, the Camille for the front line, and that Locket that he's been investing in almost every game.
Yeah, Goobum's a player who took the duet as well, so he's going to be able to have 2 of his champions boosted with the Socialite Hex at the same time. Also helps early on. But I agree. I really like that level. Again, just giving yourself the chance to get a little bit extra gold. And, you know, the only way it could get better is if he adds Merc to it. Your Merc Yordle Twin Shot with GP in there, you're going to be in great shape as far as money making goes.
I have to call out Aniko showing his carousel skills there to draft in between the units, circle around, then pick up the Gangplank and dance around it. I am really just on a victory lap. He's got to be in a great mood.
I am way too scared to try that. I've seen people do it. I don't know how they do it, but I'm too worried. You gotta be perfect. It takes pro gamer precision, you know.
Yeah. Moving over to Goobum's board, we see here the duet. Look at this duet setup. This is so
wild.
perfect.
Yeah.
You get to put them right next to each other. You get that locket right there. Goobums has got to be really happy with that. This feels like one of those games that you could just go the Senna build. The only thing is, typically when you're going the Senna build, you want to be in the back row because this will allow assassins to get on her, unfortunately. And so maybe he gets away from that, but good start either way.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be strong. At least you're in one of the two back rows anyway. And Goobum's is one of those players that just needs to have a solid game. He's at 27 points overall, I believe, right now. That has him tied for, like, 5th, basically, with a couple other people. So as long as he has a solid top 4 finish, he should be a lock for day number 3. And this will help out. Imagine now if he gets share the spotlight.
Oh, that would be pretty crazy.
Yeah, then you're kind of playing keepers.
If he could get share the spotlight, then it would be good because the bonus hexes get they get actually an extra 25% power, and they'd be hitting the back row, and so that would be definitely a crazy high roll if we've ever seen one. So he's a Draven in his shop, has a sword. There's some temptation here to play this Draven.
You know, I was saying, speaking of high rolls, I think you kind of have to put it in because it's at this point in the game, you're still going to be running into a lot of 1-stars. It's pre-Krugs Draven, so he's going to probably get a lot of damage done. And you've got Challenger because you hit the 2-star Camille. So, yeah, I say absolutely throw it in.
Well, I mean, the other big thing, too, is it's activating the VIP bonus on the Talon. So now the Talon is also doing true damage, which isn't as impactful in the early game, especially against somebody who's only playing 3 units. But, you know.
So Malala definitely going for, we called it econ start, I suppose, going with the 3 Yordles, getting absolutely smashed. I mean, the thing is, if you're going to be kind of, this isn't quite open forwarding, but you want to try to build a board that at least kills a unit or two. You want to try to save some HP, because when you go into Krug's sub 70 HP like Spencer is right now, like Malala was close to doing, you do get a little bit concerned, I think.
Yeah, I'm interested to look at Spencer's board here, because we saw before Spencer usually likes to be around 40 or 50 gold, low in the lobby at this point. So is sitting at 40 gold, but has no twitches, so is definitely playing out of his comfort zone this time. Instead, looking to play that Talon reroll composition, and so we'll have to see if he can hit that. But for a player that's usually much more one-tricking, when you start to go out of your comfort zone, you usually see a drop in the ability to play, and so very skeptical to see if Spencer can pull this off.
I mean, Spencer's really one of those players that's on the bubble, too, as far as his point situation goes. He's only 3 points away from the players that are, like, tied for 5th right now, 27 versus 24. So it's another one of those games where you'd really like to have a good, solid finish. Obviously, Talon can be strong, but, yeah, I mean, maybe he just thinks Twitch is too risky. It's hard to disagree, but then, like, why play it every game up until now? You know, is now the moment when you're finally like, oh, man, I need to actually, like, play straight up if I want to make it to the final day. Like, it's Spencer's been an interesting player to watch this tournament, you know?
Yeah, the other thing I'll call out here is even if you are going to go the Talon reroll, typically the items you're looking for are RFC, Quicksilver, and Infinity Edge as your kind of your best 3. And here we're kind of seeing doesn't have many components. Can go the Hand of Justice here, which is okay instead of like the Quicksilver.
Yeah.
But still missing out on a lot of items. Now that being said, he is in 8th place here, which will give him priority pick at the carousel. And his econ is good. This is definitely where you want your econ. But I'm kind of skeptical that he's going to win a lot of these fights here. Up against Goobums here. And we talked about this positioning being kind of weak to assassins. So we'll have to see how this goes. But again, that locket value here just so strong. The assassins can't kill anything in the back. And this is going to be a solid 8 damage or 10 damage heading Spencer's way.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, the danger for the other board is going to come later in the game as the assassins start to power up a little bit. But, you know, one thing for Spencer, at least, is that he's going to go into 3-2, be able to hit 6, and then start to re-roll pretty well. So if those units are out there, if that VIP talent is out there somewhere, he's got a good chance of finding it. Spencer goes to level 6. We'll see what he can find. Iniko with the Gangplank 2. Spencer with the Talon 2 immediately. Looking, though, at Malala's board, early Gnar 2 is certainly a helpful thing. And a good spread of talents, actually. Traits.
Yeah, early Gnar 2 here. And it's interesting because Gnar is a champion that I think a lot of players haven't quite figured out what the best item build is. But Infinity Edge is definitely one of those ones that works really well. He has a lot of base AD, especially with that Striker. and those rocks do a lot of damage. And so once he transforms, these rocks are going to hit kind of hard. The trick is, as you see here, though, with this positioning, it's taking him a long time to transform, but once he does, you'll see these rocks will start hitting pretty hard, and each rock cast can be really strong. Gnar is the kind of champion you can use as a very good item holder, especially if he can get one more sword and hit the Bloodthirster. That could be really good for a mid-game carry.
Yeah, and those are two items that can translate well. Oh, interesting.
No, okay. So with the Gnar here, I think you take Recombobulator.
Yeah.
I think you take it.
100%. I'm with you on this one, because that's going to turn into a 2-star 4 cost. And
he does
go
and he
for
gets the Aurelia!
What? Wow, what a huge hit from Malala, from the Gnar 2 to the Aurelia 2 with the IE built in. Doesn't even need the Reforger or the removers. That is incredible. And you've still got 2 Striker as well. Now you can start to build around it with scrap, things like that, but everyone's going to be like, Trick comes over and takes a look at that board. He's like, nope, I'm out. Everyone's taking a turn to see what he gets, and they're all going to be terrified.
Yeah, this is definitely, like I said, Recombobulator is such a hard augment to use, but a pretty clear sign is if you have a 2-star 3 cost, you take it. And right here, it pays off in spades. I think the worst condition might have been if he got something like an Alistar. That might have been a little rough. But getting the Aurelia with the Infinity Edge and already having the Gnar, I fully expect us to see a, Socialite Aurelia here. You can already see locks that in. That's probably going to be a Bloodthirster. And so it has to be pretty happy with this position.
100%. And again, this is another one of our players. He's at 25 points right now. He just needs to have a solid top 4 finish to secure that day 3 spot. And this is, I would say, a big step of the way there. Is he going to win this round, though? It's going to be close. I think the Ash 2 can do it, though. Yeah.
Just barely.
Yep. Wow, what a round. That's what Recombobulator was put in the game for. Those moments right there.
The other crazy thing, Goobums also took Recombobulator. We'll have to check out his board. The other crazy thing to note here, though, is that Milala has 6 ashes. And so with those 6 ashes, the question is, do you chase the ash? Do you keep investing in the Aurelia? And even if you don't, holding on to those ashes is going to stop the rest of the lobby from being able to hit their ashes. And so that's a really good spot to be in if you're going to go that Aurelia comp.
I mean, I say you just hold him. I mean, Aurelia is great to build around. Like you said, 3 Socialite is very achievable right now with the way the Socialites break down throughout the cost tiers. And there's a Seraphine. So, we're looking at Voidson now. Never mind. We saw players. I was excited for a second. It's still a Seraphine at 3.5. It's not bad, but not as great as it would be for Malala, though.
Yeah, like I said, the big thing here is I would really like to see Goobum's board and see what he recombobulated.
Yeah.
But at the very least here, this is what we were talking about earlier with Void Sin. He got the 1-for-all. He has the Ash, and so this is that comp that can be very, very powerful. We saw this dominate earlier today in the tournament, but we also know there are a lot of Ashes out of the pool right now, and so hitting that Ash 3 is going to be difficult.
Yep. Meanwhile, Daniel, the only player in the lobby, unfortunately, guaranteed to not make it through to day 3, so kind of playing for pride here and trying to use this GP. It's a fun build. Does have twin shots. It's a pretty strong start.
Yeah, see, and again, even with this Ash 2, once that 1-for-all gets stacked up, that Ash can do a lot of work here.
I was going to say, it looks strong until that happened. Yeah. We should mention as well that Goobums did turn a Recombobulator round into a first place earlier in the day. So seems to have a pretty good feel for how to use the augment and seems to have pretty good results with it. I am really curious because he's on a win streak right now too.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy is that he actually Recombobulated and managed to keep the win streak.
Yeah, so Goobums is one of the people that like to give a lot of feedback on the game, and Recombobulator, it's interesting, if you look at it in the data, it looks like one of the worst augments in the game, but it does have a surprisingly high first place rate for those moments when you high roll, and so Goobums has been pretty vocal that as long as you know how to play around Recombobulator and you have the right circumstances, it can be one of the best augments in the game, and so we might be seeing maybe not just 1, but 2 instances of that and just how powerful it can be. So we saw Malala with the Aurelia, and again, I really want to see Goobum's board at some point.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing is we have both of our Recombobulator players on win streaks right now at the top of the lobby. So in the right hands, very strong.
He did just
augment.
lose. He did just lose.
Mind. I spoke too soon. Caster Curse in action.
Yeah, Spencer on a win streak, by the way, so doing pretty good with his Talon reroll. With everyone else going Ash, maybe he's got that uncontested Talon. We'll have to see. If so, that Talon has been doing really well at getting top 4s. We haven't seen it win much today, but it has been doing pretty well if you can get that 3-star Talon going.
Yeah. Yep. Kind of like a lot of those low-cost reroll builds. You know, it's a lot of HP drain, then you finally hit, and you tend to not lose if you're playing it well and have good items. Meanwhile, we're looking at Voidson again. Finds a couple tiers. Okay. So gets one sword out of it. Probably was looking for something a bit different. Move over to Goobums here. And what's he got? Okay, so he does have an Aurelia and a Vi. So Aurelia, Vi, maybe the Seraphine. Hard to tell which of those units came from... Oh, he does! I wonder if that... Yeah, that must have come from the Recombobulator.
Yeah, unfortunately, so this is the kind of board that can look really cool at first, but this is the kind of board I actually get a little worried that, like, maybe you shouldn't have taken Recombobulator. Because, yes, the Silco is impressive, but a bunch of 1-star 4 costs that you then can't pair up for a long time aren't particularly impressive and can kind of put you in a bad position. Yeah. Thankfully, because he's running Duet and has the 2 Socialite, that does leave him pretty flex, and so we kind of are expecting to see another Socialite player here. Hopefully he doesn't Silco his own comp away, though. It looks like that's going to be the case.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit grim. Seraphine's only got a couple seconds left before she explodes, and that Morgana is not going down. Silco decides to go out in style, and looks like Morgana won't quite let him, but yeah, either way, it's like we've talked about. Silco is a dangerous man, not just in his From Arcane version, but in his TFT version as well. Oof. Where early on the game,
hits.
Everybody gets an Aurelia too. This game, that's just the rule.
Whew. Yeah, the fact that he hit the Aurelia 2 here was really, really fortunate, because we know that Malala has 3 of the Aurelias also. So here we have 2 3 Socialite Aurelia players now, both getting that off of that Recombobulator. Has the Silco as well, so should be able to get that cast. And yeah, with the Duet here, that's going to be really powerful.
Yeah, and I like, getting the Seraphine ability activated, getting the Zyra ability activated. These are both things that are going to kind of give that Aurelia time to work and power her up. As far as the Seraphine ultimate goes, there's a Kha'Zix 2 on the other side, though, or at least there was, until it was taken out. Tricked trying his best to make Kha'Zix work again. We did see it work one game tonight. I think, I'm going to say it again, Kha'Zix is definitely better than people think.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting because you look at this Aurelia, and the thing you're worried about is, like, does it have enough healing? But with 3 Socialite, you get that healing. So yeah, moving over to the Kha'Zix board, and it was interesting because you and I were discussing this in the room, that a lot of people were like, oh, what mutant variation is it? And so here enough, we're seeing the mutant.
There you go.
But you'll notice again, he's not running mutant. Yeah. He's not even running assassin. He's just running a Kha'Zix. And that's one of the really unique things about Kha'Zix, is that he doesn't need assassin because he's a physical damage spell, which means you can run him pretty flex. He doesn't need mutant, and frankly, this mutant isn't really that great for him here, so he just gets to run him as a very strong flex 4-cost carry comp.
Yeah, I think that's the big part that a lot of people are missing, is that a lot of the other mutants that we've had so far in set 6, you really only want to run them in mutant trait comps, and Kha'Zix is not quite like that. Doesn't end up working out this time around, GP just farming gold for Daniel. But, it is interesting to note that we're starting to see this Kha'Zix used outside of the mutant trait more and more.
Yeah. The one thing I'll note is that Kha'Zix does need healing, so definitely going to be desperately looking for a Bloodthirster, since he doesn't have the Omnivamp from something like Mutant or Socialite. And then the other thing I'll call out is that I think Last Whisper is actually not a great item for Kha'Zix, because when he jumps to a new target, that first spell hits, and then the Last Whisper is applied, so you're not really getting the benefit of that armor penetration until your auto attacks. So I would like to see that Last Whisper on a different carry, and then maybe move, that way you can get 3 stronger items on the Kha'Zix. But again, sometimes you have to work with what you have, and so at least by pairing it with the Infinity Edge, you are getting those guaranteed procs.
Yeah, and you can always change it later in case you run across like a 2-star Jace or something like that, or a 2-star Jinx, or even a 1-star Jinx like we see for Basso Kills right now. 4 Clockwork is going to be the play, and maybe adding in, probably just going to stick with 4 Clockwork. Wow, and there's a Jace right there, so that's going to be even more attack speed potentially. This is a really interesting build. It's 5 Innovator Flex. We've seen it a lot, but that the Clockwork emblem lets you fit in just a lot more attack speed.
Yeah, I really like this build here, especially if he can 2-star the Jinx. He's got the Nico.
Yeah.
A Jinx 2 with 4 Clockwork and 5 Innovator with the extra stats will be very powerful. You can just take out 1 scrap, and that way you can get your, twin shot going, and so hopefully he can find that other Jinx before he crashes and burns here.
Well, that's the danger, right? I think Jinx 1 is one of those legendaries where even with items, she's just so fragile that a lot of times you take those losses, right? Voidsin out in 8th. Okay, so that did not work out that time, and that is a rough finish for Voidsin. An 8th is going to ensure that he doesn't make it to the final day, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like he just went for that Ashe, and we talked about how those Ashes were so contested. Malala holding on to 6 of those. And so you got that one for all, which again, we know has the high potential, but when you don't hit, you crash and burn real hard. And you can see there with the negative 99, that's opting out. That's a little rough finish here, so
Negative
little
99
unfortunate.
that's a sign of frustration is what that is. But given the situation, you find the great syndicate trait or augment on the first time around, and then everybody takes your ashes. It can't feel good. So Voidsin, solid representation making it to day 2, but that's going to be the exit from the Innovation Cup for him.
I really like these Jinx items. These Jinx items are close to best in slot, in my opinion. You've got the Bloodthirster for the healing, the Ginsu's to ramp up so that when you land, you're doing a ton of damage, and then the Last Whisper in case you get stuck on anything. But again, it's got to be a Jinx 2. Jinx 1 is not going to cut it here, especially against something like a Talon 3. If this Talon tags that Jinx once before she casts, which it just did, that Jinx is going to die, and that's it, right? Talon, as soon as he tags you, you're just going to drop off like a rock. And so that's going to be really rough here. Spencer did manage to get that VIP Talon going. We talked about his items. He did use that Hodge earlier, and so Spencer at least going to be able to do really well. Oh, hits the Jinx!
There it is! Wow, that's huge. I mean, you just Nico it. I mean, you wait and see what you get from the Raptors too, but yeah, things have changed. Jinx 1, I'm kind of convinced at this point you need an Edge of Night on her for her to do anything. But if you get the Jinx 2, like you said, that's when things start to shift a little bit. And Basso Kills needs it so bad because not only is he 5 HP, 1 round away from being eliminated, but that's also 1 round away from being eliminated from the tournament too, because he's at 24 points right now. Needs to have a pretty good result this game to have a chance of making it through to day 3. So it is do or die time right now. Putting it all on the line on that Jinx 2. We'll have to see if he can pull it off.
Yep. Looking at a Nico's board here, has the Draven with very, very good items. Does manage to 2-star it without having to use his Nico's help here. That's going to feel really good. Can also make a Zeke's here to make that Draven even more deadly. So definitely looking pretty good here. And I like the Eternal Winter on the Vi. That's also a nice setup here. So the only thing is with this positioning, you do have to risk. Blitzcrank isn't nearly as popular. Oh, there you go. I do like the Trap Claw here. That way the Draven's not as susceptible to that. And so this Draven is going to be able to just cut loose and do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I agree with the decision. He's already doing plenty of damage. The Zeke's is kind of just like win more at this point, So why not just keep him safe? Put him in the, because theoretically, good positioning is the safest thing of all you can do for this Draven, right? So probably going to win this round. Yeah, the Vi just seems unkillable with that Winter's Heart. Did I get that right? Winter's Heart?
Eternal Winter.
Eternal Winter. Okay. Use something.
I know I'm not great with the names either, but moving over to Spencer's board. Spencer did lose the last round despite having this Talon with the Locket. Got the binary airdrop here, which is really good. It's going to get that Leona and the Echo an extra item here. It's a pretty solid comp here, but he still only has 6 Echoes. Trying to get to level 8 here. This Talon is really going to come down to, can this Talon get through backlines quick enough, because there's not much else going on in this comp.
Pretty great Talon items, so at least you've got that going for you, but yeah, it's a razor's edge again. 18 HP, there's not a lot of room for error, and that is really rough. Getting hit, I believe that was with the Enforcer from the other side. Yep. And now he's got to work front to back just like every other carry.
Yeah, again, if he can tag carries, he can take them out pretty quickly. It's a lot of damage. Is on that Aurelia, but the Aurelia is actually healing through it, and you can see just take Spencer down, and that's going to knock him down to 1 more loss. We have 3 people right now on 1 loss. Basso, who's been winning with that Jinx, Daniel, and then Spencer. Top of the lobby, definitely our 2 Recombobulators at the moment.
Yeah, our 2 Aurelia 2 Recombobulator players in Malala and Goobums. Iniko and Tricked round out the top 4, and yeah, there's a big gap between Tricked and Spencer. Basso kills Daniel in big trouble as well. What? Spencer throws a Brahmin. Okay, well that's 3 bodyguard?
That's
know
a
if
weird
Braum-
level up here. Choosing to level up to
Yeah.
throw in a single Braum feels like a desperation play. You could roll for like the Echo 3 or something like that. And I think due to this positioning, it's going to come to, if the Gangplank gets on the Talon real quick here, we got the Zyra ult though.
Yeah, GP got slowed down there. I think he got stunned for a moment. Echo gonna slow things down as well, so it gives Talon time. But the healing from the GP is
here we
pretty
go.
serious. Oh, that was so close.
That was
But
close.
he's alive, and it's gonna be Daniel that gets knocked out in 7th place. Daniel already insured to not make it through to day 3, but that's an unfortunate exit from the tournament, from the lobby for him.
Yeah, so the big thing here is, Spencer really needs like a top 3 here to hopefully move on. Basso actually kind of like, if Basso can get 5th or maybe 4th, has a shot, but if Crash is out in 6th, it's going to be really rough. So
Yeah,
both
for
of these
sure.
players kind of fighting for their life here. We know Basso running that Jinx and Spencer running that Talon. So it's really going to come down to, does that Talon get CC'd, for example? So really want to watch those boards. Meanwhile, Goobum's hitting level 9. I feel like Goobums is just kind of riding these wave of riches. If he can get a 3rd item for that Aurelia, that'll be really strong. But otherwise, this is definitely the kind of position you want to be in.
Yep. Pretty hyped about that, I would imagine. Picks up the Galio as well, because you know what? There's always that off chance that you could hit something like 5 Socialite. If you can get the Galio in and maybe find a Socialite emblem off of one of the neutral minions or a carousel in the future, it's not impossible.
So this is definitely not the matchup Basso is looking for here, going up against the other really strong player in the lobby. It's going to come down to, can this Jinx get some big AoE hits? And it does, and so we see the power of the Jinx too with these items. Definitely able to take down the Aurelia, and that's going to be a big win for Basso. We called it out, that Jinx 2 really carrying here. And if he can just go up a few more spots here, definitely is going to outlast Spencer. I think this is going to be the end of Spencer.
Yep.
And so, yeah, that's probably the end of Spencer's tournament as well. Basso maybe just needs one more spot, and he can turn this into the day 3 performance.
Yeah, Basso skills clinging to life. It's pretty great that he found the Trap Claw as well. That's going to keep the Jinx a little bit safer, and, like you said, it's all about keeping the Jinx safe. 5 Innovator online, so at least he's got the Bear going as well.
Yeah.
I was a little bit worried last round because of the Zyra hits on the back line. Everyone was getting stunned, but he was able to power through it. Now let's see who he plays. He's on a win streak, but he's got to keep that win streak going for a long time if he wants to make it to day 3.
Oh, this is one of the harder matchups.
Ooh.
But yeah, I really like this itemization of Jinx, because look at this attack speed with the 4 clockwork. By the time she comes down, her attack speed is probably sitting at like 1.8, 1.9, and then she lands and just unloads with that rocket launcher.
Yep. Oh,
Gonna be
that
close.
Aurelia though!
Oh, the Aurelia!
Oh, no! Oh, the Aurelia with
The
like
bear!
no HP!
Can the bear solo? The bear can't do it!
Have you met my bear Tippers? No, you haven't. Or you have, but you took it out, and that
It
is
was
heartbreaking.
so close. So Basso,
no.
it's going to be real close for Basso. He was sitting in 10th place.
Yeah.
So just so close.
I don't know the math right now, but you really got to start thinking about that other lobby and what other points are being acquired from the people that are kind of on the bubble too, of maybe not being in that top 8, and you got to be sweating if you're Basso skills. Valiant effort with the Jinx too, but that is a rough finish
That
for
was
him.
real close.
Yeah. Well, on to 5-7. Dragon brings a Zeeks for Malala. Usually always a useful item, pretty much at any point in the game.
Yeah, for sure. So we definitely know we have, 2 strong Aurelia players in this lobby right now, in Malala and Goobums. And then we have a Nico who, despite not really needing it, going on a victory lap here and doing really well. And then Tricked, who's trying to survive here.
The game really wanted to give him a Kaisa too there.
I know, he just did
Please.
not want that Kai'Sa.
I mean, I think I'd rather have this Jace 2 and Aurelia 2, so good decision to pass that one up. Lala
Yeah,
in great shape,
ooh.
though, here. Oh, 4
Okay.
Striker. Nice.
So Striker Jace is one of the best users of the Striker emblem. His
Yeah.
AD scaling on his spell is very, very high. And so giving him that big amount of AD here, that 65 AD, I believe, this spell is going to hit very hard.
Yeah. A lot of those shots critting. But the thing is in the backline right now, it's all about that Aurelia. Trying to get back to the Draven. Can she make it back there? It's a little bit rough, actually. That Vi with the Eternal Winter is just living forever again.
Yep.
She slams back in on the Jace, and this one is not over. Malala in a little bit of trouble here. Inigo with the Jace. It's like a not. Is that Jace, or that's just like vertical Sivir with the way the axes were going through?
Yeah, you're right. Draven kind of looked like Sivir there, but that's such a cool version of Draven when you get that Ginsu stacked up and the axes are being tossed around. That feels really good here.
Yeah. Now, Gubam signs a Jace 2 as well. Everybody gets Aurelia 2s. Everybody gets Jace 2s this lobby, apparently.
Yeah. So I do want to call out that Nico, Gubums, Tricked, and Malala Lala were all in the top 8 going into this game. And so with all of them top 4ing, they have to be really happy with their placement here, because that means they're likely all being able to make it to day 3. So Basso is really going to kind of be hoping for how the other lobby went, and hoping that some of the other people in the top 8 could really low roll. Otherwise, unfortunately, I think it's going to be the end for Basso.
Certainly starting to look like that is the risk. And speaking of risk, Malala takes a big shot this time.
You know, it's funny. We talk about striker emblem users. The only person better than Jace is Jinx, because Jinx has ridiculous AD scaling. Her rockets, I believe, are 230% AD.
Jeez.
And so having that with that Jinx there, that can also be a lot of damage.
I like the 3 Socialite swap that Gubums did as well. Bring in the Galio now. The Galio with those items is going to almost certainly live to do his cast. It's going to just be another big amount of crowd control. And perhaps more importantly, a little bit of safety for when Jinx comes down at about, I wonder if it's going to be about roughly the same time because of that Silco cast. So that's one of the interesting things you can start thinking about in TFT is, how do you work out the spell timings? Because if you can get Jinx and Galio to land at the same time, she is going to eviscerate the other team.
Yep. So we'll have to see who the Silco casts on here too. Because it looks like, okay, there's Jinx up in the air.
Yeah. Galio a little bit laggy behind this time, but it does
look at that backline Jinx
safer.
Damage.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh.
Wow, Inigo takes a lot of damage. That's enough to knock him out in 4th. Like you said, it's a victory lap. No, never mind. Tricked is going to take 4th, and that's still probably a comfortable spot for him to be in. He had 27 points, tied for 5th with a few people coming into this one. But it is Gubums versus Malala, our 2 Recombobulator players facing off in the 1v1 at the end.
I was going to say, the only conclusion we can draw from this game is that Recombobulator is a broken augment and you should take it every game, right?
Yeah.
That's the only conclusion we can draw here.
OP, please nerf, ruining the game. Definitely not providing entertaining games in the tournament. No, just ruin.
But no, this is great. I mean, we're definitely seeing the power of some of these endgame comps. If you want to talk about a reroll meta, this is certainly not a reroll game right here, at least. We've got the Jinx 2, the Jace 2s, really powerful. If we can get the Galio 2 online, that'll be a big upgrade. The Silco 2, giving, again, Silco's spell is 125% attack speed. So we'll have to see what it comes down to. And again, these Aurelia matchups are always tricky because it's which Aurelia gets on the other one quicker.
Yep. All right, Jinx comes up right off the Galio, comes down pretty safe, starts to do the damage to the back line. But you know what? That Jace is doing a ton of damage as well. Can the Jinx live? Second Galio cast comes in.
Those Silcos,
Yep, that's right. Malala takes a big shot. Gubums won that, I would say, fairly handily. Not enough to where it can't possibly go the other way, but it looked convincing for Gubums, didn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And again, I think he just has more varied carries, right? Like, you've got the Jinx, you've got the Aurelia. Honestly, you've got the Jace, who's likely to get Silcoed. That's a lot of power. Whereas on the other side, you've only got the Jace and the Aurelia, and so that makes you feel a little weaker. And we even see some of the item swaps here, switching to the Jace to give him that Infinity Edge. I think this is an interesting play. We'll have to see if it pays off, but switching from Aurelia to Jace here, it certainly should make him more powerful, that Striker Jace. The only thing I'm a little worried about is without any, big healing, the Galio ult could disrupt him long enough to get taken down.
Yeah, the Galio comes in.
See.
The Jinx just does so much damage when she lands, but she got taken out. Oh, never mind. This is going the other way. And now we really are coming down to the 1v1, the thumbs up via Lux from Gubums there. And we really are going to the final round. And that Shroud is a pretty nice pickup for Gubums. Assassin Spat, not as much.
Yeah, the Assassin's Path, not that great here. Remember, the thing to note is that when Jace's spell hits, when he switches to that spell, those ults are AoE, so it was hitting the Galio and the Jinx, as well as the Aurelia, who were all kind of grouped up.
Right.
And so hitting all of those units for all that damage, then getting the 3 Socialite heal, that was exactly what Jace was hoping for. And so that pivot into the stronger carry, I think, was definitely correct for Malala here.
Yeah. It's been a great final 1v1 here. back and forth. I wonder if maybe if the Galio 2 is found by Goobums, if that might make a difference. You can see both players rolling, but nobody really finds anything here as far as any last big upgrades that could come through. No Silco 2 for Malala, no Galio 2 for Goobums. So it's just all going to come down to that positioning. How do you kill the Jace ASAP if you're Goobums? And how do you keep that Jace alive? I guess you just don't move him. You want him on the Socialite Hex.
Yeah.
Or in front of the Silco,
Oh,
rather.
did he move the
interesting.
Jace off the Socialite Hex? If so, that has me pretty worried, because now it doesn't have any healing. But we'll have to see. It does have a lot of damage, though.
Yeah, maybe
Nope,
not
that's what
enough
I said.
Oh,
Without
my
the healing,
goodness. Yep.
Without the healing, that feels like a big misplay, and so I think that's going to give Goobums the win here.
Certainly does. Goobums takes his second first place of the day, if I remember right, and a fine way to end it. Goobums punching his ticket to the final day for sure with that amount of points, but just a great game overall. And Lemonkiwi, one of my favorite things with this kind of cycle we go through every patch is that you do tend to see a little bit more reroll early on, but as it gets figured out over the first week, the risks of playing reroll comps become more apparent as people start to play around them more, hold units like we saw with the Ashe, and then other people figure out those other higher end costs to work around the 4-cost carries, the 5-cost carries, things like that. And I feel like we're seeing that transition in full display here on day 2.
Absolutely. I mean, Mordog said, don't rely on the old reliables, and Voitzen learned that the hard way. Didn't hit on the Ashe 3 and got 8th, but he also got robbed by Malala, who took like a bunch of those Ashes. But speaking of Malala, was right on the cusp, right on that 8th place spot before getting into day 3. So I'm not the mathematician here. I'll let our admins make sure that my math is correct. Robbie Van and even Goobums in that final 2 was also at that 6th place spot to make, was qualifying into day 3, but this really solidifies that. So big congratulations to Goobums. Yeah, you were right. That was that second first place win. We actually saw some cool Jinx boards today, Mort Dog. And starting with the fact that we didn't even see at the very start twin shots around her. It was more Clockworks. Clockworks emblem was offered to Basso at that time. So tell me about the peaks between going full twin shot around Jinx versus once you're offered a Clockwork emblem, is it actually better to go full Clockwork in that case?
Oh, I'm going to use the Doa line. It depends.
That's the answer for TFT.
Yeah, no. The big thing is, Jinx, if you look at like her thematic, right? She's kind of like this crazy suicide cannon, glass cannon, jump in the back. But the damage she does, again, I mentioned that 200 and I think 30% to AD scaler. She does a lot of damage, and those autos are AoE. And so the trick is figuring out a way to keep her alive. Now, 2-star is obviously a big one, right? If you're 2-star, you stay alive longer. Bloodthirster gives you that 30% shield. Things like Innovator Scrap can give you that extra shield. And so it's all about keeping ways to keep her alive. And I really liked that variation that we saw that Basso had with the Ginsus and everything else. It was a very good variation. Just unfortunately got a little outpaced by that Aurelia. But you saw that damage that Jinx was outputting. It was just so much. And so, it really depends. But whatever you can do to make that Jinx do a lot of damage and stay alive, that's going to be the trick.
Well, here's the trick. Check out who won the other lobby. There's only 2 to keep track of, so it's fairly easy. We've seen some pretty consistent comps across the board. So Goobums won Socialite with the Socialite 3 Jinx, and we have the Innovator Senna reroll. Though we've barely seen any Senna reroll at all this tournament.
Spicy Happy is my favorite player. Like I'm gonna drop the caster non-bias for a second. Like, this guy is the master of AP, but also the master of, I think, like playing very flexibly. And we know Senna reroll can be good, but only under very right circumstances. Spicy Happy plays enough variety of stuff that he was able to identify that apparently, and he really needed a first place as well. I think he had 21 points if I remember right, coming into the final game, and so that might just push him over the edge to get to day 3. It's gonna be close. But a pretty important first for Spicy Appies there.
And Nico, he got 3rd, but very consistent. He got a 2nd, 1st, 6th, 3rd, 1st, and 3rd. So just top 4ing every game but one. And speaking of what Nico did this game. Portable Forge is something he picked up. The Eternal Winter on Vi, I think, made a huge difference. We saw even Mana Zane on Misfortune, another game. Death Defiance yesterday. Doa, what's your take on the strength of picking Portable Forge, and any maybe favorites or ones that you're looking forward to picking up if you do get that?
Well, I mean, it depends, right? It depends on what the Forge gives you, you know? It depends on what you're looking for. Like, yeah, I mean, we saw Eternal Winter be very strong in one of our boards in this last game. I think items like Death's Defiance can be extremely strong on certain carries. So there are some big ones, but there definitely are some items out of the Portable Forge that are a little bit less strong that you don't see picked quite as often, like the Zonias.
Ooh.
So,
There
you
we
know,
go.
it depends in the end. And wow, look at that. Nostra 11 barely missing out on the tiebreaker loss to Spicy Appies. This was as close as we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, Noster was at that 7th and really needed a big win, and I think that was in the other lobby. And Malala still squeaks by. It was an important finish for them, along with Robbie Van Knoop, who didn't make it, was supposed to qualify before this game happened and crashed and burned out of it. Any big name surprises for you, Mort Dog?
I mean, I think the no real surprises here. If anything, Aniko, Ramkev, and Goobums are really sort of proving they're the kind of like the new guard. Some real top tier play from them. Haunup, I think, kind of rough finish to his day, but still managed to dominate. Kev Chen almost threw it with that 8th place right there, but thankfully that was enough. And then you have to give a shout out to Spicy Appies, who needed a first to get through on a tiebreaker. Anything less wouldn't have made it. So he's got to be sweating, but happy that he made it to the next day. On the other side, I mean, obviously we have to call out Dish Soap. I think that's the one I think we were all hoping for a little stronger day today. But otherwise, yeah, the top 3 is not surprising to me at all here, I think.
You know, people
Yeah,
talk
what a
about
big win.
people talk about like teams in TFT. You know, sometimes big esports orgs pick up players to be on their teams and all that. Apparently, the strongest team in this tournament is the Triforce Podcast, because we got Ramkev and Spicy Appies both making it through the final day. So they're going to be happy on that show, I think, next week.
Hey, there's a lot of content to be made, but only these top 8 players making it to Championship Sunday. So everyone who played today got some form of money, and that's all great. But there's only 4 regional finals tickets, and that's offered to our 4 best players that will top the charts tomorrow. So we'll see if we end up getting, hopefully, an interview with Eniko after this break. And I know this has been a player we've been so hyped about. A 2nd, 1st, 6th, 3rd, 1st, and 3rd, top 4ing almost every single game today. I am so excited for that. And honestly, I was all about them Goobum stocks, but Nico, I wish I picked some of them up. I would have gotten way more Little Legend eggs on the FantasyTFT.com app or the Fantasy TFT app. So thank you all so much for watching. We're going to have an interview after this break with Nico, so stick around. Welcome back, everyone, to Innovation Cup Day 2. We couldn't cap off our day without talking to Iniko. Iniko, our top player of Day 2. You had some Draven, you had some Irelia, you had some Ahri, you had some great comps today. Top 4ing almost every single game but one. You were on fire today. Seems like things are clicking this set. Can you tell us about your TFT career journey up until this point?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I played every set since set 1. I've gotten Challenger every set. I kind of played like somewhat casually for the first like 2 or 3, and then in set 4 is where things like started taking off for me. I decided to start competing. In set 4, I played in my first ever Challenger series and played in like small tournaments here and there, a lot of like community ones, which I think are really great, and people should be on the lookout for those. In set 5, I ended up making it to the mid-set finale for the first time ever, which was exciting for me. And this set, I mean, I don't know if I'm confirmed yet, but I don't want to jinx anything, but I think I have a good shot at regionals, so pretty excited for that.
I don't know the math either, so I'm not gonna try to do that. We have to look at the stats later. But first of all, I ran into you in a ladder game like a couple sets ago, and it was on the initial like day 1 climb, and it was basically like me being like an out of shape jogger, and you're like an Olympic sprinter just coming by. You like smashed the lobby, and we're gone. And I was like, all right, well that was fun. That was humbling, but that was fun. But congrats on the results today, of course. You're going on to day 3. I'm curious, as we've seen like day 1 and now day 2, we've seen reroll start to kind of like fall off a little bit. Where do you see going forward sort of these reroll comps that have been dominant, kind of, where are they in the meta after day 2 here?
It's hard to speculate that type of thing because I don't want to call this like a reroll meta. I think that's a little bit foolish to do that, but I don't want to call it like a push level meta either. Like I feel like most of everything is actually pretty playable, except like there are certain things that are like a little not like too strong, but like you can kind of see them like, you know, pushing a little bit like Twin Shot and like Debonair, for example, are just really consistent compared to some other things. Syndicates as well are up there, but like I'm not like super terrified if I see like an Ashe player in my lobby. I am definitely super terrified if I see a Talon player in my lobby, but for different reasons, as Mort knows, I'm sure. I just really don't like playing against Assassin. But yeah, like I think I'm not like super worried about reroll. The thing about reroll too is like once one person is doing it in the lobby, it makes it so much easier for everybody else. So that's the real thing that you have to watch out for. And you kind of have to adjust your game plan accordingly sometimes.
Yeah,
Super true.
for sure. So if you're going to get rid of one trait, which one would... No, I'm just kidding. No, I feel like I've talked to you a lot, and I'm actually curious, you know, looking at the tournament today and sort of yesterday as well, do you feel like there's any sort of obvious mistakes players are making right now that are kind of allowing you to pass them up and play a little bit better?
Oh, gee, that's actually a really good question. To be honest with you, I'm not sure because I don't really pay attention to anybody else's game. As strange as that is, I went and looked at PawnUp and Ramkev's VODs earlier today, from yesterday. But I didn't really, like, obviously since they did really well, I didn't see a whole lot of mistakes that they were making. I guess, I mean, maybe if I could answer it in sort of a different way, like something that I'm doing that I feel like other people might not be doing is I'm rolling, like, really aggressively at level 6 and 7. And I think I can attribute that to, like, just the consistent top 4ing, because the only game that I bought forward is when I rolled quite a bit at 6 and 7 and didn't really hit any meaningful upgrades or direction, so like I was pretty happy with the 6 that game. But yeah, that's just my game plan usually, is just to play my strongest board when I can. If I have like some kind of crazy econ opener like Yorls or Mercs, like I'll play it, sure. If I have like a reroll opener, I'll play it, sure, but like generally I just kind of want to keep myself open and play strongest board and have HP to work with. So yeah.
Well, you've had a fantastic Innovator Cup, or Innovation Cup. You had 4th place yesterday, and now you topped the charts today. Do you have any shout-outs of someone behind the scenes supporting you, or someone mentoring you, coaching you through learning the most recent update? Floor is yours.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have a lot of shout-outs. Like, I mean, first and foremost, you know, shout-out to you guys for putting on the event. I know it's not easy. You know, obviously, like, with everything, like, there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes, and I think everybody just needs to keep that in mind. And I think you guys did a really good job. Shout out to the dev team as well. I think 6 and 6.5 are some of my favorite sets. I still like set 4 a little bit more than 6.5 so far, but that might change. Shout out to my friends who, you know, support me and cheer me on. Shout out to all my students who get coaching from me and like let me do this because otherwise I wouldn't have a ton of money to support this hobby. Yeah, oh yeah, big shout out to a few players, by the way, that I really look up to. And it feels weird to say that I look up to these people because like they're the same age as me and they're my friends, but I really do admire these guys. Ramblin', Robin, Soju, and Kurum are a few players that come to mind. Just as far as like the higher up like streamers and players, I think they're like all those guys are insanely good at TFT. I learned so much from them over the course of my TFT career, and I just think they're really cool guys. So yeah, huge shout out to them. Huge shout out to all my friends and fans, and huge shout out to you guys.
Aw, that's so nice.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're cool, and it sounds like we have a lot more to learn from you, actually. So make sure everyone go check out Nico. Nico is offering coaching. So there you go. Learn from the best. Thank you so much for this interview. Wishing you the best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you as well. I'll do my best. Thanks for cheering me on.
Nice guy. Pretty
Pretty good at TFT.
awesome.
Yeah.
I
not
like
bad.
the humble interviews. I really do. It's the like, I'm doing good, but I can still do better, and I'm here to kick ass, and I love those kind of interviews.
That was like
so.
a real pro player interview there. I mean, like it's yeah, you can tell. You can tell there is a difference. In my years of lots and lots of esports interviews, there's a vibe, The vibe was definitely there with the Nico.
And it's
But
a
I
green
digress.
flag when they shout out the production too, and appreciate the
Yeah,
events
yeah.
put on. So
Sure.
that's always a thumbs up in my books. Let's look at our final qualifier point check-in to see who's got a good road going to the regional finals. So if their name is grayed out, they are eliminated from the Innovation Cup. If it says qualified, that means they have already qualified to the regional finals. So Goobums, Spicy Appy, Pawn-Up, really at the top of the qualifier points. Remember, there's only 10 spots to get a chance at those regional finals based on those qualifier points. And I think earlier on today, it was Bryce that said something like 70 points or above means you're pretty much locked in for regional finals. Any takeaways that you see here, Doa?
Yeah, I mean, the initial number that people were kind of guessing was 69, and you see Nostra 11 and Sox
Dodged.
at that number, but that could change. It depends, right? So so we'll see if that number holds true. But for now, we've got two players eliminated. That this was kind of their last chance to grab some of those points. So was it enough? Tune in tomorrow for the thrilling conclusion, I guess.
I think
It will be a thrilling conclusion. How about you, more dog?
I think the big thing to note here is that with Goobums and Spicy Appies both still in it, I think a lot of players are rooting for them to sort of win because it takes them out of the points equation and will drop it off quite a bit, opening up 2 more spots. So I think a lot of players are going to be rooting for Goobums and Spicy Appies.
Yeah. So that is it for our day 2. More dog. Any last thoughts about the meta that we saw today? We saw even some wacky stuff, a couple of recombobulators, a Warwick 3. Like, we've seen a little bit of stuff, but really the same consistent comps have made it into the top 4. What are your big notes that you got in your Mort Dog notepad?
I think Aniko covered it really well here, which is like people have their initial like Ashe and Talon, those reroll comps that are easy to play. But I think at the top level, we're starting to see a shift away from those and into the more traditional late game comps, whether that be around Aurelia, the late game Jason Jinx, the Draven, the things like that, the Arcanist as well. So we'll have to see if that continues. But this is also the kind of thing that can shift the ladder, right? And so like a week from now, we might be seeing a lot more of these comps and a lot of things like the Talon fall off. We saw, Spencer couldn't make the Talon work. And I think that's the big thing to note is like this meta is still shifting and the players who can adapt to it well are the ones that are going to come out on top.
Well, only 8 players have come out on top today, and you saw it on your screens already. If you want to catch who could be cashing in that ticket to the regional finals, that is going down tomorrow at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. You're on the right channel. Hit that follow. Get notified when we go live. We'll see the return of Frodan, Bryce, Mort Dog, and Doa, and myself to cover the desk. And of course, always a winner's interview with a bright mind and apparently some coaches. So make sure you hit up Nico if you want to step up your ladder game. Anyway, that is the end of our show for Innovation Cup Day 2. We'll see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.